अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन एंड वेलकम टू PMPL MENA and South Asia Championship। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट सलादीन और आज मेरे पास मौजूद है एक बहुत ही खास गेस्ट जिनसे हम कुछ सवाल पूछेंगे और ये गेस्ट I8 से हमारे पास जब हमें ज्वाइन करेंगे एंड I8 रिव्यूज वेलकम करना चाहेंगे। वेलकम I8 रिव्यूज, कैसे हैं आप?
मैं बिल्कुल ठीक, आप सुनाएं।
मैं बिल्कुल बढ़िया। सवालों का आगाज करते हैं। पहला सवाल आपसे पूछेंगे कि टीम I8 की परफॉर्मेंस PMPL में किस तरह से रही है और क्या आपको लगता है कि आपने अपना बेस्ट दिया था वहां पे या कुछ चीजें बेहतर हो सकती थी?
PMPL हमारा, जैसे कि आपको पता है, मेजर टूर्नामेंट था, उसमें हमने अपना बेस्ट दिया है, बट हर स्टेज पे इम्प्रूवमेंट की जरूरत होती है। इंशाल्लाह मीना में हम 100% देंगे।
लेट्स होप कि आप मीना में अपना 100% दें। अगले सवाल की तरफ चलते हैं कि क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है कि टीम जो है वो ज्यादा डिपेंड करती है क्रिप्टो के ऊपर? बिकॉज जब भी आप लोग पॉइंट टेबल को लीड कर रहे होते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं से वो बॉय किल लीडिंग में जो वो सबसे आगे होता है। सो क्या टीम डिपेंड करती है क्रिप्टो की परफॉर्मेंस पर या फिर इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस पर जो वो ज्यादा रिलाई किया जा रहा होता है?
जैसे कि आपको पता है कि वो वन ऑफ द बेस्ट है साउथ एशिया में
जी।
मतलब उसकी परफॉर्मेंस से टीम को बूस्ट मिलता है जरूर, पर हर प्लेयर के अपनी अपनी वो रोल होता है, तो सारे अपने रोल के उसके अकॉर्डिंग खेलते हैं, तो हर प्लेयर का उतना ही पार्ट होता है टीम में।
ठीक है, और अगले सवाल की तरफ चलेंगे हम कि आपको पता है कि अब अगला स्टेज जो है वो PMPL MENA एंड साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप है। साउथ एशिया टीम्स के साथ जो है वो मीना की टीम्स खेलेंगी, तो मीना की टीम का इंक्लूजन किस तरह से एक टफ कंपटीशन दे सकता है? तो क्या तैयारी आप लोग कर चुके हैं? स्टडी वगैरह पूरी है आपकी?
मीना टीम्स के साथ अगेंस्ट हम पहली बार खेल रहे हैं, तो वो न्यू स्ट्रेटजीज के साथ आएंगी जो हमें सरप्राइज करेंगी, बट वो भी रेडी रहें, हम भी उनको इंशाल्लाह सरप्राइज करेंगे।
चलें अगले सवाल की तरफ हम चलते हैं रिव्यूज के। PMGC के सिर्फ 4 ही स्लॉट हैं PMPL साउथ एशिया एंड मीना से, तो क्या लगता है कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं आप उस स्लॉट को लेने के लिए? कि आपको लगता है कि पाकिस्तान से जब वो पहली बार कोई टीम PMGC लेवल पे जब जा सकती है?
PMGC एक बड़ा लेवल है, हमने उसकी प्रिपरेशन भी उसके लेवल की है, तो इंशाल्लाह 100% देंगे और क्वालिफाई करेंगे और फैंस को लेट डाउन नहीं करेंगे, और पाकिस्तानी फर्स्ट टीम होगी I8 जो क्वालिफाई करेगी के लिए
इंशाल्लाह। चलें आखिरी सवाल की तरफ चलते हैं कि I8 जो है वो एक ऐसी टीम रही है जिसने हमेशा डिलीवर किया है, फैंस की एक्सपेक्टेशंस को मीट किया है, तो किस तरह से आप अपने फैंस को एड्रेस करना चाहेंगे? एक ऐसा मैसेज आप देना चाहते हो अपने फैंस को?
इंशाल्लाह वो ट्रॉफी हम जरूर पाकिस्तान लेके आएंगे, बैटल फॉर ग्लोरी।
The boundaries will break here. The biggest regions will come under one roof. Here the weak will turn into dust. And survival is the only way to the top. Watch the elites make history. In the ultimate face-off, PMPL MENA and South Asia Championship is here. Battle for glory. 9th to 14th November.
Welcome to day 2 of PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship right here. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm going to be your host, Blora. Joining us, of course, on the NSS today is a little bit of change where Panda Bros has been brought on along. It's going to be, of course, main fixes joined on along with, well, Varun is right there. How are you guys doing today?
I mean, I'm doing pretty good. It seems like Ocean yesterday was looking for a lot of water, and this time he is going to be searching for water for a little while. But in the meanwhile, we do have Fixes joining us, so I want to know from him, like, the matches yesterday were pretty amazing. We did see I8 put up a phenomenal performance, but today, do you feel it's going to be a little bit different?
Yeah, 100% it's going to be different because today we're going to have the remainder of the teams that could not really perform yesterday try and do better, because the first day the teams that wanted to really qualify, they've secured the set amount of points, right? Yep. So they're going to play a lot aggressive today. They're going to make a few mistakes here and there. That is where I'm starting to assume the teams that want to really try hard, they're going to rack up a few more points.
Absolutely. I mean, again, we're in the league play days right now. So let's move on along and have a look at the format itself, where 20 teams are part of the entire saga. As I was just mentioning, we're a part of the league play days right now, basically. And this is going to be a 4-day affair, after which we move on into the finals. But in the finals, only 16 teams, the top 16 teams will qualify. So this is a journey. This is going to be a grind starting today, because yesterday was sort of like that experimental phase. Yeah. What do you think, Warren?
I agree with you. I mean, as we did say, I mean, we do have the teams from HTM, Africa, MENA region, and the South Asian teams as well. Everyone was just trying to figure out what the other one is going to be capable of inside the matches. But then again, I mean, you just have 16 matches in the league play stages, and for every single team got done yesterday. So that means 12 remaining matches starting today, and then 2 more days of the league play days. It is going to be very intense because, again, as I said yesterday, this is not a marathon this time. It's a sprint, and you have to make sure that every game matters.
Absolutely, that is going to be so very crucial for these teams. And along with that, of course, we can clearly see that, well, 2 teams have already been selected as only 4 teams. The top 4 teams will move on to PMGC. But before we talk about that, the massive prize pool right here, right now, to bring up is going to be $150,000 on the line. Now, again, Fixes. Dude, that is a lot of money right there. That's a lot of moolah, like you say. But alongside all of that, the tournament MVP. Let's talk a little bit about that. And what player do you think could be chiming in along for that?
You know, there are a lot of contenders, right? Every single time we come into the tournament thinking, oh, all right, this might be the player. Maybe Crypto, maybe, you know, you've got someone from DRS, maybe the players from Zeus. We did have that speculation, but look at how times have changed, right?
Oh, yes.
Every single time we come in, there's someone new, someone more really hungry. We did have players like Bishal, Delta. I think this time might be someone from Stalwart.
Well, we shall certainly keep the speculations on till the day we find out who the tournament MVP will be. But moving on along, as we just mentioned, 20 teams are going to be participating. They have been divided in 5 individual groups. Talk about those groups. Right off the bat in Group A, we've got Cryptics, a team that did perform sensationally, but yesterday, I mean, they did not have a good start. So, Varun, where do you think is this team lacking a little bit, mate?
I mean, just getting caught off guard in the early game itself is something that is not working out for this team. And it's the same team that is, well, they came from, they're coming into the very strong momentum for themselves, winning the MENA. And this wasn't expected from them. But still, as we were saying, it was just the first day. People were just figuring stuff out. And maybe today we're going to see a new sort of signs of life from Cryptics. But on the other side, I mean, from Group A, Raw has been a team that has sort of kept themselves in check constantly. So I would love to see how they're going to do today.
Indeed, as we move along to Group B. Now, this is where Fixes. I want you to bring up the conversation regarding Wizzes with Vibes, K7, as well as YALLA Esports. I mean, Wizzes with Vibes, yes, they are on a run of their own. YALLA Esports did showcase some pretty wonderful plays. But what are your anticipations from these teams from Group B today?
You know, considering how Team YALLA played during the finals of the MENA, they were pretty much straight about one factor, that they always try to get the position points for themselves, right? And that is exactly what they're going to be trying to do today as well. But you talk about consistency, this is where I love Wizzes with Vibes. Every single time, you know, this always tend to impress us. You know, they've been consistent, they've been good with those skills. It's just not about Delta anymore. It's about also Rule stepping in. It's also about Malik contributing. So all these players, now they're so beautiful to watch. You know, talk about Wizzes with Vibes in comparison to Team Vibes. You know, there was the sister team, and now they're playing better than them.
Oh, yes, they are. But as we move on forward towards Group C, this is where things are going to go on a bit of a roller coaster ride. Would you agree, Varun?
I completely agree with that. And I wish Ocean was here to say the magical words. The team with the ups and downs that have been there for, well, 3 of these names, T2K, Dead Eyes Guys, and Fate Esports. D and Fate in particular, because, I mean, we do expect next-level consistency from these teams, especially with the kind of lineups these squads have. Dead Eyes Guys were able to sort of deliver upon it yesterday with the last few matches, but still, a little bit more consistent performance, although, I guess, since, as we did discuss, it is the league play stages, and you have to make it to the finals in order to grab those PMGC slots for yourself, along with the very valuable prize money that is going to be there. So maybe in the finals we're going to see them step things up. But for now, they're in a really comfortable position as far as the overall standings are considered.
Absolutely. With that, moving on forth towards Group D. Now, this is going to be a group that, well, yesterday, when we were talking about it, it was, I believe, Ocean that mentioned a little bit of an X factor coming in from the side of Group D. Would you agree with that, Fixes?
I mean, X Factor, I really do not know. Maybe I cannot affirm to the same because, you know, this is one of those groups, right? Massive. This is one of those teams that was really consistent once upon a time. Now, questions are being raised. KHK Esports, they've been the revelation this time. Vibes, a very powerful squad, and the same can be said for Stalwart, but consistency has been a big question mark. But today, I really feel today is Stalwart Esports Day.
All right, moving on to the final group. That is going to be Group E, where we were just mentioning earlier the two teams that have already been invited are going to be Enigma Galaxy and DRS Gaming. On the other front, I8. I mean, this team were on yesterday.
Yeah.
They were on a perfect day for themselves. But today, as you had mentioned, will they be able to step up to that same sort of a gameplay? What do you expect?
I mean, I expect quite a lot, to be honest. Also, my eyes are burning. There are too many stars in this group. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, DRS, the players from I8. It is just incredible to witness what these teams are capable of. I mean, Rico Infinity team as well. We do expect them to step up, because I know in the past this team has sort of had this habit of having a slow start and then slowly and steadily amping things up. But again, this is a very short run for them, so they need to do whatever they need to do today itself. But all eyes today, as Fixer said, today is going to be the day of Stalwart. I say today is going to be the day for Enigma and DRS.
Well, we shall see if that will be the case or not, because again, there are teams on the other front, on the second page of that storyboard, that are, well, they don't deserve to be there, is what I would say in simple terms. But on the other front, as we are talking about that storyboard, let's move on along and have a look at the top contenders, where I8 do find themselves on the top of the leaderboard, and very closely following them is going to be Stalwart Esports. Fixes.
You know, this is where I beg to disagree, because you basically reap the fruits of your labor, right? So as good you are, you're going to get points accordingly. But, you know, considering the fact that we do not have Miramars today, right? So this is where teams like Rico Infinity, they're going to have a little bit of trouble, right? Even the Pakistani team that is, you're talking about I8, they also love their Miramar, along with Stalwart and T2K. We know how good they have been. But today, considering we have got a lot of Sanhok, and it kind of comes down to where the circle is heading on towards. Because yesterday, if you guys remember, we had sort of a centralized circle. Stalwart did capitalize on that. They did manage to get a chicken dinner. But what if the circle shifts towards the western side? Now, you talk about Erangel yesterday, guys. We did witness a lot of circles being pretty uncommon, right? The first one being directly towards north, which really helped the players of Fate bagging the chicken just by the virtue of staying off top.
Indeed, as we move on to the second page of the leaderboard now, this is where, I mean, Enigma Galaxy, yes, this team did step up and showcase some interesting plays for themselves, but there's still a long way to go for their side. On the other front, talking about DRS Gaming, A1 Esports, I mean, Cryptics, a team that was just phenomenal in terms of the way that they were able to qualify, but right here, it seems like day number one was just not working for themselves. Warren, as we move on along, dude, you mentioned it, I8 is looking pretty phenomenal. On the other front, as we did just see, Stalwart is so very close on the second, so let's move on along with the conversation between these two teams.
I mean, I8 and Stalwart yesterday, even though, I mean, their playstyles are completely different, yesterday it seemed like both the teams had the same thing in mind, and that is to go for those kills. Be as aggressive as you can be. Stalwart did change things up in the very last game. I mean, they were forced to do that because they were caught off guard and did end up losing a few players, but I8 throughout the day just getting into those team fights, dishing out the damage, not worrying about losing out on their own players, which actually is a major reason why the average survival time of the team is quite low. But still, making sure that points are coming your way just based off of those fights is something that we have seen always work out for this team. But again, it needs to happen well, as safely as possible, because even in this moment, I mean, it was a situation that was purely in the favor of I8, but it came down to a 1v1 from a 4v2. And it is going to be incredible to see if I8 do, in fact, find an answer to the situation with Stalwart Esports, because at this point, they are the only team that can beat the aggression that I8 has to offer.
And you know, even adding on to that, we always talk about storylines of various tournaments, right? I8 and, of course, Stalwart is definitely one of those rivalries. And I mean, it has got to be quite infamous because of the storyline that runs behind, you know, rather outside of the game. But not just that, right? Yesterday, to be honest, the way I8 had been playing, they've been really prolific. And I think they've been the most explosive.
Yeah.
And they're going to continue doing that today as well.
Oh boy, I mean, look at this. The worst performances of these teams are better than the best performance of some of the other teams. And it is just incredible to see how things are going to carry on forward. As Fixer said, I mean, the rivalry, it is there. But inside of the game, I mean, when these two teams come in front of each other, especially on those Erangels, because they start on the same islands, I mean, I just want to watch the games and want to see them fight. I want to see them take those team fights again and again against each other.
Absolutely, that's going to be so very keen. I mean, based on these two teams, of course. But as we move on, as we talk about the teams themselves, I mean, we did just see, right? I8, the kind of destructive damage that they bring to the table. I mean, 7,000 plus damage dealt is just day number one's performance coming in from their side. But on the other front, again, as you so perfectly mentioned, they're so very close. Only 3 points difference between these two. So yes, the rivalry will continue on. And as Ocean keeps on mentioning, for the dude right here in the middle, Panda Bro, it is the masala that these two teams are going to be bringing for the entire storyline for this championship. But as we move on forth from one team to the next, let's move on to a conversation regarding Deadeyes. Now, this is a team. Deadeyes, guys, is a team that has been prolific in terms of the play that they've showcased based on the stats that they've been able to accumulate for themselves. But day number one was a tipsy-topsy curve. What do you guys have to say for that?
You know, to be honest, Deadeyes, guys, I love the transition, right? You talk about the first game of Erangel, you would have seen they were playing the center, basically, and they had a lot of trouble once the circle moved up north. But, you know, towards the final game of Erangel, they corrected it, right? They rectified their mistakes, rather took that long way from the waters and came in from the edges, played from the periphery, so they did transition. And, you know, the addition of True Love, that has been so, you know, instrumental for how good they've really been yesterday, getting that final chicken dinner. And not just that, you know, trying different play styles and still succeeding at that. And they've got a lot to prove this time. But, you know, how far can they go? And can they last towards that final day? That is a big question over here, Johnny.
I mean, it is a big question, but as I said earlier, Deadeyes, guys, they are in a quite a safe position right now as far as the overall standings are considered. Apart from that, I mean, a little bit more flexibility is being shown by the team since they did switch up players yesterday between rated and on top, and that is something that I want to see if it is something that they are trying. If it happens today as well, maybe it is an experiment from the lineup to see what works and what doesn't work, and before the finals they need to make sure that they figure it out and they have every single checkbox checked off so that in the finals, where they will just have, I believe, just 2 days, 10 matches, it is going to be a very tough competition. But again, as Fixers pointed out yesterday towards the end, they did put up a wonderful performance, specifically in that last game.
True, they most certainly did. Found themselves on, what, the 3rd position, I believe, on the storyboard, or the 4th. But indeed, in all of that performance, that has definitely stepped up their gameplay as day one came to an end. But as we move on forth from these teams, let's talk about teams that were performing and underperforming at the same bit of time. I'm talking about Fate and Lit Esports.
I think we did touch upon this, you know, starting off with Team Fate. This is one of those teams that has the potential, you know, to be one of those top contenders, if not the champions right now. They've got some really good players. They've been delivering, but the consistency has been a big question over here. Yesterday, the first game, they did get the chicken dinner, but yes, comes down to how the circle really panned out, how they rotated. And you talk about, you know, the damage being dealt over here. Fate definitely look like the more aggressive team if you compare it with Lit. And if you talk about a team like Lit, you've got Wihong. He does carry that experience, but the remainder of the 3 players, I really want to see how they perform today.
Well, I agree with what Fixer said about the aggression being brought on from the side of Fate Esports, and I believe it's because of the experience that the lads have already with the tournaments that they've played in the past. But as far as Lit goes, it feels like it's the ability to deal with the aggression that's being put on display by the other teams that is the reason for the downfall. Not the downfall, but sort of an underperformance being shown right now from the team. But it is an experienced lineup from the side of Lit Esports as well, so maybe they can adapt quick enough, because again, we have a lot of expectation from this lineup as well as the team from the same region that is going to be K7. So it's going to be quite an interesting story to see where exactly do these teams end up finishing by the end of the league play days. Again, need to figure out how to deal with the aggression. You can go either one way, either just try and evade, try and disengage as quickly as possible, or just try and take the fight head on.
Absolutely.
You know, yeah, even this pretty much reflects in the graph, right? You take a look at both the teams. They did back the chickens, you know. We do have those, you know, points on the top over there. But look at the fall after that. Well, Fate was one of those teams that did somehow recover, but that was not the same with Team LIT. I mean, they were, of course, trying, but considering the stage we are in, it's just not enough. Because, like you just said, Johnny, it's going to be a sprint, not a marathon anymore.
Well, and they do know that. I mean, again, bringing it back to square one, day number one was based on experimentation and looking and figuring out your opponents. But now is where the actual journey begins from day two onwards. And of course, we're looking on towards the top 16 that will move on into the finals. But alongside all of this, we do have some important news to share with our viewers sitting back at home. And this is going to be, well, for you guys and you guys only, because we have the special crate, the PMPL special crate that is available in-game store until 16th November, only until 16th November. So do not forget to chime into the game, log into the game and be a part of that. And as you do so, there are more things that are taking place. Do not forget, when it comes down to these perfect plays that are being showcased from these teams, well, they are here for you and they're giving you that perfect play and that dominating streaks for you guys. But in return, we are giving you these wonderful looking gifts, from Oppo Reno Parachute to Oppo 2021 t-shirt to Oppo hats, and game rewards is all there is. But to be a part of all of this, you have to be tuning into this entire stream through the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. Once again, it is very critical that you join into all the action through PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page, because the codes to redeem all of these gifts are going to be shared in chat only on that channel. And as we move on forth from one to the next, well, now we move on to requests. We request you to share the stream, the link, with all of your friends, because we want to have, well, we have a milestone to achieve. We've got 60,000 viewers and we're giving away rewards, in-game rewards. We've got 80,000 viewers and there are crates available for you. Bring it up to 100,000 viewers, and then we are looking at that Pro League t-shirt that is going to be for you to flaunt amongst your friends as you play the game. And the milestone, when it is achieved, well, you are the ones who will be reaping the rewards. So help us help you, and that is the case that is going to be showcased from these giveaways sort of. And with that, let's get our day started off. Let's move on to the schedule, where, as was mentioned earlier, there will be no Miramar today. It is going to be Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, and Sanhok to close the day off. So, starting off on Erangel, Group E is not going to be playing, which is absolutely fine, because again, I mean, two teams from that have already been invited, so they can take a chill pill. But on the other front, as we were just mentioning, day two, this is where the action begins. So, dudes, what are your expectations from Group A to D that's going to be playing this first game?
I mean, as I said earlier, I mean, today I'm going to be rooting for Enigma Galaxy and DRS the whole day, along with I8, but all those three teams are not going to be playing right now, so it is going to be Stalwart. It is going to be Stalwart for now.
No, I mean, how on earth is this fair, Lakshay? He's going for three teams, and I have been, well, I think I've been a believer. I think this is where today Stalwart are going to pick it up. Well, action has been looking really good. We've got Top backing him up, and the best part, the X factor has been Scurry, of course.
Oh yes, that is so true indeed. But again, I mean, just to answer that question, Fixes, I think he was just being a little picky. In the end, the three teams that he selected, two of them have been invited. So he's just going to be allowed to pick that one.
The whole group is not here for now, so maybe in the next game I'm going to pick.
Exactly, mate. With that, let's move on along. Let's get the show started off. It is time to move all the way across the virtual arena to XP and Mustache Dave to take us through this game number one.
Thank you so much once again, Blotter. And of course, we have Fixes on the analyst desk today. No Ocean and his Crystal Crate. And Dave, did you get a look at that? I think we have Larry King at the end over there.
Hey, we're going, man. We're ready for the day. I also agree. I think DRS, I'm a true believer, DRS, they're definitely going to make it to PMGC. That's going to be my hot pick for today. Right. They already got a spot.
I thought you were listening to all the chants of I8 around the stadium. Those seem to have died down as the match is underway, Dave. But there you have it. All our favorite players, all the participants on your screens once again. And, well, you know, you can actually tell the pros from the casual gamers. I mean, when you have all that red lighting for making sure, you know, you are in that urgent space atmosphere. I mean, these guys, they definitely have an advantage over the others, don't they?
Yeah, they're playing from a submarine with the best ping
looks
possible.
Like it. U571.
Code red down there. So, ladies and gentlemen, game number one. It is about to get started here. Day number two. We got about, 3 more days of league play to go. I think if my math is correct, that's about 12 more games per group to pretty much make it to that top 16. That's the goal here. So not that hard of a goal, but with how yesterday was, oh man, it was a challenge for some of these squads.
It was a challenge, and what's going to be challenging right now is a little voice in my head just told me we're going to have to rehost the game right now, ladies and gentlemen, because again, you know, we want to make sure that everyone has a level playing field, and well, sometimes we do have connectivity issues. Well, as everyone is going to be heading back to the studio, to the lobby right now, I think we're just going to make sure and ascertain whether or not this is going to be rehosted. I do believe it is, because we are going to be coming back and you're going to have to deal with our ugly mugs on your screens right about now. Well, I mean, the stash over here looks pretty clean. I kind of cleaned myself up a little bit today as well. I thought, you know, might as well just have the hair slicked back a bit. You know, got to keep up with Mustache Dave.
Hey, yeah. Hey, you're looking good, man. You got that coffee. Good. You're ready to go. We're good to go here. Day number 2. So they were kind of talking about it on the desk in the pre-show. Cryptics. Ooh, remember yesterday, game 1, I was like, Cryptics, they're going to make it. That's my team. I'm still on it, man. I'm still on the Cryptics hype train, the Cryptics bandwagon. I'm not leaving it. I don't care if they are in last place right now. I was crunching the numbers here, and I predict that 16th spot at the end of day number 4 here for league play, I think it's going to be around 60 to 65 points. I think. And I think they could do it, is my point. I think they definitely have the capability to get that many points to qualify.
See, if we talk about Cryptics right now, I mean, yeah, we haven't really seen them in action so far. All that we've seen is, you know, they've been coming around the periphery. They get caught off in rotation, and that's when they're taken out, usually 1 by 1, which is something that, you know, we're not used to from a team like that. But again, I say give them... Day 1 was sort of like them just testing the waters, right? Just making sure everything is working. And now is when these guys are actually going to be shining. So let's see if day 2 is going to be the day of reckoning for the boys from Cryptics, of course, El Chapo and all. But now, a couple of other teams have definitely made a splash in the pond here, Dave. And we did kind of mention, you know, the moment I8 came on the stage yesterday, I mean, the entire arena was chanting their names. And I think it's the right call because they are leading the leaderboard right now, and they're doing it in style.
Yeah, game 1, we saw about 5 to 10 minutes into the match. We got a nice little glimpse of them getting onto the battlefield, and it was nothing but smooth, silky butter with their synergy, their team communication looked like it was on point, and even their gunfights were on point. So if we can get that here again today, I think a lot of the fans in the stands will be pretty happy that it wasn't just, okay, day 1, flash in the pan, you guys did good, but this isn't how you normally play, right, for I8. So I'm hoping today I8 can continue with that consistency so that they can really get those believers behind them here.
Oh, yeah, and you know, another point that the analyst desk did brush up on was Fate and Lit Esports. Now, yeah, they did win games 1 and 2 respectively, and then kind of just fizzled out towards the end over there. But again, I think that's just, you know, all the South Asian teams finally waking up to the challenge, because again, there is a little clash of game styles over here, and it only takes a couple of games, you know, to get used to what the opponent is doing. And if, like we said, if they've been doing their homework, if they went back and had a look at the WODs last night, well, some of these teams are going to be better prepared today. And who knows, Dave, we might just see one of those bridge blocks that, well, I've been wanting for about a year now. It's been a long time.
You've been waiting a year. I've been waiting since yesterday. So I think the combined 1 year and 1 day, I think that's the threshold that we're finally at here that we might get. Now, it will be a challenge, though, because what was it? Stalwart, they dropped down there Nova, okay? Mm-hmm. We were suspecting that all it takes is a couple of auto reviews, and these squads that drop near farm, Milta, they can easily get that bridge camp going. But with their performance yesterday, Stalwart's Esports performance yesterday, I don't know if I would want a bridge camp on, because they have been pretty hot. They've been hot, you know, they've been doing really well in all their gunfights. So you got to kind of second guess, like, should we take a bridge camp? Should we get in this early fight with the squad that has really been rolling with it here?
You know, I mean, a bridge camp, you got to look at it as you're looking at a coin, right? A coin has 2 sides. There's always a different side. Yeah, you want to see that excitement of a bridge camp. But again, teams like Stalwart Esports and I8, who love the military base, come hail or high water, they are going to be there, right? They've obviously taken this into consideration, and they have a plan as they approach the bridge, because especially with Stalwart, what you see is, a couple of those guys, they'll scatter around. One will go up top on the bridge itself and try and, scout out ahead and see if there's any opposition in the distance, while, like they have plan Bs. And a plan B is a boat. It's not the best plan in the world, but if you can go unnoticed, well, you can actually circle around the enemy and give them a run for their money. So again, a lot of speculation over here on our part, because, well, let's be honest with you, that's basically what we're here to do. We're here to speculate and just showcase what's happening on our screens. But lucky for you guys, it's not going to be that for longer, because in about half a minute, we are going to have the game underway once again. But before that, Dave, let's do one thing. Let's actually give the viewers a little bit of a breather. I'm pretty sure they don't want to see our faces, go yapping about all the time. So what we're going to do is, just for you guys, we're going to push to a short little break, but stay tuned, because we'll be back with action right after this.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन, मेरा नाम ट्रेंडा है। मैं टीम I8 esports का लीडर हूँ। जैसे कि आप लोगों को पता है कि मीना साउथ एशिया PMPL शुरू होने वाला है। ये मीना और साउथ एशियन टीम के लिए बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है PMGC पहुँचने और अपनी कंट्री को इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे रिप्रेजेंट करने की। और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस होगा कुछ नए टीम्स के अगेंस्ट खेलने की। बाकी अगर हम बात करें PMPL साउथ एशिया की, PMPL साउथ एशिया में आप लोगों ने कंपटीशन देखा था कि आप इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे इन टीम से कुछ भी एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो। जैसे कि हम सुपर वीकेंड्स की बात करें, सुपर वीकेंड में T2K ने काफ़ी लीड पकड़ा हुआ था, लेकिन जो बाकी टीम्स थे वो भी कंसिस्टेंट थे। यहाँ पे बिल्कुल भी मतलब कोई भी टीम वन साइडेड होके नहीं जीतता। DRS ने बैक टू बैक डिनर निकाले और कम बैक करके वो सुपर वीकेंड जीत गए। फिर जब फाइनल्स का टाइम आया तो डी वाले टॉप थे। डी ने काफ़ी लीड पकड़ा हुआ था और आखिरी मैच विज़ेस ने डिनर निकाला और जीत गए। और हम लोग ओवरऑल कंसिस्टेंट थे, लेकिन स्टिल कुछ मिस्टेक्स हुए। मैं मतलब अपनी टीम की स्ट्रेंथ और वीकनेसेस के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताता हूँ। हमारी टीम की जो स्ट्रेंथ है, हमारी टीम की एग्रेशन हमारा स्ट्रेंथ है। मतलब अगर हम लोग किल्स के लिए खेलते हैं तो ये सबको पता है कि साउथ एशिया की सबसे एग्रेसिव टीम्स में से एक हमारी टीम है। लेकिन हमारा एक मिस्टेक जो हमारी वीकनेस है वो ये है कि समटाइम्स जो मेजर इवेंट्स होते हैं उनमें हो सकता है प्रेशर लेते हैं या फिर जो पोजीशन पॉइंट्स के चक्कर में हम लोग पैसे जाते हैं और उस चीज़ की वजह से हम लोग स्ट्रगल करते हैं और कुछ मैचेस हमारे ख़राब जाते हैं। और अगर मैं मीना के टीम्स के बारे में बात करूँ, अपने टीम को छोड़ के जो परफॉर्म करेंगे, एक मुझे लगता है क्रिप्टिक्स, DRS ऑब्वियसली, YALLA, गैलेक्सी रेसर्स, ये कुछ ऐसे टीम्स हैं जो कि मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे। बाकी इंशाल्लाह हम लोग पहले से स्ट्रांग होके आएंगे, जो हमारे वीकनेसेस हैं उन पे काम करके, और पाकिस्तान से हम लोग पहली टीम होंगे जो अपनी कंट्री को यहाँ से क्वालिफाई करके PMGC जैसे प्लेटफॉर्म पे रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे इंशाल्लाह। और आप लोगों से मेरी एक रिक्वेस्ट है, मैचेस ज़रूर देखें। 9 नवंबर को PUBG मोबाइल esports ऑफिशियल यूट्यूब चैनल पे लाइव होंगी। और एक और रिक्वेस्ट, सपोर्ट करें जैसे आप लोग हमेशा करते आए हो, दुआएं करें। थैंक यू, अल्लाह हाफिज़।
हेलो गाइज, व्हाट्सअप। मेरो नाम चाहिँ अजुश्रेष्ठ हो र म DRS गेमलाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्छु अनि मेरो रोल चाहिँ सपोर्टर और असल्टर हो, सबैलाई थाहा नै छ। अब हुन गइरहेको MENA and SA च्याम्पियनशिपमा चाहिँ हामी खेल्दैछौँ र MENAको नयाँ टिम्सको इन्भल्भमेन्टले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामी उनीहरूबाट नयाँ कुराहरू सिक्न पाउनेछौँ र त्यो कुराले गर्दा हामीलाई एकदमै हेल्पफुल हुनेछ र हामी एकदम एक्साइटेड छौँ त्यो कुराको लागि। एन्ड पिएमपिएल सिजन 4 को पर्फर्मेन्सको कुरा गर्नु पर्दाखेरि हामीले लिग स्टेज चाहिँ जितेको थियौँ भने फाइनल्समा चाहिँ हामीले सानसानो गल्तीले गर्दा जित्न सकेनौँ अनि मेना एन्ड एसए च्याम्पियनसिपमा चाहिँ तपाईँहरूले हामीबाट के एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ भन्दाखेरि अरू टिम्सले चाहिँ स्लटको लागि खेल्छ भने हामीले चाहिँ त्यो कुराहरूको प्रेसर छैन होइन यु माइट सी द न्यू भर्जन अफ डिआरएस गेमिङ हामीले नयाँ नयाँ कुरा गर्नेछौँ नयाँ एक्सपेरिमेन्ट गर्नेछौँ र हामीलाई त्यो कुराहरूको फ्रिडम छ होइन अनि वी विल फाइट फर द ग्लोरी अनि सबै हाम्रो म्याचेसहरू चाहिँ पब्जी मोबाइल स्पोर्ट्सको अफिसियल च्यानलमा लाइभ हुनेछ सबै आएर सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला त्यही नै हो धन्यवाद
Well, we are back right now. It's going to be game number 1 is going to be underway shortly. Welcome back to all of you watching. This, of course, is the MENA South Asia Championship. It is going to be Dave and I who take you to game number 1. Well, Dave, it is going to be Erangel. What can we expect in this game?
Oh, man. I'm thinking hopefully a Cryptics top 5. At least that's what they want to have done here in game number 1.
I thought it was top 4.
Top 4 is okay too, but at least top 5 they'll get 6 points, because if they don't get on the ball here today, especially early on, man, coming into tomorrow is going to be a big challenge, because right now we have a lot of teams at the top that I see today continuing with that momentum and kind of soaking up a lot of points, right? We call them point sponges at the top. So that's not a good thing for teams at the bottom like Cryptics, who are fighting tooth and nail right now just to qualify.
Well, I mean, that is part and parcel of the whole game. I mean, you win some, you lose some. For someone to win, someone has to topple over. That is just how the world works. And now, again, it is going to be day 2, so, they do have a fresh start to the day. They come in with their energies high. And, again, it's the mental game as well, right? If you don't believe that you're going to come out victorious, chances are you're not going to do that. You got to have that strong mental game as well, because in a few moments we are going to see who's going to be walking out winners in Erangel. But yeah, I mean, let's keep Cryptics aside for a second. We think they're going to get there. I think you and I both had that little bit of an inside feeling, right? But let me talk about another couple of teams. Now, we have major names. Deadeye's Guys is a big team from South Asia who had a kind of like a shaky start in the beginning, but did finally make up for it in game 5. How do you think that is going to work out? Are they going to be taking that same momentum from game 5 yesterday and bringing it to day 2?
So they're at the top right now of the overall leaderboards. They're pretty comfortable. And I'm thinking, if you are a team right now at the top, remember here, the league play, the goal is only top 16. So we're only going to be losing 4 teams at the bottom. That's not that hard of an ask, right? These teams, everybody is a professional. They got insane gun skills. It's going to come down to just making the right play. And I think after these teams do acquire that top spot, that's going to allow them some room to maybe practice some different moves, maybe practice a second drop spot, practice something so that when we do get to the finals, which is only 10 games, they're prepared. Yeah, 2 days, 10 games. That is not a lot at all. So hopefully what I want to see is, to your question, Deadeyes are at the top. I think once when they feel comfortable with their points that they are going to make it to the finals, maybe try some new things out. Maybe try some team fights, early game. Just try something out so that they can prepare for the 2 days in the finals, because that's where everybody's going to be watching. Because at the end of the day, what do we get? 4 spots? 4 spots to go to PMGC? Yeah, so that is the goal here. And of course the money, a lot of money on the line. I think yesterday you said it's equivalent to your day rate. So we got a lot on the line here.
Pretty much a day's rate. I mean, that is the dream, of course. But yeah, 40,000 big ones is what the teams are going to be fighting for. But also you got to keep one thing in mind. Deadeye's Guys, they currently have 51 points on the table, and they're trailing I8 by 18, which is nothing, which is basically just a game. So, again, if they do have a good game, it could be tremendous for them. But again, all this speculation aside, we are going to be jumping in the game finally once again, as that big, beautiful bird does take to the skies. And this time, it does look like we are going to have a little different plane path, as we are going to be heading down towards southeast. We are going to be flying over Georgia Pole, over Pachinki, and finally ending things at Novo Ripnoi. And if you have a look, we are pretty much dissecting the map in half, which means, well, all the favorite drop spots are going to be in jumping distance.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1, day number 2 here. Things are about to turn up. Which teams here will drop Pachinki, get stinky at Pachinki? Maybe we'll get some early game fights here. All in all, though, I'm pretty pumped up for today. I'm expecting a lot of improvements from teams yesterday who are trailing at the bottom of the leaderboards. I'm really believing that today's the day for these squads to make that comeback, that come up on the overall leaderboard. So let's get into the match here.
well, they are going to have to fight tooth and nail if they want to climb high up on that leaderboard. But yes, sir, let's get into the match, and only time will decide who's going to make it and who's going to break it. But again, a few things are going to be pretty much certain from the beginning. Stalwart Esports definitely heading towards the bottom of your maps. Novo Ripnoi is where they're going to be calling it home. But it looks like we do have a couple of teams heading just north of them in Milta. Now, Wizzes with Vibes, they love dropping down in Milta, so it's going to be exciting seeing them there. But SUDOR Gaming, they usually head out towards Milta Power, and at times even to Lipovka. So, it's going to be exciting to see how they are going to be transitioning into the circle. But talking of the circle itself, pretty straightforward there, Dave. Dead smack in the center. We got a little bit of military island action, and pretty easy peasy right now.
Easy peasy, like what a zone. Circle number one, everybody should be pretty happy with it. For the most part, everybody's drop spot is in play here. So it's going to be nice and calm, nice and chill. And I'm looking at Wizzes with Vibes out here because yesterday we saw them. We talk about consistency. They finished at the top every single lobby multiple times. No chicken dinner right now. But it doesn't matter. They're still at the top. That goes to show you how good they are with acquiring an equal amount of placement points, an equal amount of kill points. If they do get a chicken dinner, well, that's only going to shoot them up even further. So, Wizzes with Vibes, I'm looking at them. They're looking pretty good here.
It's been the same, during the PMPL Season 4 for them as well. They really haven't been having another, chicken dinners haven't been their forte. But again, little birdie is going to say something. A few sweet nothings were whispered in my ear, but of course they're not sweet because the game is going to unfortunately have to be rehosted once again, and you're going to have to be content with looking at us once again. I mean, I'm not complaining though because we are getting some screen time, but I should have probably dressed up a little bit better right now, Dave. But of course, with that, we are going to head over to a quick little breather once again, making sure everything is tickety-boo. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Hello, my name is Raouf and I play as an in-game leader for Team Nigma Galaxy. This tournament will be a fun experience because this is our first time playing against the South Asian region teams, so we'll see what we can do. As this is our first time playing against South Asian teams, I'm really excited about the experience and how we can adapt to play against them since they have good gun skills and another strategies and tactics. From this tournament, I hope from the new teams from other regions to give us a good challenge so we can learn from new mistakes and add it to our gameplay in the future. We qualified from PMPL Arabia after we had an amazing performance in league stage where we got top 1. But in the grand finals, we had some challenges that we got top 6, but we still made it to this tournament. I think our skills are top level and we're prepared for this tournament. I think our strength is our team synergy and how we play together as a team and trust each other. And our weaknesses is sometimes individual mistakes that happens in the team that we can work on in the future maybe. I think the skill set of other regions are pretty good, but we are prepared also and we will give them a good fight. According to me, there is no strongest team. I think every team is equally good and everyone will be a good competition for us. I think me and my team, if we do our best and play really good, we will be top 1 for sure. Come watch and support us live at the PMPL MENA and SA Championship, only on PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Well, there you have it. We are... Whoa, my voice just went for a second. We're back once again, and we're not going to waste any more time, Dave, because we're going to be jumping right in. And correct me if I'm wrong, but they do say third time's the charm, right?
You know what's happening? We're missing Ocean's crystal crate.
That's it.
Man.
I think
without the crystal crate, the whole system just falls apart here. Hopefully that won't be the. Hey, somebody get Ocean's crystal crate here. We need it. So hopefully once we acquire that energy, we're good to go. And okay, so circle number 1 last game, it was kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie. Circle number 1 this game though. Can anybody say military right there in the dead center? This is going to be a good game. I can feel it.
Alrighty, well, there you have it. The playing path has pretty much set the course of this game, and the circle is going to be all the way down south with the entire military base island, well, in its vicinities. And now it is going to be exciting as a majority of the teams have kind of dropped towards the north. Well, they're going to have a tough time migrating down south, or will they? We're only going to be finding out in the matter of minutes. But I do see something exciting. We do have some action breaking out already as Reef from Fate is going to come under fire from action. Stalwart Esports are at the trigger pretty early in this game.
Yeah, Fate dropping out, trying to go to their spot, and then seeing the zone opening up the map, and they're like, nope, we are not going to risk it. So I see a couple of the squad mates already popping vehicles, trying to rotate down there onto military, and that's going to be the story for a lot of these teams. They're trying to avoid the mid-game cluster to fight to get to military base. So they're looking for some vehicles, as we see here. Pennywise trying to hop in a boat, trying to steal the boat over here from Ferry Pier. It looks like they were spotted in the process.
Well, looks like there is something moving in the water, and they might have just found it. But it does look like Emperor is going to be atop this little rock over here trying to find Pennywise. As Mercy, you saw earlier, not really living up to his name. No mercy is going to be on display for any of their opponents today, as Emperor is just going to try and see if he can get a glimpse of the opponent in those clear waters around Erangel. Must say, it's really beautiful, but right now we're going to get into action once again, as it does look like Reef relayed the information to his teammates that, hey, somebody's at the little bridge, and the man of action himself, Action from Stalwart, is going to be facing 2 members from the squad in about a matter of seconds. He's got to be careful, though, because, we already know Reef is on the military island itself, so, you don't want to be shot in the back. That's where Pika is going to be coming in a bit handy, although they just have the Vector. They don't really have a lot of kit on them, Dave, and that is something which I'm kind of considering because, time is of the essence, and this is pretty much wasting a little bit of time.
So is 2 squad mates from Fate or 2 squad mates able to get over here? I do believe so. So I was looking at Pika, and I was like, okay, Pika, maybe popping that buggy, try to just get the run over. Sometimes early game, just getting that simple run over is better than taking a straight up 1v1, but it's actually a 1v2. So I believe that's why we saw Pika kind of reconsider that push, pull back. They do not want to get taken out this early on. And what do you see?
I just noticed something exciting. Have a look at Wizzes with Vibes, Dave, on the east coast of No Rip Noise. Stalwart Esports, they were kind of, tuffling around with Fate, but looks like they might get stung in the back. Now, I'm not sure whether they're on a boat or whether they're swimming. They do seem to be moving a bit fast. Question is, how come they haven't been spotted? And is Stalwart aware that they are going to pretty much get shot in the back sooner or later, as right now, Callagher from KHK Esports, Triple Esports, I beg your pardon, is going to be keeping an eye on the enemy. And I like how, right at the beginning, since the circle was down south, a lot of teams, they did, ditch their drop spots and are trying something new, which is all the more exciting for us viewers, which means we're going to have a few more clashes and a few more bodies dropping on the way.
So it looks like Wizzes with Vibes, to answer your question, they are in a boat, and they might have been spotted out there in the distance, but they have a lot of room between them and Stalwart, and that might be the reason why Stalwart, they kind of gave up. They threw in the towel for that bridge camp, and they pulled back to their drop spot in Nova to continue looting and maybe take some pot shots out there in the distance onto Wizzes with Vibes. But Wizzes with Vibes, talk about just early rotation, what we call, or what I like to call a boat tape, early boat tape out here, and they should be able to land very shortly and have a nice spot to call their own. XP, though, the one thing that kind of comes to my mind here, and I'm going to be honest, though,
all right,
a lot of teams are committing to military base. What if the next zone goes to the north? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, let's be honest here. I'm pretty sure you're going to love that. I'm going to love that. The viewers are going to love all the drama that is going to be in showing. But what's going to be dramatic is Jane just knocked himself out by a little slip, and I wonder what's going to happen, because no enemy is nearby, but an enemy is going to be right in KHK's faces, as I Kurd over there almost getting knocked out, and I wonder how he's still alive. That man is lucky to be alive, as Jairbot is going to be chasing him with that UMP, trying to make sure he gets the kill. He has spotted the enemy. He knows exactly where he is, and one bullet is going to put S-Rod in the ground. Whereas his teammate Luis, on the other hand, is going to be taken out by Roll. So we finally have some action breaking out, although it is going to be all over the place as YALLA is opening up on Senk.
That was some parkour right there, and hopefully it was worth it. They did get 1 point, but now it's going to be a 1v2, and they're looking to get this kill point. Oh, 3v2. No, 3v1. Okay. Oh. Is he going to get the thirst? Don't let it happen.
Oh, he did take two of them out, but he did go out quite a hero. I mean, well, Jairbot is going to be out of this game, but he did manage to snuff out the lives of S-Rod and Ali, which means IK Triple, they've taken a big blow right at the beginning here, Dave.
Yeah, I don't know. Right there, it was a 3v1, and it looks like they just sent it into that compound one at a time, and that right there is why you do not want to do that. You want to use your numbers to your advantage, because we saw they got the knock and then the thirst. So now what could have been a 3 squad mate up here after that 1 point is now down to just a duo, a 2-man roster up here. So best of luck to them, as we're going to be getting a nice glimpse of the teams, the zone. Looks like Cryptics making their way on that west side road. Looks like they might be looking for a possible boat near Primorsk, but there's not a lot of boat spawns down there in Raw. We see popping in a boat right now. So this next zone is really going to be the deciding factor, in my opinion, on if we're going to lose a lot of players here early on.
Oh, yeah. A lot of players could be lost, and we did kind of just see, IK Triple Esports kind of losing out on one man they probably shouldn't have lost out on, but talking about losing out on things, all of you watching at home, make sure if you did catch a glimpse of that little graphic before, we do have the PMPL 2021 special crate available in the in-game store now till the 16th of this month. So, I mean, time is of the essence, lads. You better go and grab all those goodies before they are taken away from you. And talking to the circle, we do have a little bit of a northern shift, but again, the majority of the military island is in play. Dave, it could happen. It could happen. We could have that dramatic shift up north towards the end, and it's going to put everyone in a frenzy. But as of right now, oh, baby, everyone's getting nice and close to one another, and sooner or later, bullets are going to be flying, bodies are going to be dropping, and, well, we are going to be really happy, man, as an AWM, the original BFG, falls from the heavens above.
Yeah, this crate all the way down in the south, not in the zone. I don't even think anybody's going to be able to spot that one out. So I want to say this is about a 60-40. We got 60% of the land in play, military base, 40% on the mainland. We got Farm, Pachinki, and Fairy Pier up there in the north in play. So it's going to be interesting, to say the least. We got a lot of teams, like you mentioned, hovering the coastlines of that channel that does divide the zone right here, pretty much slicing it right down the middle. So we might have some interesting water plays coming in here very shortly as well.
Could be. We could have some amphibious assaults, but right now it's going to be Hassan from NASR trying to lay down some lead on that speeding Koenigsegg towards him, but it was Wives. They suddenly realized, you know what, the place that we actually want to call home is already occupied, and now they are going to be deploying some smokes, trying to conceal their movement. Now Hassan is trying to get out of harm's way. That Tommy is going to be relentless on him as he switches to the M4, but it's not going to be enough, as Hassan is going to make it to safety. Now Nasser, they've got a nice little setup over here. They have the dual bonds under their control, and as of right now, Hassan did have this ridge to his control as well, but now Assassin is going straight up to his face, and Jiggle is going to come on the side. He does have to take a fight on both ends. He almost gets a knock on one. He, in fact, does get jiggled. Prabir is going to come in as well. Hassan is a one-man army. No one can stop him. He's taken two of them out. Point-blank range. Now Assassin and Killer are coming in as well. Where is NSAR's teammates? His teammates should have been coming in to assist.
Oh,
wow.
No, not like this. Hopefully Vibes will be able to get this pickup on their squad mate, because right there, we saw it once again, just sending your teammates in one at a time. Hassan taking full advantage of that. Almost getting 2 kill points out the mix. Or almost getting 2 kill points out the mix. But I agree with you, like, where were the teammates? You had your solo man on the coast putting in this work, getting knock after knock. I can only imagine if they were to full send it from their compound up there to the north, they might have won the fight and wiped out Vibes right here.
Even if they let down a few suppressive shots from that location, just, make sure the enemy knows that, we could be in trouble, we could be outflanked, but nothing happened. So again, this is something they're going to have to go back and have a look at, but it is what it is. And Hassan did a wonderful job over there, but unfortunately he is going to be out of this game, which means now Miracle and Nabo are going to be the last man standing for NASR. The question is, how far can they get as a duo? But right now on the Western front, we do seem to have a couple of fights breaking out. In fact, Raven from ICURD is eerily close to another opponent, and KHK, remember, again, a 2-man squad. Pennywise surviving against all odds moments earlier is going to have his work cut out at the circle. It's going to be shifting. I mean, it's not as dramatic as we had hoped for, but we still have the bridge in play.
Yeah, might be a little dramatic on this bridge. We currently got one squad hovering around it. Nice little spot to gatekeep that bridge from that cover and those compounds here. And we got Lit, we got Cryptics, we got YALLA. Some squads that will definitely have their eye on that bridge spot if they want to YOLO send it. But that bridge is just going to be a death trap. You got squads on both ends. So wouldn't be surprised if any of these squads up there on the mainland that are not in the zone, if they kind of just play this one really slow and feel it out and wait till last minute to swim across the channel, because this is going to be a challenge. It's going to be a shooting range for A1, I suspect here.
It is going to be a shooting range, but right now what's going to happen is that K7, they need to basically deal with this situation over here. Now, T2K, both these teams, mind you, are pretty much at the edge of the circle, with K7 having a little bit of an advantage since Shaksheen is, he's got his feet firmly planted in the new zone. Now, T2K, they are trying to assess the situation, and I'm not really sure whether they have an information on every single member of K7. But wait a second, on the other side of the map, RAW are going to be opening up on a couple of teams, as Fatal 8 is going to lie bleeding on his knees down below, while Stalwart Esports are going to be driving on by. Now, that is going to be the right decision on their part, because, again, the blue is going to start doing a lot more damage as we reach the latter stages of this game, Dave.
Yeah, remember, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors were the last team to boatate all the way around and dock towards the southern part of military base. So I believe that was why they were able to kind of catch some of these teams looking to rotate off guard. But we'll get back to that. Train to kill. Grenade looking to get a one-piece out here. Oh, man. This is on that east side. Not in the zone, by the way.
Not in the zone, just outside on the military island itself. And what's kind of scary is that, have a look at K7. They are spread out a bit thin. Now, Hojuman is the only and the first line of defense for his team. I think this is the right decision. They have deployed the smokes. They're going to make sure they obscure the vision. And he's going to fall back to the little safety of that little hill where his teammates are. And, of course, you want to regroup with your boys. Make sure you have the numbers. Now, T2K still have a couple of options, because what they can do these days is they can go down south and, circumnavigate around K7, because this is what I was going to bring up. K7 were going to get hit by Wives, who did make it across the other end, across the mainland. They are now on the island itself, a little amphibious assault, if you will. So now K7 definitely have their work cut out for them, which is going to give T2K enough time to sneak around.
Yeah, I think that's the play. Let K7 fight it out with Vibes over there on the coastline and then rotate down to your duo, who are going to be possibly getting into an engagement here very shortly. But look at that Train to Kill. They have a nice spot in this new circle when we look at Legend down there towards the south. Now, Train to Kill, they might want a third party get some kill points, but honestly, if I'm in this game right now with the chaos with these zones, I might just try to concentrate on positioning and placement points at this point in the game.
And, you know, talking about the positioning, this particular area of the map is not a bad place to be in right now, considering the circle, as Mercy is going to show no mercy on KHK, as it does look like Russ is going to be taken down, courtesy that M4, whereas elsewhere, the play zone is playing a bit of a spoil sport, as it's taken out members from K7 and T2K, not discriminating against the opponents. Now, Mercy does get one knock. He has an idea where Pennywise is. He did see some movement in the distance earlier, but again, he is playing as a solo man. But right now, Nabo from NASR has gone up against Fade. He's going to be the last man standing, as Venom is going to be bearing his fangs right in front of him. He does have a grenade in his hand. That could be problematic as he switches, and that is going to be what does them in. Nabo coming out with that win, and a little bit of a mishap, a little bit of a mistake on Fade's part, but they have sealed the deal, and they are out of this game in the 16th position with just one kill.
Yeah, it's the Code Red Submarine. You know, the vibes
there
out
you go.
there.
It is Red October, isn't
it? You got to feel for Fate. Ooh, we'll get back to that, though, because on top of the crates right here, pretty much defending it. 1v2, getting that spray down. Pika on the tail end of this one, trying to get that pop of the heal off to get involved. And Top was spotted in the process, trying to jump back down. These crates, the deciding factor, the block between the two teams.
That's a good Nate. Kind of had a feeling of that action. Is going to be taking the grenade, but now Chari comes from the side and gets Pika down, which means Stalwart not going to be falling down, but it's action. The man of faction is going to be on top of his game. Last second save, a ditch effort over here coming in, getting the job done, and there you have Stalwart still in this game with Pika, Scry, and, well, the man of faction himself.
You saw the player cam after they were able to get that final blow, the relief right there. Like, oh, thank goodness we didn't wipe right here. So they should have some time to get these pickups. They're not in the next zone. They're right there on the edge. But regardless, they got some kill points to go with it. And you'd have to assume STE, their team, they dropped military base. This is their home turf, so they know how to play it. But checking back over here, Cryptics. So Cryptics ended up swimming underneath the bridge while YALLA taking up the top here.
YALLA Esports are going to be playing as a three-man squad once again. We did see this yesterday as well. I guess they're comfortable as a three-man squad, as Killer is going to be unleashing hell on his opponents elsewhere. Now, Cryptics, they are only survived by two members. It's Lazy Boy and El Chapo. And I guess, you know, since they really haven't hit the rhythm yet, they really haven't, they're not really firing on all cylinders, I wouldn't really take anything against them. You know, they're trying to kill time, they're trying to get those placement points. But right now, Wizzes with Vibes, Rules does spot Mercy in the distance. And in the blink of an eye, one by one, Let Esports fell to their opponents, and finally were taken out in the 13th position with just 2 kills. And against all odds, Dave, Pennywise from KHK still alive and kicking.
Pennywise looking for these sewers out here to continue to survive, and you got to respect the player. 12 teams to go, even if they get taken out right here, right now. That's at least one placement point that could potentially help them out. A1, they've been in these compounds for a couple zones now. They've been big chillin'. They are going to have to relocate here very shortly, but I believe they're going to be hovering around the edge, just looking behind them, looking towards the shoreline, looking towards the water to see if they can capitalize on any kill points.
Well, that is what everyone is going to be going for, as Dead Eyes, guys. They have 2 of the members on their knees, but the revive should be coming in, as Killer is going to be unleashing on YALLA, as Bunder has been brought down to his knees and taken out in an instance, as T2K are going to be pushing in on YALLA Esports' position. Again, this is going to be a lot of action breaking out around this little hill. It is going to be a king of the hill situation, but the thing is, so many teams want to be crowned king that it's going to get a little chaotic. Now, expect to see a lot of smoke deployed all over the place. I mean, it has its pros and cons, right? It does kind of protect you from the enemy, but it's also like a massive target. And, you know, you always have those random strafes of firing, just random strafes into the smoke. Sometimes they do hit, and it's going to do something bad. But right now, Clever from SUDOR Gaming is still trying to put some pressure on. K7, I like their position. They have one end of the circle all to themselves, and they can really dictate the game from there.
Ooh, I'm really looking at Train to Kill. They are about to get sandwiched here on the edge. They've been holding their ground for some time. Legend making that peek with the mini. Man, Deadeyes are just getting picked apart from multiple angles with that knock. It looks like Train to Kill are going to be making their way up the hill. Frag Boy in the smokes, waiting, listening, going to be popping out with that UMP, getting the spray down. Can he get two? Swapping to the AKM to save the day just in time.
Well, there you have it. Deadeyes guys are still going to be in the fray as another team is going to bite the dust. But right now, SUDOR Esports coming under heavy fire from distance. I do believe it's Vibes who were peppering them with bullets right now. That's a massive grenade. It does a lot of damage, and somehow Deadeyes guys are still alive and kicking. The second grenade could spell trouble. Nah, it's just a bit too long, and against all odds, man, Deadeyes guys, they've managed to pick themselves up by a sliver of HP. That is all that was left, but they're still in the game, as SUDOR are still relentlessly chucking grenades in their direction. But again, the damage has been dealt, and looks like the boys from Deadeyes have recuperated enough.
Not enough, though, because look at the med situation. It is really low. Deadeyes have just been the punching bag for all these squads playing edge down here in the south. So it's only a matter of time before they pop their last boost, and that's going to be it. They're going to need to really get these kills so they can loot these crates. With SUDOR up here on the high ground, that's going to make it even more difficult, especially with this next zone shift. Here comes a Molly.
Well, it is going to be a little weird right now because, you know, you do have these long-distance engagements going on, but Dante does spot Groove in the distance. Now that smoke screen is going to try and save him just a little bit, and it looks like Delta did the right thing over there, popping that smoke in good time, as A1 Esports now need to make sure they get into the circle. Mind you, right now, the only team inside the circle are going to be the boys from Vibes Esports, and, well, they definitely have their work cut out. Have a look at this Reaper shot in amongst the enemy as the buggy is going to come straight in. Almost ran him over, but it's going to be the bullets that do all the talking, as Sinister is going to put him on his knees for some sinister plans are always going to be up this man's sleeve. But right now, Delta is looking helplessly from just beyond that little spot over there, and he can't really do anything to pick his teammate up. But now Delta, Deadeyes guys, I beg your pardon, down to a one-man squad. They've really been having it.
Yeah, I'm surprised YALLA downhill aren't trying to take some shots at this one. This looks like a free point to me. Yeah, they got the smokes, but just pepper through there. It looks like SUDOR Esports going to be pushing down there just a little bit, possibly recognizing it's only one more squad mate or enemy out there to seal the deal and gain that position.
Now, what's going to happen is Vibes Esports, they were kind of comfortable in their shack, but it is going to be a little shack. That grenade could be devastating as Killer is the last man standing. Ho Juan is going in for the kill. He's got to be careful because they are going to be vultures. They're going to be predators all around looking for a free kill. He's trying to see if he can spot anybody. He does spot some movement, but of course it's going to be taken down instead as Killer is going to be vibing on all cylinders right now. Now, Gian is coming in as well. Can Killer do a repeat? His teammate is lost as Gian is going to go prone. In the smoke, he gets him, Dave. This man is on fire.
Killer with these spotty senses. I'm telling you, can't even see nothing in these smokes. Just all out listening for footsteps and just pre-firing through smokes. Actually taking out 2 from K7. And that's going to make K7, they only got 1 more up. So they're going to have to reconsider, do you make that push? Because this is open terrain.
Oh, the grenade! That grenade, finally a little ray of hope over here for K7 as Chakshin does get that grenade kill and is going to revive his teammate. But again, what a wonderful effort by Killer from Vive, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough as they are going to be out in the 7th position with 4 kills, which means we're down to the final 6 teams as the airdrop is going to fall in no man's land. And it looks like K7, they might just get it, but right now Nabo is going to be cooking that grenade. A1 Esports, the intended targets.
Yeah, let's see, A1. Oh, no. A1 with the winner chicken dinner forecast in their favor. They have the numbers advantage, but they need to make sure not to get thirsted with the second grenade right here. Hopefully they could pick up Jackson Sinister as they are just getting picked apart from all angles.
It is going to be complete pandemonium right now as Carton was almost going to get a shot up on the enemy, but SUDOR Gaming is going to be out as YALLA comes in from afar and puts him in the ground now. 0777 is going to be the last man standing for his team. Rules with a massive grenade, basically obliterating the enemy, and of course Chakshin with another follow-up grenade on A1 Esports. Down to the final 4 teams. Wizzes with Vibes, they are going to be hitting the ground right now, creeping and crawling their way into the circle, making sure that they are coming in unnoticed. Elsewhere, are still in the game as Sinister once again takes another nade to the face from Chakshin. I mean, this guy is relentless with those grenades, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, A1 are just catching these grenades with a mitt out here. They need to be careful. If I was them, I would get the pickup and try to separate each other because they're so tight that one grenade takes out 2. That is not what they want to have right here. So maybe sneak it out, try to win in that favor. But Wizzes with Vibes, we talk about them almost all the time, how they're so consistent with showing up to late game. They're only down to a duo, but top 3, that's 10 points, and they might be looking at a win here as they're taking out members from A1 across the way.
Well, A1 Esports, they were a 4-man squad, but they've been reduced to nothing. They've been reduced to rubble right now as one by one they were taken apart. We're down to the final 2 teams. Wizzes with Vibes up against K7. Can this be the day where Wizzes are not just going to be coming in second, they might actually get their first chicken dinner, but of course they have to go up against Chakshin, the man with the golden arm as far as it comes to throwing grenades, because he's been hitting his mark all day long. And have a look at that. Left, right, making sure he dodges everything, making their way to cover. And there you have it. It is all she wrote. K7 are going to be victorious in game number 1, Dave. Wizzes with Vibes so close yet again.
So close. They had a ton of kills, though, so they're definitely not going to be too upset with that second place. But congrats to K7 Esports in the house, getting the first winner chicken dinner of day number 2 in the bank, in their pocket. They should be feeling pretty good about that one. Wizzes with Vibes, though. My goodness, they had, I think I counted 11 or 12 kills. Like, they were just third-partying everybody from behind their boulder right there.
You know, when it comes to Wizzes with Vibes, this has been pretty much their playbook right from the beginning, right? Somehow or the other, they have been one of the most consistent teams ever. They might come and actually win a couple of chicken dinners towards the end of the show, mind you. But again, the winners from PMPL Season 4, man, showing us how it's done. But again, K7 winning game number 1 here in Erangel. The question is this going to set the precedence, the mood for the rest of the day? We're only going to find out later because we're going to head over to a quick little break. But we'll be back with more action right after this.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship right here on day number 2. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making this all happen. Hashtag Wook up your fun. With that, game number 1 done, and that was an interesting one to say the least.
I mean, my heart is still beating pretty quickly after what happened in the end. But it was a rather chaotic game and a rather chaotic ending, and also the circle, kind of similar to what happened in the last game yesterday.
You know, I was really happy. I was really happy when we did have a rehost. You know, I usually do not enjoy it because you know, the circle before that was so common, right? You know, you have a certain circle to start the day, and that's the best way to start off. You know, a lot of teams, you know, just capitalizing on I8's absence over here. You're talking about SUDOR, but you know, my man Rules over here, Wizzes with Vibes, they've been so consistent, and again, he's displaying that it's not about Delta, it's not about Malik anymore, and you know, the other players are also stepping up, and this is so good considering heading into the finals. You've got a lot to prove. It's a Cinderella story still going on.
Absolutely. I mean, talk about the stats right there. 7 kills along with that assist, and only 176 healing done throughout the entire process.
Exactly. I mean, the debut. Talk about a debut, right? We've been saying this for a while since we saw this team during the PMPL, and it has been incredible. I mean, what the team has been able to accomplish so far. Still doing pretty well for themselves. Also, their position in this match towards the very end was so brutal. I mean, trying to hold the center when you have teams closing in from every single direction. It was a tough job, and it was K7, the team that ended up taking all of these guys, like the remainder of Wizzes Vibes out. But still, I mean, the 10 points that these two lads have been able to secure for their team will definitely help them move forward in the overall rankings. But as we do say that, I mean, A1 Esports, this, towards the end, I was sure this was going to be their game.
I mean, I was really confused. Are they even there? They had the secret shroud of invisibility. I do not know. They never made their presence felt, you know. But right now, if you take a look at this head-to-head craft over here, K7 Esports finally retaining some of their glory days. Johnny, I think I'm talking about the World League, where they were representing You Level Up, same place, pretty much. You know, we did have Chashid, we did have Hushwan, and right now what they did was very patient, and those movements, right? It almost came down to that fight against Killer, but boy, oh boy, that was where they pretty much won the game.
But also, I mean, even before that, when we did have the players of 3 players from the side of K7, I believe they were closing in from the northeastern side of the circle, closing in, and it was super important for them. But we'll come back to the conversation a little bit later. For now, we do have the match summary in front of us, and again, Rules' impressive performance, securing 7 kills in the game. The next highest is going to be iClever with 4. So quite an impressive performance from Rules, being the man just on top of highest kills, most utilities, and most grenade kills as well.
Oh yes, along with that, I mean, Fixes, you were also mentioning about Vibes and Wizzes of Vibes in the pre-show segment itself, and here we do of course have Vibes player Killer coming in and taking some wonderful damage for his team, so 900 plus damage from his side. But as we move on to the match ranking, this is where again, I mean, the kill department that Wizzes with Vibes were able to accumulate for themselves, get them up on top, even though the chicken dinner, well, that certainly favored K7.
You know, that's where we draw the line, right? That is how Wizzes with Vibes have been certainly better than Vibes, because Vibes do not know when to stop, right? They've got some of the best players in their region, but the synergy, that's clearly missing. And sometimes, or rather most of the times, they tend to overextend, which Wizzes of Vibes do not do, right? Considering how they dropped off and their rotation path, we will definitely talk about that during the zone analysis. But, you know, I had loved every piece of it. You know, talking about rotations, I also loved Dead Eyes as well.
I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, Dead Eyes this time they
tried.
had,
Come on.
It was an interesting finish from them. I mean, but again, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see where exactly Dead Eyes guys end up finishing by the end of the day. Because again, day 2, we do expect them to step things up, already contending the top 3. And with this match, I want it to be a wake-up call for the team, and not just them. Fate Esports, Lit.
Oh yes.
Like quite a lot of things went wrong actually.
So true. I mean, this is day number 2 already, and first game taken care of. With that, as Fixes was just mentioning, it is time to move on forth with the zone analysis and have a look at that rotation, because again, the zone was an interesting one that did definitely push these teams to the edge.
Oh, it certainly was. And, you know, considering right off the bat, we did witness, you know, a lot of teams capitalizing on I8's absence over here. You had Wizzes with Wives dropping over there, along with SUDOR. Then that rotation towards the southwestern region, right? That is where it all mattered, right? Because now they know that there's no one watching their back, so they're safe from that direction. All the teams coming in from north, they're fighting, and they're letting them fight. They waited for the right opportunity, but K7, you've got to give it to them, man.
Yeah.
Because they were the ones who were in the thick and thin of things, right? They were amongst chaos. They had no cover, but still they did manage to come out supreme.
Exactly, and this is the position I want to talk about the most. I mean, because look at this. From here, it is looking very interesting. K7, they were completely ignored towards the northeastern part of the circle, while A1 Esports, SUDOR, or like the next best contenders, the team sitting there with man advantages, all 4-player rosters available to their side, will definitely, there was inevitable collision over there with a bunch of different teams. And while all that was going on, all of a sudden you see K7 lose players as they try and take a challenge against Wizzes Wives. A1 Esports, for some reason, Nabo was just completely ignored, even though he was the one who started tossing nades in their direction. Take him out. He was the one who gave away your position, but no, they start focusing on reviving their own teammates, which was good, but instead of taking the finishing of the man close to them, they were focused on Wizzes Vibes and K7 Esports, and that little bit of distraction is the reason they ended up getting taken out.
But it worked out definitely in that team's favor. But again, so as to bring up that point once again, I mean, they had 4 players for A1 Esports, but still not being able to capitalize upon it. So that does kind of show a little bit of a dis-synergy sort of a play being showcased from A1. But again, we do have a lot more games that they can very well capitalize upon. With that, let's move on to the Oppo F19 Pro moments, because, well, yeah, this was quite a show, this first game.
You know, KHK, Johnny, we did predict this, right? This game is definitely going to get a chicken dinner, mark our words.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was just a matter of time. But as we move on, I'm going to wait for that moment. I mean, the fight that Top took against the players of Raw, because that was intense. I mean, imagine team charging towards you and you still managed to hold your ground, buy your team enough time for them to close the distance and then recover the situation. He did end up getting taken out, but still, the way the fight was handled, well, the early engagement of the fight was sort of initiated from the side of both Raw and Stalwart Esports. It was looking really good.
You know, Stalwart Esports, they were taking a lot of fights, right?
Yeah.
Just the way we had anticipated that they would be doing. They were going for a lot of kills, sort of trying to instill that confidence amongst themselves, because they're looking at the bigger picture over here. They're looking at the finals, because they know for sure that they've qualified, they've got nothing to worry about. So they're not really shying away from a lot of fights. But, you know, this is the day where we're going to be anticipating a lot of teams, maybe from the MENA region, or maybe for the teams that from the SA region, let's say, like DRS, or maybe teams like Vibes, because, you know, honestly, or let's talk about T2K, because you look at the rosters, they're all all-star players, right? They're the best from the respective teams. Now, that has been one of the biggest qualms I've always had with the Nepali teams, constant roster shuffles, right? This sort of leads to the fact that you're not really confident with each other. The synergy sort of still takes a lot of time to build. You might be good individually, but as a team, well, a lot of question marks over there.
Well, that is true indeed. And as a team, I do want to mention another team as you bring up the storyboard that's going to showcase, well, what teams are going to be up on top of the leaderboard. But along with that, as I was mentioning, YALLA Esports. This team has been playing with a 3-man squad, and they are every single game trying to get their points either from 5 points to 7 points. They're trying. They definitely are trying, is something that I wanted to mention. But moving on forth to the overall storyboard itself, Stalwart Esports looking pretty good, but now in the second game of the day, I8 is going to be participating from Grippy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just them, it's again Nigma Galaxy and DRS. They're going to be stepping into the battleground once again, and it is going to make things a lot more interesting. But with this one wonderful game, K7 Esports, they do bring themselves in the top 6. Now, I want to see, like, can they break the top 3, and can they do it within the next few matches? That is going to be the question that I would love to see an answer to, and quite soon. But SUDOR Esports, this was a good recovery from them based on how their matches went yesterday.
considering the fact, how these teams have been playing so far, Yalla, like you mentioned, Lakshit, they've always been trying to contend for the position points, but that clearly hasn't really been working out in their favor. But for the teams, like we had anticipated, even before the start of the games, a lot of teams aren't going to try to be aggressive, and that is exactly what we saw in comparison to how the first match was yesterday, where teams were waiting it on towards the very end to start taking those fights. Now, teams are not shying away, and this is one of those patterns that we are again going to witness in Sanhok as well.
True. And that is something that was showcased yesterday as well, with MENA teams participating. When it comes to Sanhok, well, the region is aggressive, and that is something that we will be moving on forth when it comes down to the second game of the day as we talk about the schedule, because we are, of course, moving on with the schedule towards the second game. That is going to be on Sanhok. So today, there is no Miramar. It is going to be Sanhok, where Group D will not be participating this time. So, Varun.
Yep.
And Fixes. What do you think should be the anticipation from Sanhok from these teams?
Well, Johnny?
I'll let you take this one first. I went first the last time.
All right. So, the biggest question over here is, considering the fact that Stalwart Esports are not going to be playing this one out, who is going to drop off at boot camp? There's another question arising. Is Rico Infinity and A1 Esports clashing on their drop spot? And here is this little piece of cardboard. Now, I was inspecting it. A lot of hype had been created by Ocean being the crystal ball. But like I said, it's all a facade. And it has been decoded. He's been playing with your hearts all along. But, talking about statistics over here, I really feel the Sanhok and, of course, in the bootcamp region, that is one thing that I really want to see who takes it. No predictions from my side, and not in Sanhok at least.
Come on, Fixes, you have taken over that crystal box, crystal ball.
It is not a crystal ball.
It is a
He's
facade
been
or
lying
whatever,
all along.
but I'm
It's a
sure
box.
that ought to give you a little bit of an idea as to which side, or rather which region, let's just put it that way, rather than just calling out a team. Fixes?
I don't know. I'm just going to cross my fingers. I'm
All
completely just look. Because in Sanhok, it's all the zone doing the magic. 100%. No caps.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on along. Let's get this show on the road. Let's move on to the second game of the day, thus implying it is time for Experiment and Mustache Dave.
Thank you very much once again, Blotter and Dave. I'm sure you're going to agree with me. The crystal box only works when it's in Ocean's hands. You know what I mean? Fixes trying to take over the gig. That's just it's a little needy.
Listen, Ocean sent me some pictures last night with details and graphs describing how to unlock the true powers of the Crystal Crate. So I'm just going to go on record and say it is, in fact, real. And I had proof. I have proof. Slide into DMs. I got proof that thing is real. So if you're not going to be a believer in the Crystal Crate, then you're honestly throwing, kind of like DRS did last game. Not DRS, but A1 did last game.
But, boy, hey, all full alive.
I8. The fans are cheering. I8 is in the game. Will they slay out? Will they get a chicken dinner here, XP? That's the question on a lot of viewers' minds right now.
Well, we're going to answer that question shortly, because we are taking a trip now to the tropical island of Sanhok, and things are going to get a little dodgy. But before that, once again, have a look at all your favorite players. We do have a little bit of a shuffle coming in, as Group E is going to be sitting this one out, and Group D is going to be making a little... I beg your pardon, Group D sitting this one out, and Group E is coming in. So we have IA, DRS, Nigma is going to be in the game as well as Rico Infinity Team. Now, the plane path is pretty much straightforward. I mean, it is Sanhok. Doesn't really matter where the plane flies over, but we are going to be towards the northwest of the map. Now, I'm pretty sure even if you want to reach the docks, it's not going to be difficult from this position, Dave.
Real quick, I want to point out, I saw one of the player camps. They had the map of Erangel behind it with some sticky notes on it for their drop spots, I assume. I love that. That is good. That's some dedication. But getting back into this game, yeah, we got some teams showing up here for today. NGX popping in the lobby. We can see them dropping down there towards the south. I8, baby, flying over boot camp right now. Looking to maybe head towards north of Quarry. But Sanhok, we know it could get pretty spicy very early on. Zone number 1. not too bad, in my opinion.
Not too bad. We have all three islands in contention, and looks like shots are already being fired early on, and it's going to be Rico Infinity team that get the first blood, and A1 Esports are going to be the intended target. The Sinister is down, and wait a second, in the blink of an eye, Dave, a first team has been eliminated, and looks like Paradise Resort is not going to be living up to its name because it is hell on earth for A1 Esports, and they've been knocked out pretty much the moment they all just touch ground. I mean, that has got to be one of the quickest team wipes in the tournament so far.
And now you got Rico Infinity team having a nice little group huddle. Like, yeah, we got him,
all right, boys. We did this.
Got him. We did this. And this is interesting, right? Because I know we were watching Sanhok yesterday, and even before this event, some people told me, watch out for Sanhok. We got YALLA STE who like to go on boot camp, and then A1 and Rico Infinity who like to go to Paradise. And to me, I don't know. I'm not, like, trust me, as a viewer, I want to see hot drops. Early action, I'm all for it. I love it. But as a player looking to qualify, I don't know, because it's real risky. Yeah, you can get 4 points early on, but most of the time you'll lose one. You'll lose two squad mates out the mix. And then on the opposite end of the coin, like you like to put it as, the team that loses. Like, what? You maybe get 1 point, maybe you get lucky, get a thirst, but you get 0 points, right? And 0 points, you just can't afford it. In League, right now, we're in League, right? I think if you are one of these top teams on the leaderboard, hot dropping is okay. You can't afford the 0 points. But when I'm talking finals here, I'm talking we only got 10 games. 16 teams are playing all 10 of those games. 0 points, that's going to set you back big time. And if you get, I'm going to say maybe 2 games with 0 points, out of 10, your chances of being top 4, I think, are going to be slim to none. So, in my opinion, hot dropping early, it's just not the play, man. You can't do it when you got so little games.
You know, I'm going to definitely agree with you on those points. And again, you know, when you are at the tippity top, it's really easy to become a bit complacent and, you know, just let slip a few points. And, you know, in the back of your mind, you're like, it's all right. I still have a good lead. But again, that lead can dissipate any second because, again, this is PUBG Mobile. It is going to be a battle royale. Anything can happen. You can get shot at from a mile away and you wouldn't know what hit you. So, you know, they want to be on their toes at all times. And, of course, we did kind of mention they can try new things out, especially when you have a good gap at the top. But again, those gaps can diminish quite early. Let's have a look at a quick knockout coming in. They were completely surrounded by the enemy. Barely had any chance to react as all around them, they were engulfed like amoeba trying to get a little prey. And they were basically snuffed out. Right now, K7 Chakshin going up against Rico. Does get him with the drop shot. And now they've actually finished him in a little bit of a flurry because Ziv had that Uzi ready to back up his teammate.
So good right there. My goodness, talk about the awareness. Immediately getting shot, jumping up to avoid the bullets, and then drop shotting at the same time. And here comes the rest of the crew. K7 looking to collapse, looking to take out Rico Infinity team. Oh, but the duo.
Major nade from Anas, Dave.
What? Put a halt to that. Said, no, you're not pushing me. 1v2, no problem. Taking out the pan with the 1-2. Knockout right there. Definitely trying to get some respect on their name. And Rico Infinity, we're what, 4 minutes, 5 minutes? 6 kills already. 6 kills.
Woo. Talk about adding insult to injury with a pan to your face. But right now it's going to be Jarbot to find himself in a similar situation from a game before where he was surrounded by the enemy. But right now he's going to have to move back a little bit because Lit Esports are hungry. They definitely heard the commotion and they have an idea where he is. Now Luis could be in a good spot to help his teammate out, but it's not going to be quick enough as Wei Hong with that Tommy gun, with the gangster gun, is going to put him 6 feet under while his teammates can helplessly look on. Now it does seem like Luis has been spotted as well. And looks like he's making the right decision to back away and live to fight another day as an MG3 is going to be falling from the skies up top. I mean, this weapon, Dave, that high rate of fire can just literally obliterate enemies. It's like cutting through butter with a hot knife.
I call it the pea shooter because that thing shoots out so many bullets at once. You really got to be able to control it, though. And I do like that it has the option to change the fire rate. I have to change it personally to the second fire rate because I end up just, you ever see like those movies where they paint an outline of bullets around somebody? That's exactly what I do. I don't hit them, but the outline around them, right? So I definitely got to tone it back a little bit here. But of course, these are pro players, so they should be able to line those shots up pretty nice. Kind of pulling back, if you don't mind. Pulling back, bring it back. A1, we see the overall, right? They're in 15th place. I still, I said if you are safe at the top here for league play, hot dropping is cool. It's gravy. But with A1 in 15th place, I would even go to say, like, I don't know. I would recommend to reconsider. I know they love their drop spot, but that's where practice really has to come into play with having second drop spots, having third drop spots, because they're pretty close to the cusp right now. And as every game winds down, that top 16 goal, if they continue to get these 0 points because of hot dropping, they might not qualify.
I think you hit the nail clean on the head here, because, if you did kind of notice in the last game as well, they were playing for those position points, and they were, actively trying to stay out of fights, trying not to get into the thick and thin of the action. And that did kind of spell trouble for them, getting ripped apart one by one. And of course, they were cluttered all together when those grenades were coming in. So yeah, I guess aggression is something that needs to be amped up in the A1 camp. But again, it is going to be day 2. They still have a few games in hand to, try and switch things around before it is too late. But right now, Malik from Wizzes with Wives is going to be scouting out the enemy. And the enemy is going to be SUDOR Esports. Now, the Wizzes with Wives, I mean, they have been vibing right from day one, right from the first game, getting those consistently high placement points. Unfortunately, just shying away from a chicken dinner ever so often. But of course, we're going to have a look at the replay where Pennywise did go down. And well, Jaksheen with that jump and drop shot, we did see it with Zip coming up. But have a look at this. Anas with the grenade is going to knock one out, switches to the barrel, and it's going to be raining blood, raining lead in the opponent. And in the blink of an eye, he takes 2 birds out with pretty much 1 stone.
Yeah, you can say that. And Wizzes with Vibes, I really like their spot right here. If the zone favors that island up there to the west, they have those cliffs. They're holding it down. They got multiple positions to make sure to flex out and take shots at anybody trying to make their way on top of those cliffs. And I've seen those cliffs in comp be the last zone multiple times. So if they can get some luck here from the Crystal Crate, they might be looking at their first chicken dinner based on positioning alone. And even if they don't get a chicken, they are just big chilling right now. They got so many points up at the top. Consistent team every single game here. No sweat, I'm no sweat right here. I'm really impressed with Wizzes with Vibes so far, what I've been seeing.
See, what they're going to do right now is basically they're going to make sure they have the high ground, they have a good 360 vigil all around. And like you mentioned, if the zone is going to favor them, it is the spot to be at. Those cliffs, of course, they do have their pros and cons, however, because, towards the latter stages, if the circle kind of shifts away from you and you have to come down, it's a long way to the bottom from those cliffs. And of course, you are going to be spotted by the enemy. So, it's give and take. But again, that's all speculation, because as of right now, they are going to be happy in their position. And talking about positions, I do see a couple of teams out in the blue. NGX is going to be chilling near Sami, but again, they've already qualified, so they can just pretty much do whatever they want. But Fate, on the other hand, they did have a good start to the day yesterday. However, they have been kind of lackluster since, and the question is, can they make up for it? Because, at the beginning, Dave, the way they dropped down, they were all over the place. I mean, they were cut so thin that, the minimum distance between 2 teammates was at least 200-300 meters. But I guess it has worked out because they are still a 4-man squad. And luckily for them, not a lot of action breaking out down south.
Yeah, call it playing 4 corners. All 4 squad mates dropping in different spots right there. And I think that is the reason being, there you go. Found it. Because they want to get as many meds as possible, right? Sanhok, we've seen multiple times that once when we get to that mid game, once when the blue zone starts to really chunk you out, really hurt you out, and there's just nowhere to go because it's such a challenge with the terrain and the amount of squad mates that are just grouped up on top of each other. I've seen players be able to heal in the blue from a 12th place all the way to a 3rd or even 2nd place. So that's why I do believe they did drop in their separate locations to try to maximize the amount of meds that they could pick up here. Because honestly, Sanhok, I think if you don't have at least one squad mate on your team that knows how to hit those meds, knows how to hit those timings, you're throwing too. Because, say you get into a gunfight, say you lose 3 of your teammates, it didn't work out. It happens. I think the backup plan, though, heal it out. You got to have somebody who can always heal it out because healing on Sanhok is critical for placement points.
Absolutely. And, it might not just be Fade Esports, but I'm pretty sure someone or the other is going to have those 21st aids towards the end of the game, sticking somewhere out in the blue zone, just patching himself up. A heal battle should be underway towards the end. Right now, it's going to be K7, who are trying to sniff out the opponents. Now, they obviously have an idea that, Rico is going to be right near them, but I wonder if Rico's still aware that the enemy is close by, because it kind of seems like Rico kind of have that little assumption that, the enemy, they did get a kill, but they've moved on to greener pastures. But it does look like Ziv and Chaksheen, the 2 men standing from K7, or lying prone in this case, are waiting with bated breath. And now the Uzi is going to come out. They want to make sure they have that high rate of fire. Nas could be heading into a bit of trouble over here, but he is still outside the building. Now, this is what it's all about. It's all about that waiting. They are like predators basically camped in. Nas is being a little careful, but now he is going to take the heavy brunt of all that action. And there you have it, the Uzi coming in handy in the blink of an eye. They are going to be taken out, but wait a second. The backup comes in, and Ziv 11 is out of the game. Chaksheen, the last man standing for K7, does have that UMP out. He does have a man right in front of him, but it's not going to be enough as Fidan from Rico Infinity put him in the ground. And there you have it. These boys are flying high today, Dave. I do believe that's 7, maybe 8 kills for them already.
That backup right there was clutch. Talk about the clutch card right there. They both went in from opposite directions, opposite points in that compound, hit them from both angles, and made sure to not allow their down squad mate, Anas, to get thirsted. That is key right there when clearing compounds. And looking at Rico Infinity team, they are the squad this game who are flying high confidence-wise. They only lost 1 squad mate. They have about 8 kills so far. So any team that they run into, you have to assume they're feeling so good, they'll probably take the fight, because 8 kill points, that's equivalent to a 4th place finish. So right now, we're talking Sanhok, Rico Infinity. As of right now in my books, they're playing with nothing to lose. So I definitely want to watch out for them.
Also, you got to keep in mind that, they haven't been setting up the attacks. In fact, they've been countering most attacks, except maybe the A1 Esports debacle, because, that was pretty much even Stevens as both teams landed at the same time. But again, we did see K7 put up a little bit of an aggression early on, and they do have those 2 squad wipes to their names. Man, these guys are like a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped right now, the way they are steamrolling the opposition. But the circle is going to change, and there you have it, Dave. Wizzes with wives are going to be a happy campers over here high atop the mountain on those cliffs around Camp Alpha. And now is when they're just going to have to keep their eyes peeled and look for any motion and just lay down some lead in that direction. But let's have a look at the replay coming in. Once again, there you have it. The way he comes in before he can finish Anas is phenomenal. That is what teamwork is all about.
Yeah, easy. Making sure not to lose anybody. Now, talking about Rico Infinity, they're going to be tested with their skills. They got a lot of kill points, but now they have to swim across the channel that currently on the opposite end, YALLA and Raw will be holding down. So best of luck to them in their journey moving forward. But yeah, going back to those cliffs, Wizzes with vibes up there at the top. They are vibing hard. Now, what they do need to be wary of is not to overextend, not to overpeak. Right now, it's all about gathering intel, trying to get the locations on where the enemies might be, because if they get knocked up there, say they have to dip into their meds, say they have to lose a helmet because they get knocked, that is not what they want to have happen right now. Not for a long game, so we'll see if it will pay off, as right now there's a ton of teams. XP, I'm looking at boot camp. There's a ton of teams all stacked on top of each other, and here it is right here. I8, the first squad to pop out and try to take some shots.
There you have it. I8 are going to be opening up right now on DRS as Mafia Ninja is going to be taken out. And of course, this action is going to be taking place south of Boot Camp. Mind you, all the teams in the vicinity right now are outside the circle. They have their work cut out as Lit Esports is going to come under fire from I8 once again as Mercy. Oh boy, he is so close to the enemy. He's going to make sure he's creeping and crawling his way like a predator, basically marking out his prey. And AJ and Nima are completely oblivious to the fact that there's an enemy nearby. And if I am not wrong, he does have the MG3, and that is going to be devastating because once that gun rips open, it is going to be nigh unstoppable. But right now, Crypto with a grenade could be good, but Emperor is on the other side of that wall.
Yeah, the MG3, and they're prone with the tripod. That's huge. And, oh, okay, Emperor going to be catching that grenade. Here comes the wraparound, probably for the thirst. And honestly, this is the play. Any team out here not in this next zone, I think you got to go for those kill points. Mercy, G3 popping up, trying to take some shots. Will be getting that hit fire, but connected on from downtown, across the way. Nima in the house.
And I do believe the play zone kind of played a bit of spoil sport as well, and it did snuff his life up. But right now, Luis is going to be in a little bit of a struggle for his life, trying to get out of harm's way because he is getting shot at from the mountain up top, as AJ is going to be on his bloody knees. But Yalzin could have an angle. He's got to be careful. But Luis is going to make his mark and gets in cover in the nick of time. Now, the energy drinks are going to be coming in. There you have it, because, again, the blue is going to amp up its damage as well. I mean, it's not just going to tickle you anymore. This is going to outright sting.
Yeah, DRS, they already have that spot to PMGC, so they can pretty much stall out here and really use all the time needed to take out these two duos, these last squad mates here. You see Nemo cooking a grenade. Ooh, the support. Whoa, okay. Don't push that angle because it is currently being looked at.
I mean, we were just talking about Gals and, how he was in a wonderful position. And Nemo right now trying to make sure that KHK is kind of, off their feet because Luis is the last man standing for his team. And, well, that was not a good play. He almost knocked himself and, in fact, blew himself up with his own grenade. I think Nemo realizes that, as we're going to have another grenade chucked inside. But it looks like Luis is going to get out of harm's way, making sure he's waiting in a corner for the enemy. Now, again, a lot of time is being wasted here, Dave. The blue is doing its damage, and, well, the circle is just getting further and further away from DRS.
Yeah, KHK definitely with a lot more to lose in this situation. So, best case scenario, Luis could get a knock on Anima and maybe a thirst, because besides that, the zone is super far from them, and they have to swim. That will also use up some time, so they'll probably go out to the blue zone here eventually. Oh, looks like Nemo, though, from the window, will actually be taking them out, sending them to the grave, to the lobby, a little earlier than expected. 2 kills on DRS, the duo still up. They do have a motorbike to work with, so they might be able to YOLO send that into water, swim across the channel, and we might see them maybe clash with Rico Infinity if they can survive the blue zone.
Well, talking of clashes, we do have Cryptics up to the north taking a fight with T2K. Now, Cryptics, they are at the bottom of the table, so they're going to have the work cut out for them. They need to do something good over here. I see Yog is going to be the first to fall down on his knees. Lazy Boy coming up on that little bit of a rock. He still hasn't spotted the enemy, and Sandesh is going to keep still in that bush. Probably he's just going to strike when time is going to be perfect. He does get up a little bit too late, giving his position away, as a result of which Senk, in fact, is going to be the one who brings him down to his knees. This is a different Cryptics that we are seeing in this game, compared to the previous few games. They haven't really made a lot of noise, but looks like when they do make a little noise, they actually get a few kills. So again, that is what they need to do. They need to make sure that they're firing on all cylinders, whereas YALLA Esports over here, again, in a similar situation, Dave, powerful, the last man standing up against fate.
Top 10 bush right there. They didn't see him in that bush. And now when we're looking at Train to Kill, it's up to Jane, the solo member, to maybe put a halt, maybe take a couple pot shots on the Cryptics as they make their way into the zone. I do see Marshall with goal. So this is looking like a good game for Cryptics as of right now, if they can avoid the sandwich from Wizzes with 5s. But down here in the south, I8 currently under fire right here from SUDOR Esports. Down below.
They've already lost 2 members, and there you have that Solitude Road. The moment we take I8's name, Dave, they are going to be snuffed out, and they're going to be exiting the game in the 12th position, as SUDOR Gaming is going to come under fire from Wizzes with Wives. Now, again, they do have that advantage, but all that advantage has been snuffed out, because have a look at that. The circle has shifted a bit to the east, which means, well, we are going to have to let go of these high cliffs. Now, I know you love them. We all love them, but with vibes, you're going to have to move out. And this is when things get a bit tricky, because they have given their position away. Everyone knows that there is a team up there to the north, but it looks like they are going to have a head-on collision with the boys from Morocco. And if Cryptics do come out on top, they're definitely going to have to make it in their favor, as SUDOR Gaming coming under fire. But right now, it's going to be the opposite, as Delta spots them out first and is going to send one of them down to their knees.
Yeah, this is what I was worried with right here. These cliffs, we could see the funnel, and Wizzes with vibes, they got oversight on that funnel. And then on the opposite end, on the other end, if Cryptics were successful in making it up there, they got Deadeye. So right now, very challenging position for Cryptics to even survive here. They're going to really need to be on their P's and Q's. But down here in the south, NGX trying to avoid these grenades getting chucked into their compound.
Well, they have avoided the grenades, but outside we do have bullets flying around. But Rules is going to be taken down by NGX Lord. Of course, he did spot them, and through the smoke, he is going to put some lead in the opponent, as Katan from SUDOR Gaming is going to be nearby, but he's not going to be in a really good position to do anything as of right now. Elsewhere, Reaperbot is still going to be relentlessly punishing Cryptics over here, as Senke is going to be the first point black trying to make it to the circle. But the thing is, he's not going to make it because bullets are flying everywhere, as Ragnarok wants to come in the fray as well. And I did kind of mention that Katan was being a little bit quiet earlier. He does manage to knock out one of the members from CS, I do believe, but with that, they are going to be exiting. Wizzes with vibes, there you have it.
Wow.
Out in the 9th position. Again, when you have to jump down from those cliffs, it's going to be really difficult, Dave.
Yeah, and we saw at the end they're a little too thirsty to try to get those kill points on the Cryptics, and Deadeyes were able to third-party both teams in the engagement. And now Deadeyes the only team up here to the north. All 4 squad mates alive. They are looking really well here in this game. And then down there in the south, the opposite end of the zone, the compound, Ruthless, aggressive warrior. So it's going to be a challenge for, in my opinion, Fate to make their way across that open terrain into this new zone that is heavily controlled by 2 full squads.
Well, those squads, they are ready for the action. At one end, you do have Deadeyes, guys, and as you mentioned, on the other end, you have RAW. Ruthless, aggressive, and, well, they are warriors, but right now, Shifusa is going to be taken down by Ragnarok from distance. That M4 doing what it does best, is spraying down lead, but now Ragnarok is going to come under heavy fire. He does almost get the knock on True Love as well, but is going to be taken down and finished instead. That was good effort on his part. However, I would have expected his teammates to try and make a move. They're still in their cover, Dave, which means it's going to be problematic later on, as Raw are now going to be finishing Rico Infinity, and we are down to the final 4 teams, 11 players still alive.
Yeah, Nos had a smoke out there that kind of gave away their position as they were trying to snake up and possibly backstab Raw in their compounds. And with only 4 more teams to go, well, we got at least 1 squad mate from Fate in the blue healing up right now. So we'll see what they could do with these heals, because at the end of the day, Deadeyes, they got the guard tower, they got the high ground, and they got priority on this zone.
This should be Deadeyes guys' game, because, this island is what they are most comfortable with, dropping off that hut in the north. They usually find themselves in this situation time in and time out. But again, RAW are going to be playing at a different level. And there you have it. We did expect a few heal battles coming in, as Raouf is going to make sure he uses all that delicious first aid, but he is going to run out, as now he's going to be using his last one. But it does the job, Dave. He did manage to get his team to the 3rd position.
10 points, just like that, making Pika in the cam proud right there. 10 points in the bag, plus their 2 kills. That's 12 points, so that is a solid Sanhok performance in my books. Now, getting down to the last 2 teams alive, a 4v4. It comes down to this.
Well, it is going to be Deadeyes guys shooting down relentlessly from the position up top, because they know RAW are going to have to move out. But have a look at that. They've already deployed their smokes, and in fact, they're going to be shooting as they move, as Shifu goes down, Bashol goes down. It is going to be a bit chaotic. True Love is going to be in a good position. going on that extreme right flank, and this is it. All they got to do is make sure they hold on to their ground and shoot RAW as they come out outside. And there you have it, Deadeye's guys. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, getting the job done. Winner chicken dinner here in Sanhok.
Okay. Hey, remember I was talking about the player cam? That was them right there with the maps behind them.
They're doing their homework.
Hey, they're doing their homework. It was really up to Cherry, though. We saw Cherry push out first, try to get the off angle, wrap behind Deadeyes, and hit them shots, but they were immediately compromised. And then after that, it was nothing but blue zone. So Deadeyes were able to pick them apart on their approach into the zone. They had no other option but to fight them head on. Deadeyes coming out on top, a couple kills, solid positioning all game long. Congrats on their winner chicken dinner right now.
Again, you know, we did see action from Deadeye's guys right at the end of this game, but again, that's just the way it goes somehow. You got to play for those position points. You got to have that trigger discipline as well, because, you know, you don't want to give your position away too early, and looks like it did work for them in their favor. But of course, with that, it is going to be an end to game 2. Sanhok is done and dusted with, but we still have 3 more games in play for all of you wonderful viewers out there. So we're going to take a quick little break, but we'll be back with the action after this.
Welcome to the virtual saga that continues right here at PMPL MENA and SA Championship Day number 2. Second game done for, and we have the dude back in action. Ocean, welcome back to the Honest Desk, dude. But this was an interesting game. What do you guys have to say about that?
I missed the action, but yeah, I love the action as well. The one that I started watching it up. I mean, the circles. Sanhok is mostly about the circles, just like, you know, we were discussing, to be honest. Right. I completely agree with Fixes on that one, to be honest. And yeah, that's where the game just, you know, moved with its own momentum. And well, classic Sanhok.
Yeah, also along with that, I mean, the trend today has been a situation like when the first game we have the circle going towards the military area, well, quite close to the bridge where I8 like to play, and I wasn't in the game. This time it was like moving towards the Camp Alpha Island, and vibes were nowhere to be seen. So things are looking very interesting for the matches that we have coming up next. But as Ocean said, we enjoyed to see the game, the way this match started, and well, it started with a bang. An entire team getting blown up.
A1 Esports.
1.5 minutes is all it took for that team to be obliterated from Paradise. But as we move on to the top players, this team, Rico Infinity, I mean, this team had a lot of kills. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 9 kills is what they walked away with from this game.
And that's coming down with 4 kills, you know, 103.36 damage coming up. Survival time pretty good. And then Clever from SUDOR. I mean, this has been the thing, right? We used to say about the competition that South Asia had to just deliver. But MENA region just coming up overall, I would say we I mean, all these players as well and us as well, we are looking at a new dimension overall with the competition right now.
True.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Ocean is saying, because even from the side of MENA, it is the teams that you usually see be at the middle of the table, and these are the teams that are doing really well for themselves right now. So it's like total game changer going into the finals, and it's going to be really interesting to see as to how this changes the minds of the teams, the players, and how they prep up for the finals as well. But Deadeyes guys versus Raw in the very end, that was a fight for Deadeyes guys to win. Raw were in such a bad position. I mean, have to run out in the open. The blue zone is coming in from the rail. A lot of things to deal with.
Yeah, again, that's just about the circles, right?
Yes.
And DE not going out with a big outing of kills, that just showcases that they did try to play safe, and once they knew that the zone was on them, that was just brilliant. And look at this, Rauf with 2, 3, 6, 3 heals. We saw players, having what, 18 first aids, and the Enigma Galaxy just doing really good with those first aids for themselves. Top 3 positioning as well. That's just brilliant by the lads, and that's again classic Sanhok. Another example of Sanhok the way we like it, and surprisingly, MENA region just coming down onto the heal battle. It was just a new thing to witness, to be honest, at this moment, because we know most of the times we've seen obviously South Asian teams just coming down to that marker, but now it looks like MENA teams know what they're doing, and they're doing it brilliantly.
Well, they definitely are. I mean, again, it's the final fight. This is something that actually Mustache Dave called for yesterday, I believe. He was talking about, he loves to see 4v4 situations, just clean fights, and that is exactly what this game has brought in. But as we move on forward to the match rankings, this is where Deadeyes guys, I mean, they left yesterday with a bang and have continued that momentum today.
I mean, yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, they have transitioned quite nicely into the matches today, and even after the last game, as I said, needs to be a wake-up call. Well, it is going to be there. They do walk away with 20 points, but I have to say, props to DRS Gaming. After getting absolutely destroyed in the middle of their rotations, they were just left on the big island on Sanhok. I mean, just east of where the Cap Alpha Island is. And Nemo was the man that was left behind with a job to do, to just heal, make sure the placement points, at least some points, do fall in the team's favor. And, well, they do walk away with 4 placement points, which is quite a decent finish comparing to, if you think about how the middle game stages went for DRS Gaming. So I'm actually quite happy to see them sort of adapt in the middle of the game. And also, Enigma Galaxy doing really well for themselves in this match.
Definitely, but then the question comes down to K7. I mean, previous game a really good one. This time, just ups and downs. That has been happening. Remember, yesterday it was Fate. Just the first game, just incredible. Cryptics, well, they did show those signs of fights here and there. They had decent outing, but then again, we're not seeing the Cryptics that we know that we were talking about as of now.
That is true. It has still yet to be delivered from the side of Cryptics. But on the other front, as we move on through, let's have a look at the zone analysis, where Ocean is going to be walking us through this.
Yeah, I mean, this one is kind of quite simple, because the team that just got it for themselves. Look at where they are, right? Just out here and nowhere else. And me and Fixes were discussing about it. So here's a time for a little bedtime story, right? Me and Fixes were discussing, and we were saying, like, imagine the circle shifts here. DE has their strat of playing a bit slow, but a bit uniquely. That is, they get the circle, but they don't make their presence felt. And I would say that somehow just worked out pretty good for themselves, because they were in the circle, but they never made their presence felt till the final moments. And, well, Johnny, that did work out for them, right?
It worked out quite nicely, and also the same strat was being followed by the team that finished second, Raw. Look at them. These two teams were just left with the job of just holding their cover, their compound, and just staying safe. But, I mean, so this shift was quite upsetting if you are a fan or if you are a player for Wizzes with Vibes, because that higher advantage that they had for themselves.
Yeah, they had to leave it.
Yeah, it was a good position to be in until the circle just moves away.
And look at this fight. This fight happened obviously when the zone just started moving forwards. You saw these two teams just outside the circle trying to take a fight, trying to take fight against each other. But Fate, they started from this area. They rotated all around. Like this was actually a brilliant rotation. Had the circle shift. Imagine if this circle shift would have been on this side. It would have actually been rewarding for these lads. But, well, it's zone. It doesn't like to just favor anyone. It just does what it feels like. It's weird. It's zone.
Yeah, it's the zone. The zone, the circle, the game, it doesn't care about the players. That's the best part. I mean, the players...
You don't play for kills. You don't
Exactly.
play for the strategies. You play for the zone to be yours by the last moment, right?
Or hopefully just finish off anyone who is in control of the circle and just get the better position. That was the strategy that Wizzes with Vibes had in their minds, but that climb, that mountain that you have to come down from, it's a very tough job to pull off. That's the problem with high grounds on Sanhok. It's quite easy to get on top of that position on that Camp Alpha Island, but it's really hard to get away from it.
Absolutely, and especially when the zone has moved away from you, well, now you become the target, even though you had an upper advantage. But along with that, let's summarize all of these fights that took place right off the get-go in the Sanhok map. Let's bring up the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Yeah, just as we were saying, right off the bat. I mean, I don't know, the things that just, went against A1 Esports, it was just, all about mistakes. Because you remember, well, if you talk about A1 Esports, it's one of those teams that did a 1v4 in Paradise Resort when it came down to Zeus, right?
Yep. I mean, even the casters pointed out actually during the game, XP and Dave, that in a situation like this, when you know you have every single game matters, you can't afford to finish with 0 points in a single game. You might as well try and drop away if you know your drop location is going to collide. And well, along with mistakes, I would say it was the M249 as well that did not really work out in the advantage of A1 Esports.
Yeah, but this is what I was talking about, right? Remember yesterday's, after the last game when we were looking at the overall standings, I just had one thing in my mind, and that was, this is not the A1 Esports we know. They used to be in top 8 most of the time. First day, they like to be in top 8, play it a bit safe. If anything, they drop down to 12th position, but they stay in top 16. But right now, it's just their own ups and downs. I would say double guessing everything is just taking them down.
Yeah, I mean, situations like these do happen, but still, just the halfway point of the league stage is almost being crossed for the next game that is about to happen. Maybe we're going to see them recover, because all they have to do is be in the top 16 to make it to the finals. Once you get this, the standing reset, and well, you get a fresh start, right? So there is still going to be opportunity, but be in the top 16, and that's all I would love to see for A1 Esports. But it is going to be quite interesting to see how the next game is going to go about, since, I mean, it is going to be a break for Dead Eyes guys as well. And well, this was the best part. I agree. Player cams, they are awesome.
They always are. We get to witness them in the action, as well as the relief that comes after having that chicken dinner, right? But move on to the damage graph. This is turning into quite a blunder for a few of these teams that are just not able to get their strats working for themselves.
Think about it, Blotter, for one thing. DE, there are 2 teams. As of now, that I would just put myself, actually 3 teams differently, actually 4 teams. DE right now, they got a win.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they won't be playing the next game, and then there is T2K, 0 points in this game. Like in this game, when it comes down to the kill department, they won't be playing the next game. Then there is SUDOR with an incredible damage, won't be playing next game. The momentum shift, it breaks, right? It breaks if they were doing that. And then there is Fate as well. Again, a decent finish, but won't be playing the next game. So it actually shows all 4 different criteria as of what these teams will be missing on the next game.
Well, most certainly. With that, let's move on to the storyboard and find out where do these teams stand as of now. With the second game of the day done, we are going to move on and have a look at the overall rankings, where I8 Esports have attained that top pole position once again for themselves. And as we move on further, of course, I mean, the guys, they have had a decent run.
Johnny, classic I8.
Yeah, classic I8, yeah. 41 kills, 34 placement points. But also, look at this, 75, 74, and 73 points to Stalwart Esports on the third.
Yeah, that's true. And we got the first team to reach 50 placement point marker. That's like, obviously we know the teams would want to go to the triple digits for themselves. DE becomes the first team right now to reach that 50-point marker. 75, 74, 73, that's still close. But hey, on the 4th position, it's Wizzes with Vibes. Remember, one game can take them to the top position if this go for it. So we'll see about that in the upcoming games as of what happens. So yeah, I would still say the competition is there.
Exactly, and considering it's Wizzes with Vibes, I believe that one game is going to be a chicken dinner finish. But apart from that, I have to say I'm quite happy with how Rico Infinity are doing today. I mean, not just this match. They've had a pretty decent. They did have a pretty decent finish yesterday, but with this game, they have really showcased like what they've learned and what they are going to put in action in the next few matches. And look at that, taking a page out of I8's book, Ocean. 28 kills, just 13 placement points.
That is true. I mean, that's just how, you know, sometimes teams wanna just want to go for it. And now DRS, talking about the conversation that we were having, right?
Yeah.
A1 at 16th right now, DRS at 17th. I get it. DRS, yeah, they have everything for themselves. They have a red carpet just right there. You know, they are playing in a brilliant way and all those things. But it's still not the DRS fashion that there is.
Well, give them some time, I guess, and they will shine, and hopefully they do so. That's all the speculation that can be brought in from the analyst desk for the side of DRS. But on the other front, there is good news for the viewers right now, as PUBG Mobile X Arcane collaboration game mode will be live on November 16th onwards, wherein you do have to join into the game and you can unlock daily clues in game and get rewards. Jinx, Wee, Catelyn, and Jace are new additions to the PUBG Mobile game. Along with that, do not miss out on this action. Go to the game and play to win all these amazing rewards. And alongside that, well, let's continue on with our show. Let's move on to the schedule, where for the third game, we're going to be jumping back onto the map of Erangel. And as the lads on the analyst desk were just discussing, Group C is not going to be playing. So, what anticipation can we have from Group A, B, D, and E? Varun and Ocean. Anybody?
Well, I mean, it's...
John, I was waiting for Johnny to say something,
yeah. I was going to say, I mean, it's Erangel, it's Group D coming back, so Stalwart versus I8. Let's go. Again.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So that's a good one, right? Because obviously military base area, the teams would want to drop out there. So Stalwart, I8, I get that. But I don't know, somehow I just have this feeling that maybe Cryptics might just do good in this one. I just have this feeling all over because, you know, Marshall, El Chapo. So Marshall loves to play just on from the, you know, red sides and backlines if you just want to win. Because I remember when previously I've casted him in different regions, obviously Arabia is coming down. So that lad likes to play slow. I don't know, I feel like it might just be his game if it comes on. But yeah, Stalwart, I8. Top 3, top 4 in fact, they have their own thing going on, but obviously D is not going to be playing, so Stalwart has a chance to maybe get to second position and first, obviously, because it's close. So
exactly, there's only a 1 point difference between these top 3 teams on the storyboard as of now. But on the other front, when it comes down to, well, prediction, Varun, what are you going to be speculating?
I'm just rooting for the entirety of Group E at this point. I mean, Rico Infinity is doing very well. Nigma Galaxy, I want to see them perform. DRS and Nigma are doing their own thing since they've already made it to the GC. And then there's I8.
Oh, yes. Well. With that, let's move on along. Let's get busy with the game itself. Match number 3 going to be on our screens, and it is going to be Mustache Dave and Experiment to take us through this.
Thank you once again, Blotter, and it looks like the man with the crystal box is back on the analyst desk, and let's see if the predictions are going to be right this time. But Dave, it is going to be Erangel once again. A little speculation on the desk about Cryptics. I want to hear your thoughts on this.
I don't know. Cryptics, I think what they need to concentrate on is just not dying, right? You have any takes on Cryptics?
You know, all they got to do is sip some mint tea, probably just channel, you know, the kingdom of Marrakesh from the past and just, you know, get things going, because the Moroccans, man, I mean, once these guys get the ball rolling, they are nigh unstoppable. But let's see if that's going to be the case right now, as it looks like the submarine boys are back in this game, but it is going to be Erangel once again. And that C-130 is going to be flying a bit lower this time. We are going to be heading all the way from Lipovka, flying over the military island, heading towards the southwest. Now, we already know a couple of teams are going to be jumping on the military island itself, I8 and Stalwart Esports. The question is, are we going to see a similar circle, or is it going to be something in the north? I want to see something around Stalwart this time.
Okay, if you're going to call out something like that, I'm going to say Zarky. Might as well. Might as well. Looking at the kill leaders, though, this is impressive. I8 have 3 out of the top 5 kill leaders, so they got a lot of power behind that squad here. So if I am looking at Stalwart Esports and I8, which we're all kind of predicting might clash here early game on military base, I definitely have to say I8. They had the gunpowder, right? They had the gunpowder to back it up. So honestly, I would advise for Stalwart to avoid the gunfight with I8 here. We'll see. We'll see what will happen. Zone number 1 about to pop here very shortly, as things here on Erangel a little slower, a little more chill compared to Sanhok. So let's see what will unfold here this game.
Well, the pace is definitely going to be a lot slower, but the circle is going to be a little bit to the north. We have Stalwart in sight, so I guess it is going to be exciting. But yeah.
You win.
I win? I wasn't going to say that. I was like, that's going to sound a little weird. But right now, it's NASR opening up with the M16 on Cryptics. And it looks like Hassan wants to go in for a little bit of a drive-by. He wants to basically crunch all those opponents under his wheels. But looks like CS are going to make it in cover in the nick of time. Now, again, this is going to be a massive, massive match for Cryptics because, again, they have been kind of struggling a little bit. They need to just make sure they get a few kills, get a squad wipe here and there, and, you know, have all that momentum turn in their favor.
Definitely feel like Holland should have just committed to the run over right there. I feel like they almost had the opportunity to get at least 1 or 2 run overs, but then quickly zigging out of the way almost right there. So I'm not exactly sure. Maybe trying to scare him a little bit and be like, yeah, I got you.
We know where
watch
you are.
out. Yeah, we know who you are. You better watch yourself here. So, hey, very interesting little early skirmish, if you can even call it that. But popping over here, Rico Infinity.
Man.
Okay, they are on a death roll here. They're pulling up.
Hunt. They're on a hunt, and Lazy Boy with that grenade might just get a knock. He does, as Esketon is going to be taken down. Now he's going to run back up the steps, making sure he gets out of harm's way, as Breastgog is going to be going in. In fact, he's going to be taken down with that Uzi. Lazy Boy is definitely not a Lazy Boy right now. He is really active, in fact, getting a couple of kills to his name early on. Now, we did see Rico kind of out on the hunt, but looks like things haven't turned out in their favor, Dave. And the remaining 2 members, they're going to tuck tail and run the other way.
Yeah, M16 burst fire breaching a building up against an Uzi already. Up against the Uzi. I'm talking like 1 foot from each other. I don't know. I think Uzi wins all day long. So maybe Rico, maybe they, you know what happened? They felt a little bad for Cryptics. Like, hey, Cryptics, we see you at the bottom.
Here you go. Take a few
we
kills.
know Mustache Dave had you as a top 5 team in the lobby. Let's just go give him a kill point here and help him out here, cheer him up, and maybe get that confidence, that wind blowing in their sails once again. That I'm gonna be honest, a lot of people expected, because I talked to a lot of people before coming on over here, and they're like, "Yeah, Cryptics, really good team, really strong squad. They've been together for a long time. They actually played in last PUBG Mobile World League West." They didn't quite do so well, but the point is they qualified, right? They played in that lobby. They got demoted. They went back to PMCO, qualified from PMCO to the PMPL, and now are here again. So, like, to me, it's a team with a new sense of confidence. You know, they got something to prove. Right now, though, I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe the nerves still kind of kicking in a little bit.
I think it's not just the nerves, it's also, you know, the different play styles. Of course, the nerves plus the fact that, you know, we expect a lot from this team. That kind of puts pressure on their shoulders right from the beginning because, you know, the more famous you are, the more well-known you are, the more expectations your fans are going to have of you. So that is definitely something that could be playing at the back of their minds. But right now, as you did mention, they do have a couple of early kills. Maybe this might be that little push that they needed to get things rolling underway. But as of right now, they are going to be pretty happy in Rozhov. But I'm excited to see what's happening just west of their position. Have a look at that. YALLA Esports, already in George Paul, have Lit Esports coming up on their position, and RAW are going to be in hot pursuit as well. We are going to have 3 teams go up against one another. But the question is, are all teams going to make it out alive, or is just one going to come out of this Mexican standoff, as Joker is going to be spraying some lead? Not the best weapon of choice over here, as LIT are just going to cruise on past. That's your own teammate, Joker. Do not shoot at Chari.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I assume... Oh no. Okay.
Oh, no.
I assume... oh, no. I assume Lit, they had in their mind they wanted to go for a ultra-wide rotation. So they were going to utilize the Georgia Pool Bridge to play really safe and probably make their way into the zone near shooting range, right? I assume that was the play here. And they ended up kind of driving through 2 different squads. Fortunate for them, they're still alive on top with a kill point underneath their belt, as we get a nice little glimpse at the zone. KHK down there in Quarry. We saw on the overall leaderboards, if I'm not mistaken, KHK are dead last. So real curious if that pressure is going to be building up here soon. And I'm thinking, if I'm dead last, of course you want the chicken dinner. But I think it's baby steps. You got to take baby steps. And I think if I was their coach and I was kind of, giving them the pep talk, I would tell them, hey, early game, I'm talking KHK, early game, get some team fights going. Get some gun fights going. Get a couple kills. I think if they could find that confidence, get a couple kills early game, survive, obviously, that should set them up here, right? Because it's all about trying to get, little points here and there. You can't have the high expectations like, yeah, we're going to get 15 kills and the win. Like, that's just unrealistic if you're all the way down there at the bottom as of right now. So I think, 1 to 2 points every single game, slow and steady, they might just make it. Because remember, I'm going to keep harping on it. The goal here is only top 16. We're only going to lose 4 teams. So it's definitely doable for all these teams that are still at the bottom.
Absolutely, definitely doable. And like you said, baby steps, that is what is needed. And let's just have a look at that replay once again as Lazy Boy set him up with that grenade. And then, of course, the Uzi is going to be just a little bit too much to deal with at that close range. But he does get the job done as RAW. We did see them taking out YALLA, in fact, early on as well. So this is what started. RAW, in fact, opened up on YALLA Esports, pushed them further back north, and LIT was just happening to, drive on by. As you mentioned, they were trying to get to the shooting range. They heard all this commotion and they're like, hey, wait a second. Maybe we could get a few kills out of this, which is exactly what they did. Now, RAW did kind of see them, drive on past. They let them go through. And they pretty much went even Stevens on YALLA Esports, getting 2 kills apiece. But that is all she wrote. And KHK still out in the blue. They are going to have to make their way in. And you're absolutely right. They need to take a fight early on instead of just getting peppered by bullets as they come inside the circle. They need to get that momentum rolling. They need to get that confidence back in their court.
Yeah, unlucky for them though. I8 are in the area, so if you want to look at a confidence killer, I8
maybe wait just a couple of moments before you head in the circle now.
Yeah. I8, not the team I want to go up against here if I am struggling, and we'll see. I8, they're sending it right to the zone. They're going to be breaching that right here, right now. Rawtalk, though, I want to send it back. We saw Rawtalk, we saw Cryptics, and we see Vibes. We saw yesterday, it's kind of the same thing play out with Cryptics, and they wanted to make a breach across the road. Marshall was holding down that angle, trying to, provide the cover fire. It did not work out. They sent one teammate in at a time to breach a compound, and they just got picked apart and shredded. I hope they can learn from their mistakes from yesterday if they do decide to run it back here, if they do decide to claim Rawtalk for themselves here. Very interesting to keep in mind as we look forward, we look ahead.
Well, that has been the case. A lot of teams today have been doing that. They've been sending their players one by one for the opposition to mop them up. But of course, you got to play it as a team. But the question is anyone going to go and pick up this AWM? Because it could be a deal breaker because, we have some special things in the crates when they drop from the heavens above. And talking about crates, remember the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate is in the stores right now until the 16th of November. So all you got to do is go and make sure you get all your goodies before it's too late. But coming back to the fight, looks like Lazy Boy finally met his match as Killer.
Just talking about this. We were just talking about this.
We were just talking about it. And well, that is all she wrote, as Killer is going to snuff his life out, which means, well, El Chapo is going to have his work cut out with a 3-man squad for Cryptics. Now, again, they do have to bide their time because, the circle is in their favor. They have prime position in Rozhok, the high grounds up towards the north. But again, anything can happen. And, well, let's see if luck is going to be on their side as K7 has spotted the enemy in the distance as ICurd are making their transition into the circle.
Yeah. I mean, luck, sure. But at the end of the day, they need some kill points. They need to start getting some points. And kind of like KHK, any team that's at the bottom, I'm going to say, right now, it's all about them baby steps. 1 or 2 points a game. Maybe get top 7, get 2 points. That's 4 points. 4 points per game. If you can average that, you have to assume you'll have a good chance to qualify for the top 16 for the finals. We'll see. El Chapo in the kill feed. Okay, El Chapo. I see you out here getting some knocks out there. Much needed knocks. And like you said, they got a solid position within this circle here, just a little north of school. Looking around. Oh, baby. Looking around. XP. We know what time it is.
Oh, that feels good. It feels good. If I could just stay over here. Robin, can we actually have a look at the vehicle and not just the wall where you're hiding behind? I mean, yeah, there might be some enemies nearby, but I'm pretty sure everyone's just, coming to this position to have a look at that beautiful conic seg. But again, he does see enemy in the distance, and Wizzes with Vibes, I think they want to have a go at that vehicle, at that car as well. So this is going to be like the new watering hole in Erangel right now, but Rules does have that beautiful bolt action, the car 98 in his hands. Question is he going to knock someone's helmet off? Is he going to get someone between their eyes? Because, well, he does have an idea where the enemies are, but I want to see some shots here. I want to see I could just pop over like a meerkat over that ridge and have their heads blown off. It's a little dark, but that's what I want to see.
Sometimes in life, though, it's the little things, right? The little things that really matter. And right here, Wizzes with Vibes, I love their vehicle placement. They're parking those buggies right there in the corner between the building and the wall to make sure that those tires are safe so that they can use these vehicles as utility moving forward. Sometimes players, they just pull up, they leave their car parked wherever. And if you are an opponent, you see a car by a building, you pop the tires. Yeah, you pop the tires, you take them out. Bada boom, bada bang. But popping back on over here, we're talking about cars. Beautiful. So I was in the game store checking this out a little more. My favorite one has to be the black on black upgrade. No spoiler with the inside yellow, baby. Ooh, that was my favorite version.
A little old school black and yellow over here for Dave, but right now it is going to be what it is, and we have the pearlescent color on display as the sword from RAW. Does go past the enemy, but he does have a compound to his name. Now, I8, we have kind of seen them in action in previous games. Nothing so far, but it does look like they were caught out in rotation and, in fact, almost avoided being knocked over as Blaze was spotted on that mountain. Now, again, having high ground is, yes, a good thing, but you are like silhouettes in the background, right? You can be spotted out by those, especially with keen vision out there. And Rules finally gets a headshot on Kalaga. Looks like the car 98 did pop off. I'm sure we're going to see it in the replays.
Replay, and looking at this here, NGX versus I8. This is a good fight where we're looking ahead, right? NGX are already going to PMGC, and if I8 qualify, of course, this is some good practice up against a team that they should be familiar with here. So I'm really interested to see if they do get an initial knock, will they pop into these vehicles and just full send it? But the replay, you asked for it. Let's check it out.
There you have it. Let's have a look. And there you have it. Clean gets out of cover, puts one shot right between the eyes, and the enemy goes down on his knees. But right now, you didn't kind of mention NGX. Yeah, they do have an easy run in front of them, but it is going to be instrumental in seeing whether they're going to help anybody out or whether they're just going to try and practice new things, because this is the stage where they can actually do that, without having any issues. But again, playing for that money is something that we all definitely want to see them do, as Marshall over here does know the enemies nearby, as KHK are going to be migrating down south. That's not a bad option for their end, because they are going to be heading towards the school apartments, and they might be anticipating that it's up for grabs. And, when they reach there, they might just be right. But Sen-K is going to hold on to his position at the edge of the circle, trying to make sure they get a few kills. 2 kills to their name so far. We did see that early on, and, of course, they did lose Lazy Boy. But they can still be a hard-hitting team with 3 members standing.
Solid. Next zone's going to close in here very shortly. Checking in with the other squads. Stalwart Esports. Solid 2-2 split right here, kind of leveraging their bets, their odds of being favored in the next circle, and they will. Both of the duos are going to be in the next zone. Now, what you usually see at this point is that one of the pairs groups up. They tend to get in the vehicles, and that's exactly what they're seeing. They're grouping up to play as 4 here. It looks like they're going to send it down there toward the south. They're trying to avoid the sightlines, though, the drive-by of NGX. But look at this, though. Talking about avoiding the sightlines. A1 in the dip here with only 1 up, Jax.
Man, they almost got obliterated by 2 members from ICURD, but luckily they are still going to be alive and kicking because Robin and his teammate Ali are going to be just a little bit too far off to make any impact in this fight. But right now, it looks like Robin was spotted from the distance as he took a big shot to his noggin. Luckily for him, he's still alive and kicking. A1 Esports, Dave, again, almost getting wiped out in the blink of an eye. Somehow, against all odds, Sinister makes sure he puts the enemies at bay, and those revives are going to be coming in. Now, Ali and Robin, they've lost 2 members. All they need to do is make sure that they regroup and live to fight another day, because K7, on the other hand, is going to be picking a fight with Lit Esports. Now, they do have that little high ground, but the thing is, they are surrounded by the enemy, Dave. K7 at one end, DRS at the other.
Yeah, Lit right there, that little hill. This hill is really strong if you are looking to take a fight and even breach the compound that K7 are holding down. But unfortunate for Lit, they have some enemies behind them in the case of DRS and Cryptics trying to pepper them out there in the distance. Looks like Cryptics, they did make a pull up here to this building. They did catch one of the members from DRS off guard. It looks like they're going to try to get the heal.
Oh,
Senke not able to get the heal. And Marshall saying, see you later, fella. Sucks to see.
Well, it is what it is, and Marshall is going to make sure he gets a little bit of a footing in the new circle, but confusion is going to be afoot because enemies are going to be all around, and he's kind of confused as to where to go, because if he goes left, he gets shot at. If he goes right, he's going to face a barrage of bullets as AJ overhead does spot the enemy from distance. He did get a knock, but right now, Vibes' Jiggle is going to take down Nabo, but it's going to be taken down by Miracle instead, as NASR now have a little bit of a makeshift fortification, so to speak, just outside the circle. But what they need to do really is get all those vehicles and move back in, whereas Marshall fell to his own death and was finished by K7, which means Cryptics, Dave, out of this game early again. 15th position finish, only 3 kills to their names. Ouch.
Not enough mint tea, like you put it. Not enough mint tea. Maybe next game we'll see them come out on top. K7, though, holding down this compound pretty well. Looks like they'll be sending down one into a US to gain some intel with the TPP. Gonna be quickly relocating back into the safety and comfort of the compound, and Lit right here kind of stuck. They were finally able to catch a breather because DRS repositioned from taking shots from behind, but they're still struggling to take the fight onto K7.
Oh, the last shot of that magazine connects on Hassan, and NASR are in a world of trouble. 3 of their boys are down on their knees, and only 1 man is standing as they are going to be fighting up against Vibes, as Praveen is going to make sure he finishes what he started, as Hassan is going to be put 6 feet under. Now, this is going to be a tricky situation for the boys up ahead, because Batika and Miracle are still the only 2 members alive from the team, whereas, forget that, we're going to come to a different fight as LIT are finally storming K7's position, with Emperor starting off with a grenade.
Yeah, 1 grenade to start this off, 1 molly to inflict as much damage as possible. Could be it. We can see Emperor popping up, trying to throw some mollies on the rooftop right here. Looks like K7, they got their backs against the wall. Mercy was able to get inside. Grenades are exploding everywhere. Oh, it's down to a 3v2 right here, as laying it on to it now with only 1 up. Nope. Yeah, 1 up in the corner, trying to heal up. Emperor in the front line.
It's even now. It's down to a 2-on-2 situation as Emperor and Nil are going to go up against Shaksheen and Ziv. We've seen the K7 duo do devastating things in the past. Can they hold on once again, as Emperor is going to be cooking a grenade? He does see the enemy go by. That Molotov nearly burning him alive, as all these bullets are going to be shot outside the window. And in fact, it is going to be Nil who comes in and seals the deal. There you have it. LIT are going to be doing a reverse, making sure that K7 are put on the ground this time. But they don't have a lot of time for respite, because other teams are going to be moving in. The blue zone is going to be doing what it does best, and they've cut their losses, Dave, and they're going to be moving forward as a 2-man squad.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky for them to reposition into the zone, and talk about being tricky. We got another Death Shack. I think there's a grenade possibly in there. Yep, we're going to be popping out immediately, taken out from that Death Shack. Now, this shack is not in the next zone, and we got I-8 downtown in the south just pre-firing, third-partying this shack right here, trying to get as many points as possible.
as many points as possible. What's surprising is KHK are firing on all cylinders. They have all 4 members alive, and just as I say that, they get obliterated as 2 of them are going to fall. They do have 7 kills, but right now somebody called in an artillery strike on iKurd because grenades are going to be going off all over the place. But it's Ali from iKurd who in fact gets a double knock on Wizzes with vibes again. A lot of exchanges are going to be taking place as Zima switches to the TP28. I8 is going to be the intended targets. Shots are being fired, most of them hitting the UAZ, a few of them finding its mark as Reviews is going to be taken out with a sonic boom.
Yeah, and I also think we'll see here very shortly. Yep, Lit, they were taken out on that quick decision to rotate from that fight that they took. They came out on top. They got some kill points, but the reposition is what done them in. But looking over here, I8 snaking it on out right here, trying to get that intel. They're trying not to get sandwiched from A1 right behind them, but they're also trying to third party this, get some kill points. There's Ali popping up with the DP, getting taken out immediately. That's the danger. Once when you pop up right here from your snake position, you're going to be spotted.
You are going to be spotted, and now it looks like both teams have dealt with the immediate dangers, but right now I8 are going to have to deal with Rico at one end, and remember we still have a couple of teams nearby. That is going to be devastating as A1 Esports are going to be in the picture as well. Elsewhere towards the north, KHK are finally going to be dealt with. They had an amazing run in this game, 7 kills. In fact, they still have 1 man alive who is lying prone, not moving a muscle, Dave, in that plume of smoke, trying to make sure he survives right till the end. This is going to be chaotic. Have a look at that. A1 Esports are now going to have to fight against I8 with Uzum starting things off with a grenade. Another follow-up grenade could be problematic because again, A1 Esports are all clumped in one position.
Yeah, all clumped up. Hopefully one grenade doesn't take them out or take out 2 because you have to assume the immediate push will follow. But STE, one of the teams that dropped military base, showing up late game with 4 up. Dead center. A1 over here, though, popping up to A1, getting picked apart. And of course, it's going to be I8.
I mean, it was close, though. It was close. They came down to the last man as Crypto is the last man standing for his team. Elsewhere, it does look like Rico are going to be unleashing on the enemy as Fadan is going to be the last man standing. He's got his work cut out, moving left, moving right. I8 finally caught out in all that commotion, taken out as the Conic Segs are going to be driving through as NGX are going to make it to cover. However, it does look like one of the members are going to be on their knees, and Raouf has his work cut out with grenades flying all over the place. The revive does seem a little unlikely as I8 exits the game in 4th position. Final 3 teams, 10 people alive.
Yeah, a couple kills for I8 in a 4th place is 8 points, so not too bad. But over here, Action has this boulder. They can pop up on the boulder, get additional sight lines, and use it for cover as we see grenades just sending vehicles out there in the distance here. But Rico Infinity looking to take out the backline. The duo from STE trying to hover the blue zone. This is crucial. STE, they need to win this fight so that their backline is safe and secure. Oh, beautiful. And they don't get it.
Beautiful work coming in from Fidan over here. He had 2 opponents on different angles, but he made sure he schooled them both. As now Lord from NGX does spot Action in the distance. He is already on the ground, low HP. 1 bullet is going to do him in, and Lord is going to be looking to the Lord above, making sure he gets as much divine intervention as possible, because that is lucky for Action to still be alive. But it looks like the PUBG gods have them in mind, as they've actually sent an airdrop pretty much in their location, so Action can actually get his level 3 armor back up once again as he makes his way towards the box as Rico come under fire from Lord. One of them has gone down and Fidan is the last man standing.
Yeah, one of the downfalls right there from STE trying to flex out and have so much zone control because they lost that duo and well, now it's going to be a challenge to take out NGX with the entire squad still alive.
I mean, 8 kills to their names already. NGX looks like they're finally woken up from that little slumber that they've been in the past few days. I think somebody gave them a memo that, you know what, you can still win some money in this tournament. They're like, oh, we didn't know that. We'll get right on it because that is what it actually feels like. But Stalwart Esports, again, they have been reduced to a 2-man squad. Pika and Action have their work cut out against a full squad of NGX. And of course, in the distance, you can have a look at Rico Infinity Team, Fidan, making sure he carries that torch forward. They do have a 3rd place position guaranteed, but it could be 2nd if well, Freak deals with action right over here. They are pretty much right in each other's grills here, Dave. And it's going to be scary when Card is driving around as well. Fidon does give his position away. As you did mention, once you get up, you're pretty much dead meat. And right now, Pika unleashing on NGX.
They took that bait, that's for sure. They took that bait. Now Freak here in the front lines behind the tree popping up, trying to get that pre-fire going on. Action behind the crate with the grenade. But Action's HP really low right here. Oh, Lord, connected on Action.
Well, looks like it's all going to come down to Pika P. Let's see if he can do something electrifying over here, because he still has that little cover behind the rock, and looks like smokes are going to be popped for a little time to revive. And keeping in mind that, NGX, I mean, he's going for it. He's going for it. He's going for the revive right now, Dave. In amidst all this action, he is going in for the revive. Now, that is the kind of teammates you want on your team, but is it going to be a bit too much? Because one lucky bullet could spell trouble as Lord comes in on the outside. He spots Action once again. Pika is going to be the last man standing once again. He does shoot. Lord goes down with that drop shot, and there you have it. NGX, ladies and gentlemen, your winners here in Erangel.
Claps all around right there. You can see the excitement getting that winner chicken dinner. And I don't know, that call to make that pickup at the end, I get it. You want to get your squad mate up, but they were inside the smokes. Yeah, those smokes, soft cover blocks the sight lines from the enemy seeing you, but it also blocks your sight lines, and they were not able to recognize the push from the duo that was, about to happen right there. But regardless, pretty exciting ending, and that's going to be game number 3 in the books.
There you have Enigma Galaxy walking away the winners with a good 11 kills to their name. And again, it was one of those matches where, things were kind of looking that they were going against their favor, but they obviously managed to pull it through. But what an exciting end to this game. I, for one, definitely enjoyed it. But with that, of course, it is going to be the end of, Dave and I for today. Because coming up next after this break is going to be the analyst desk, and then, the Panda Bros are going to take the action forward. See you after this little break.
Welcome to day 2 right here at PUBG Mobile Pro League, MENA and SA Championship. A huge thanks to Oppo F9 Pro. Third game done and dusted, but with that 2 more games still remaining. And this is what was brain freeze there, but this is what we were waiting for from the side of Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, definitely. I mean, if we talk about Stalwart, right? Action, good execution, pick wrong decisions. This kind of just keeps on happening here and there. Those 2 lads would have taken that fight 2v4, to be honest. But, well, again, just going for the revive from that long of a distance, coming back again. It took a bit of a time here and there, but, well, action. Oh, my God. His role was incredible in the final fight. Taking down 2 lads, one with nade, one with the gunfight. Amazing.
Amazing indeed, and that is what Stalwart is known for, and action is at his best. With that, let's move on and have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game, the 3rd game of the day on Erangel, and this is going to be Nigma Galaxy's Lord.
Well, definitely well deserved. 5 kills secured, 969 damage, 2 assists as well. And Nigma Galaxy, I have to say, I mean, they did really well. The one point where I felt things could have taken turn for the worst was when they went for a 2-2 split right in front of the eyes of Stalwart Esports, trying to push in towards the circle, trying to contest their position. I mean, Stalwart Esports, sitting with the disadvantage, could have been taken out a little bit earlier on, but I mean, the game changer that happened for Nigma Galaxy and for Stalwart Esports, which did not really work out in their favor, was Fedan from Rico Infinity. First taking care of I8 and then picking off the players of Stalwart Esports, giving the opening to Nigma Galaxy to secure all those points. But yeah, in the end, it was the decision-making from both the teams that did, in fact, give the chicken dinner win to Nigma Galaxy. The push came in at the right time. They realized they had the advantage and they needed to build up the pressure with that. The 2 players that were healthy enough to make the push just running forward through the smokes, looking for the players of Stalwart Esports, and in the end, finishing them off and getting the chicken dinner.
In style, moving all the way up to the 5th position in the overall ranking is what this has led Nigma Galaxy to. But on the other front, as you move on to the top players, as you were just mentioning, Varun, Fedan from Rico Infinity team. I mean, this dude was legendary for the side of his team. And Rico Infinity again from Group E, well, they are making strides from one game to the next.
I mean, out of these 5 lads that are here, 4 are from Group E itself, right? Rico Infinity is Nigma Galaxy, and then I8's Uzum just comes down here as well. And hats off to I8 again. They had kind of, their own ups and downs. Their upsets, if anything, just around the areas, but still they managed to pull off really good kill numbers for themselves.
Absolutely. With that, let's have a look at the head-to-head from the 2 teams, the top 2 teams from this game, and those, of course, were Nigma Galaxy, the chicken winner, and Stalwart Esports.
I mean, again, the positioning was quite interesting because Stalwart Esports, before we were brought down to, well, the last 2 teams, it looked like Stalwart were the ones who were going to walk away with the chicken dinner. They had control of the center of the circle. They were able to pick off a few extra fights, while Nigma Galaxy were forced to be extra careful and just stay extremely cautious while making the rotations towards the edge of the circle. And then Fedan happened to both I8 and Stalwart. Nigma Galaxy were able to capitalize quite nicely. We do see them, as I said, being extremely careful. The damage numbers kept under 1,000, doing a wonderful job over there. The damage dealt also 1985, quite a wonderful number for the 11 kills that they have converted from this game. But again, I mean, I knew this was going to happen today. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they were bound to wake up, and it looks like they have.
Well, definitely. They did. And they had a really good game for themselves. But, it still all boils down to a few things. And that is, where will they go from this one? Obviously the momentum that starts up. Because look at this. Nigma Galaxy. I'm just saying the team's name, right? Lord is coming up really good with 5 kills for himself. And obviously the highest damage, 969 for that lad. Rough with most utilities used. So it actually checks up every important marker for Nigma Galaxy. Just think about it, right? Utilities coming down, damage coming down, kills coming down. And those are the things that kind of make a team a good team when it comes down to those important points, especially the last zone.
Absolutely. They had all 4 players remaining in the circle, and that definitely did favor them. And along with that, as so perfectly mentioned by both of you, Fedan happened, and that was just not anticipated. But on the other front, as you move on to the match ranking, well, this is what Nigma Galaxy walk away with: 11 kills, 26 points, a perfect play being showcased from them. And now, as Ocean did just mention, we'll have to see where do they go from that 5th position in the overall ranking.
Yeah, and also, I mean, so one of the GC teams has gotten serious now.
Oh, yes.
I'm waiting for DRS at this point because they're still doing their own thing. 4 kills, 1 placement point, 5 points. They will make it in the top 16, but I want to see them show like exactly why they're already in the GC.
Maybe they just want to take fights, you know, maybe they are focusing on their... so it's kind of a thing, right? If you look at the way DRS is playing now, what I feel is they kind of want to take chances with the fights. It shows out here. They're not focusing on strategies. They know their strategies. They will execute them perfectly when it matters. Right now, probably, what they are looking forward to is how they can take their chances and maybe convert a bad fight into a good fight. They are maybe just experimenting around. This shows, I mean, this team, we know it. They will deliver.
They most certainly will. It's only a matter of few games, perhaps, and maybe just by the end of today itself, we might see a comeback from the side of DRS. But talking about comebacks and rotations, let's move on to the zone analysis that is going to be showcased from Oceanside.
All right, so right off the bat here, I would want to point up a few things, Johnny. We discussed about it. Stalwart's players, they have been going on that 2-2 split for themselves, right? And that kind of is just working up pretty decent for themselves, because you'll see that in most of the times. Well, KHK, again, this team was also just outside the circle. We just talk about it. They were just trying to move forward for themselves. But as soon as the zone starts shifting slowly and steadily, we'll see the next circle as well just coming up and everything. You'll see the way the place where Stalwart's players are, again, that 2-2 split just coming down. It's really bold. Just imagine, had there been a rush on either two of the players or something, the other two, they were not there to give adequate cover, right? Things might have just became really terrible for them at that moment, but that did not happen. And well, DRS, they had their area around Yasnaya. They wanted to move forward. They moved in really slow. Wizzes with vibes. For a while, Wizzes, they moved in. They saw there were teams around them, and then they fell a bit backwards. That just to showcase that if they have double thoughts, they don't want to just move forward with this, and that was just looking really good. So all these things kind of just worked up in their favor, Johnny.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I mean, as you were talking about Stalwart Esports and their sort of the risk that they take, it is a high risk, high reward situation if you think about it, right? 2-2 split, 2 players get taken out, 2 end up surviving, but then the firepower is already gone and you will have to play for those placement points. But it is Stalwart Esports and they have the capabilities of just holding on to their strongholds for long enough for the teammates to actually fall in line and back them up. So that is the strategy that they rely upon. That is why we see them sort of just not be too aggressive as soon as a team fight breaks out. They are patient enough. If they get an opening, they don't push. They still hold because the teammates are coming. They're on their way. And that is why, I mean, the timing of things does more often than not work out in the favor of Stalwart Esports. But then, as Ocean pointed out for DRS Gaming, their experiments, I mean, it was quite clear because usually the formation that we have is Nima and AJ leading the front line. This time, Nima has been the man throughout the entire day who has been left behind. So maybe trying out new things, and it looks like they are. So hopefully in the finals, we're going to see the real DRS in action.
Perhaps, yeah, absolutely, because as so perfectly showcased from the stats that you have been able to bring up for DRS, right? I mean, it's almost like they're throwing a bone to the entire lobby and they're like, all right, we will come back and we will show you better half of our side. But on the other front, as you move on through, let's go on to the Oppo F19 Pro moments where the fights, well, they were right off the bat in the first 2 minutes.
This fight was all about, what you got in the early stages. An M16 and then obviously against an Uzi, a few nades here and there. So there was just a pure aim battle, if anything. Just it comes down to that, the mind games. And well, YALLA, you'll never just, understand the rush happened onto their sides and well, they were gone.
Yeah. And I mean, YALLA Esports, I mean, the struggle is definitely going to be there since, I mean, we, Ocean Fixers, were discussing this as even before the tournament began, we were looking at the teams, and from YALLA Esports, I mean, we look for key players from every single team, a person who is going to be outstanding within the group of stars that are there in every single lineup. And for YALLA Esports, it was Yusuf, but not there playing with a 3-man squad right now in these matches. I have to say, all things considered, YALLA Esports is actually doing pretty decent.
I would agree. I mean, they've been playing with that 3-man squad roster for so many of these games, and they're still holding up their battle, whichever part they're of.
Yeah, definitely. That's just the way they have been just playing for themselves. But now, if you just focus on the other fights that were happening, this is what I was talking about, right?
Yeah.
I8 they had a bad area for themselves. Still, they managed to get multiple frags for themselves, which was really really good. But then moving forward in the other circles, well, they did kind of suffer. Uzma on the other side is taking multiple numbers for himself. That was just decent. But again, in the open areas, being taken down. I mean, that's kind of where Circle plays its mind games.
Yeah, and I mean, so I love I8 Esports. The team is amazing because I love teams that are very aggressive. I love Stalwart Esports as well. But I8, so here's the thing. Every single time they realize, all right, the circle is too far away, they just start shooting whoever they see. They start going absolutely haywire in rage. Like, why is the circle away from us? And ended up picking a lot of kills because of that. But still, I mean, if the aggression was toned out a little bit, Ocean pointed out the reason earlier, because they had a pretty unfavorable position. They had the aggression toned out down a little bit. Maybe they could have taken on Stalwart Esports a little bit earlier, because they just had, I believe, Rico Infinity between them and Stalwart, and then we could have seen I8 move towards the end game scenarios. But still, it was a wonderful performance nonetheless. 6 kills secured with 1400 damage. Impressive.
Definitely. Just 1401 damage coming down onto their sides. That was just so good. But then again, this was not kind of a game where we would say one team just had such a brilliant performance that they had just a tower of damage stats for themselves. It was good. It was decent. It was because the circle was quite refreshing for these players. It was not just one Gatka circle normally or something like that. It was quite different. So I would say everyone enjoyed it. Everyone liked that.
Well, that is exactly what we're here for. With that, let's move on to the storyboard that's going to be defining what teams are going to be maintaining that top pole position when it comes to the overall standings. And we have it on our screens where look at Nigma Galaxy. 8 position jump, bring them all the way up to the 5th position for now. And of course, the journey continues on.
All right. 90-89.
Yeah. I mean, they're not too far behind either. They have one good game, one good finish.
They also did not play the previous game.
Exactly.
So,
they did not play, so they were left a little bit behind. But again, they get one more chicken dinner for themselves. Maybe we're going to see them take the first position again.
Definitely is possible. But on the other front, as we move on to the second page, now this is where the team DRS on that 18th position, they do need to pick up the baton now from this game forward.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I would still say still experimenting.
You think
that's
throughout the day they might be?
Throughout yesterday, today, both of the days still experimenting. And Cryptics, I mean, for them, I'm worried now.
True. Yeah. Very true indeed. But on the other front, talking about the absolute opposite of being worried, well, it is time to throw a party. It is time to talk about the reunion party that is being thrown from PUBG Mobile. And this is going to be spectacular because, as you can clearly see on your screens, we've got so many things that are going to be starting off. And to start things off, you need to join the game to participate in this exciting global festival, only available for a limited time though, because as we move on from one stage to the next, well, let's talk about it. All modes are coming back to the game now. Yep, you heard that right. All the previous sagas that have happened, they are all going to be reuniting in the reunion party. Starting off, we of course have the Survive Till Dawn, and Wikindi is back.
Wait, what?
I mean...
Ocean, I'm going to cry right now. Wikindi is back.
Oh yes, you heard that right. It is
good old days.
Back. But that's not it. That's not it, right? Because as you move on from this, daily rewards, just log in, get permanent free items, time limited UC, and a new character. Anna is going to be joining along for the saga, for the journey. For all of you fans out there, Anna is going to be joining in along with her new set of outfits. Now this is going to make things that much more spectacular as you participate in the reunion party. But this is not it. As you move on forth from Anna, there is also a collaboration with football team Liverpool to win the permanent backup in the game itself. Yep, you heard that right. A collaboration with Liverpool that is going to be giving you a permanent backpack. But last and not the least is going to be this world-leading hypercar, a custom-made Jesco. Seg is available to try out the lightning fast ride. Go to in-game and get one for you. Only available till the end of November. So get busy, get onto your phones and jump into this reunion party. With that, we're going to continue on with our show. Let's go on to the schedule where we do know that there is no Miramar today, but we will be looking at a Erangel match once again. So, Group B is not participating, but we do have A, C, D, and E, and maybe what? All right, what are your predictions going to be, Varun and Ocean?
I think I'm going to go with Deadeye's guys on this one because I mean I would like to see them catch up and make things more interesting within the top three. But Ocean, I have to warn you, so we missed out on this a little bit earlier. Allegations were made against you by one of the Panda Bros.
Yes.
I'm talking about Fixes right now. That the crystal crate that you have, it's all a sham. It doesn't work.
It's a hoax?
Yeah.
Who's he again?
You better ready yourself with this prediction.
Who's he again?
All right, well. There are shots being thrown in this virtual world right now. But with that, talking about the throws, let's move on along with the show itself. We'll come back to that crystal ball conversation after the game. But right now, it is time to introduce the Panda Bros, who are going to be none other than the backstabbing famed Fixes and Nitro.
Well, there you have it. It answers it all, right? I mean, of course, Dave and XP both just accepting, or rather acceding to, Ocean. It all feels like we're in a witchcraft world, right? It's all. I mean, they have of course been gullible, but I am not. And considering Ocean's recent memory loss, you've got to raise questions on his well-being. But now, let's just come back to reality, right? Because this is where things are starting to look pretty weird, considering an African team playing on such a big stage for the first time still has more points than DRS. Now let that sink in as the game begins.
I know you had to say it, man. I know you had to say it, Fixes. I mean, yeah, you were rooting for KHK since the start. Even during the dry runs, you were saying, okay, I'm going to KHK. I really think that they are going to be one of those teams, right? That's what you were saying. And, yeah, now you talked about DRS. I honestly feel like over here, what DRS is trying to do is just maybe try and qualify, or they just don't really care. I don't know what's going on.
100%. I mean, I do not know, because from what we are witnessing from them right now, they're completely in shambles, Necro. And I mean, do you think they're just getting too cocky, or they just do not care? Because if this goes on, I believe the chance to compete in the finals is done.
I feel like they just don't care. Like, this is me just being completely honest. I just feel like DRS just doesn't care at this point, because the main goal over here for a lot of teams was to get a slot in the PMGC, right? And that's what DRS have gone already. So, I mean, yeah, they could have tried and played for the money and also played for a little bit of more pride, but maybe they just think that it's a waste of energy. I don't know.
I mean, to be honest, right now, DRS, they're just stretching it. I really felt maybe the first day they're just trying to have some fun in the park, but the second day, the same old things, you know. Now it's not even looking like, this is a champion team, right? The points that they're taking, they're not confident anymore. But finally getting back into the game, quite an interesting flight path trajectory. We do have a Nexus. Well, the circle really might go down south on this one, Necro.
I don't really have that kind of a feel, because we've already seen a southern circle, so I don't really think so. It's going to be southern circle. Maybe it's going to be a left side near Gadka kind of hospital circle. That's what I'm thinking of, but no, instead it's the standard circle Fixes. And guess what? We've already seen this a million times now.
Oh, million+1 now. Because every single time, it has to be one of those default circles. But one thing about it that I really like is sort of kind of brings that unpredictability, right? Where is the fifth shift going to be? Where are you going to be anticipating the curveball to be hitting at? Because you've got a lot of good places in contention, right? We've got the Pareto Hills, even we've got Pachinki, and it's been quite some time that we did have a hardcore Pachinki circle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Pachinki Circle, I do understand that. So that what you really want to see, the kind of urban warfare. That's what you like to see, people camping inside buildings, taking the high ground over enemy teams. Also, you get a lot of cover in those. They can be kind of good sometimes, but I'm a person, I like battles in open field, right? I like playing behind bridges, prioritizing their position to the prime. But if you talk about positioning over here, Nasser definitely didn't really have a good position, and Deadeye's guys capitalizing onto it instantly. But what are we seeing, Fixes? Deadeye's guys not really dropping Rozhog this time. They're dropping somewhere else.
Well, I mean, that's pretty interesting, you know.
I think so. It's because of plain flight path. It's just like a temporary place, and then they're going to be going there.
Yeah, I mean, of course, everyone has their plan B, right? So they're gonna stick to that. But we do have a skirmish happening right in front of us. True Love, the latest addition to this roster, and he's right up on the roof, just waiting for someone to come in now to Nabo's aid, and he's just gonna take them down. But looking at him, you know, he's got nothing at all, just a Scarwell with a hollow, and I believe he spotted out something already.
Wait, that's all a man like True Love needs. Again, just peppering down a few bullets. Nasser, they are under a lot of pressure. I feel like at this point, getting the res back onto Nabo is going to be so unlikely. He's out in the open. And this early stage in the game, you don't really have a lot of smokes as well to at least try and utilize. The utility, man. Nasser is definitely, I feel them, how sweaty they can be at this moment. They are definitely going to be having a lot of pressure. And as soon as the kills get confirmed, True Love is on the move.
Oh, he certainly is. I mean, this is where you're looking at the bigger picture, right? You know, you did have your knock, you did have your fair share of trying to dismantle Nasser, but right now you've got to go in, get your loot, and have good position in the circle. Because, mind you, that's Dead Eyes we're talking about. They are the one of the quickest rotators inside the circle, and they want to keep this legacy going on for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, Deadeyes guys, as you beautifully mentioned, yeah, they are one of those teams that like to at least, you know, make that quick rotation. They're really good with their adaptive nature as well inside any kind of circles, and it has been panning out for them so far. I do want to see, though, I mean, inside this game, as you mentioned, even including a team like DRS, they're really down low. I mean, it's really kind of hard for me to say that they just don't really care. Maybe in these final 2 games, they will try and do something, because it's DRS fixes we're talking about, right? Even if they get that one little opportunity to strike, they will strike back hard.
You know, I was of the same opinion yesterday as well. I mean, I was quite an advocate of that fact, because, you know, DRS, they want it, they get it, right? But that certainly hasn't been the case today. So, which clearly, you know, implies that there's something going wrong with the team, because, you know, that's not supposed to happen. This is not, you know, regular DRS that we're talking about. You know, the boys, they'd always had a clear picture, right? A clear objective of what they wanted to do. Now they basically look like a ship without a rudder, and that sort of breaks my heart. But now, Nil spots out Lord with his pants down, does take that spray, and will connect, and will he get the finish, though?
Well, similar storyline as yesterday. The separation is never the key in these lobbies. One man being separated out, it was Lord. He will be taken down and the kill should be confirmed. Emperor is the man, goes into clotheslines. Found that piece of candy for himself. Now he wants to loot the crate. Understandable. Maybe he's lacking a little bit of loot. He does have 4 first. He's looking quite good for me. But if you take a look at other teams, for example, now Nigma Galaxy, though, hold on. I'm going to be holding on to my words over here for a while. Nigma Galaxy, though, I mean, that was one of those teams that we had so many questions in the first day. And then second day, man, they're just striking hard. And this just proves that what caliber this team has.
I mean, right now, the biggest question, of course, they did manage to get a chicken dinner. But right after, it kind of follows up the pattern, right? You're talking about the first game with Fate getting a chicken dinner. Then the next game, they just go out being the first team. But right now, as things are, I mean, this is something that, you know, Nigma Galaxy never really thought, you know, lit to be going after them. And, well, that is where they did catch them off guard. But right now, they're alert. They're aware. Now, all they'd have to do is try to find out the other players. But by the looks of it, they're making the moves, right? They want to commit, considering how Mercy has coming really up close and personal to where Raouf is. Now, Wee Hong also joins the party. Now, Hexie is in no angle to provide that cover fire, and he's got to change his position. Now, that's some quick thinking and response that they've opted for, as Raouf, he had a chance, but he rather opted to stay aloof from this fight.
Oh, that's kind of questionable, Raouf. You could have gotten a free kill for yourself. Mercy was so unaware of Raouf's position, but I just feel like that was a little panic move. Raouf thought, but Mercy is well aware of his positioning. That's why he just stood up quickly and made that rotation. One more guy on top of the roof. Mercy does hear those footsteps. wants to try and find at least one more cheeky knock, and that would be the goal call being made. The problem for Lit is they just don't have enough information to make the push happen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, considering Hixie's got a really good compound, and this decision by Nail to just back off and still keep that, aerial view that they've got for themselves, this provides them that missing information, right? This will give them a clear idea as to where the players of Nigma Galaxy are rotating. As Wee Hong, he's going to try his antiques, and he's going to go on towards the left inside, but Hexie, he's just well prepared for that one. And Wee Hong, he's getting shot from Rauf. Well, Rauf has been spotted back as well, as Wee Hong struggles for cover as he finally gets into safety.
It could have been close, but on the other hand, do see some crispy headshots onto the players of TDK. It's going to be Stalwart Esports opening a fray for themselves. Lit, a little bit on the back foot. Do you realize pushing inside a city without having enough info can lead to their demise? They just want to play this one out as safe as possible. It's understandable. You want to keep yourself on the top. On the other hand, though, another fight panning out. It's going to be between Stalwart Esports and TDK Action, getting a little too aggressive. I do understand he's a man of action. He likes that action, but you are separated from the team, my friend, and it seems like you haven't done enough research. The algorithm for these games is do not separate with your teams. There should be no separation. You should always stick to your teammates.
Yeah, and somewhere down the line, Stalwart, they've been lately moving in as duos, right? But Legend, he's on very low HP, which sort of raises the question, does he have enough meds on him? Because Pika and Scurry, they are in for the push. They've already closed in. And Legend, he's got to fend this attack all by his lonesome. Now, can he do it?
Fixes. If that nade would have landed inside that room, it could have been a knockout onto Legends. Legend has no clue there was a nade flying in, but unfortunately it hit the frame of the window. That's why Legend is lucky to be alive for now. Unfortunately, TDK, they're quite hurt. Seog again gets knocked out. Legend now, things are looking so tough for this man. It's all by himself on low HP, trying to hold down this fort. I don't really feel like it's going to be possible for him. And yes, he falls apart.
Oh, he certainly does. And well, Stalwart, finally, just picking up on the pieces. They do manage to retain their players. And now, with 4 kills already, they're looking strong, right? Now, this is where we're seeing that slight lead being built up, in the mentality. Which is completely different from what we did witness in the PMPLs. If you remember, they loved going in for the kills. But now, considering I did have my eyes on the overall standings, they're focusing more on position points and being very calculative with how aggressive they want to be. They finally drawn the line, which certainly Zeus did fail to do so. And as a reason, they're not here anymore.
Zeus. That's the story for another day. It's a big story as well, I can tell you that. One of the dominating teams in Season 3 and then Season 4 just vanished. But we can talk about it another day. But over here now, team slowly and steadily accumulating in the center of the zone where the shift's going to be. Everyone's unaware of that situation, but this is the crispy headshot. Some replay coming in from the side of production. That was a great one as well, and this is how 2 players of TDK just fall apart like that. If you hit your shots, it's going to be rewarding you in a lot of great ways.
Oh, it certainly will. I mean, right now, this is where I would love to bring the conversation down to T2K. Haven't really seen much out of them, and you talk about invisible teams. There you have in front of us, DRS, this time getting the better out of Triple Incurred. However, Ali somehow decides to, just disengage from the fight. But AJ, he is feeling it, right? He's bloodthirsty. He needs those kills desperately. They try to rattle some bullets though, but not doing enough damage.
Not a lot of action being shown that up till now. Yeah, a few kills did happen. TDK was one of those teams that went down, but currently does seem kind of like a peaceful environment. Teams are still trying to adapt to this instant circle shift that came through. Raw are going to be the lucky bunch. right in the center of the zone. And Fixes, you wanted a Pachinki circle, right? Maybe it's a little bit of glimmer of hope for you.
Oh, well. I mean, this is the kind of circle that usually tends to go off from Pachinki. I mean, when the curveball really hits. But this is where, we're witnessing so many teams trying to get inside the circle, right? DRS. Oh, this is a massacre. And Ali, I really feel bad for him. And AJ, he's going to be merciless. He's going to just get the move done. And he's going to get inside the circle. But we still have this fight happening since time eternal. And, well, I mean, Nigma going up against Lit. And right now, I'm just starting to ponder, do they have enough ammunition, just to go on? Because you are spending a lot of bullets and you're not moving a lot. You haven't gotten any kills. You've already lost out on one of the players. Objectively, what are they wondering?
What do they do? Have enough supplies.
Maybe.
I mean,
Pachinki,
they dropped in Pachinki. Yeah, it's a big city. It's one of the hard drops as well. So you must have enough ammunition at least to rattle a few bullets off. But yeah, Rauf continuing to light things up. Same thing goes with Lit. You get what I did there?
Yep. I mean, right now, Necro, I was just, having a second thought over here. Because considering how these players these days, right, they're opting a lot for grenades and less ammunition, a lot of first aid. Heals is what we're witnessing. And Pachinki, this area did get a nerf, right? Earlier on, it was a hot spot, a lot of drops being out there. But nowadays, situations are dire over here. But what we have in front of us right now is LIT. Now, this is something that we've got to touch upon, right? Lately, they've been loving to take a lot of fights. Now, they did engage with Nigma Galaxy. Now, they've got their eyes elsewhere. But Hassan, just being one with the nature inside the brush. Somehow. But Miracle just gets trampled over as SUDOR is on a vehicular manslaughter as they get two over there. Easy.
Oh my God, Nasser, you guys are getting obliterated now. That's a total disrespect right there. Oh no! He got wiped out so quickly. Two men died by vehicles. And the third man just falls down. He's like, all right, guys, I can't do much. Please do not expect much from me. But Fixes.
Yeah.
Well, you are a lucky man. You're going to be seeing some urban warfare over here. Yeah, I do understand you're going to say it's going to be moving on to the right side. The final circle is going to be moving out in the open grounds. I do understand. But at least for now, you can enjoy.
This is where I really want to see the prowess of the teams, the mentality. Are they going to hold on to the edges? Because that would be a really good choice. Now, the teams are going to try and take the center of the city. They're going to have such a tough time. And there you have it. A lot of teams are already moving inside the circle. You've got a little bit of hills over there. And Stalwart has taken that position. And they've got good vision. Apart from SUDOR, there's no one behind them. But look at the if we can have the map feed in front of our screens in just a while. The kind of cluster that has been building up on the western side, that is where all the drama is about to, start. That is where all the kills are going to happen right now. Look at that. You've got Rico Infinity, you've got Raw, you've got Dead Eyes, you've got KHK, you've got Nigma Galaxy, and you've even got Fate, for Christ's sake.
Fate's still in there, and now this is where the bodies start hitting the deck. This is where the blood will be drawn, ladies and gentlemen. These are the moments. These are the final game moments that you all have been waiting for. Raw right in front of Lit. Reporting this out down. Same thing goes with Lit, though, but Emperor exposing his head a little bit, gets capitalized upon instantly. He goes down as well. 3-man falling down for Lit. It's only the last man, Lee Hong, alive, trying to help his team back up. But no. RAW, they have a good opportunity to push inside, but I feel like they're lacking on some info over here.
Oh, they certainly are, but look at Nima. Well, I'm starting to ponder if Killer is really aware of his presence, and Nima still gets the better out of Assassin, and he is going to be thirsty enough to go in for the kill. Now, Team Vibes, now these are the small mistakes that they make. You know, Assassin, there was no reason whatsoever on planet Earth or whatever planet we are right now to just be so out in the open. And Nima, I mean, he had to punish him. But now Team Vibes know they're in for redemption. They want his blood written. And, well, Nima, we've got to see how long can he hold on. He's dropped a nade and he's going to jump out. I'm pretty sure they're going to clear that one out. But Nima is going to take things up close and personal with Praveen, who eventually is well prepared and finally puts his shenanigans to an end.
Nima, what's going on? Solo challenging a full fight and gets taken out. So it was a 1v3 situation, but yeah, still the damage has been dealt on the side of Vibes. They're going to be feeling a little bit of pain right there, but look at this now. Joker does have his sights locked under Rico Infinity. Now, we do realize Rico Infinity is one of those teams that have been doing quite good, at least in the Sanhok game. They were just on a killing spree. And then instantly after that, they had a bad game. They got eliminated. They at least got eliminated, I think so, pretty early. So yeah, as you mentioned as well in the past, that as soon as you get a good game, right after that, you're going to be having a bad game. And that's just how things are working over here.
You know, this is completely different with Rico Infinity. From what I've really observed, this is a team that's going a lot for kills, right? Now, that's the right way to approach it. They know that they've got enough points to qualify, and this is the shift that I was talking about. Yeah. Now, Stalwart again being in contention, again being in a really good spot. Now, we also have seen this dual pairings over here. Pika and Scurvy together, top in action. The duos being formed out. Now, considering the fact that they're preparing for a contingency plan, right? If the next circle shifts a little bit towards north, that's where they're going to be there. And replay in front of us, Muffin Ninja showing how good he is with his aim, the preciseness. But again, talking about Rico Infinity, that is one of those, teams that has more kills than their position points. Now, that is something that I can live with, considering it's not the finals, and we do not even have Miramar today. And still, they're holding themselves off, which is a really good thing. But we do have another fight, and this is Rico Infinity. Honest is, of course, one of those players alive. He's going to try to get things rolling as he goes in. Vidan will get the knock onto Whisper Bean, as Jiggle does want to trade him out, but does some decent amount of damage though, as Vidan is going in for the heal, but gets knocked out as Anas is the last solo player surviving, has been spotted out, and Jiggle making no mistakes, but Vibes winning this fight, but with a lot of casualties.
Jiggle winning that fight with a peekaboo battle. In the end, he cannot even get the rest back up on his fallen comrade. He will just have to let him go. Feel kind of bad for him. Top though, whips out a nade. He's going to be throwing inside instantly. Goes outside the building. He's going to be finding a few damage. And finally, the final nail has been put into coffin. And take a look at this Lit with aggressive rotation over here. Rams the vehicle right inside the compound. At least they have found themselves a safe spot for now. But I still wouldn't really call it safe because Stalwart Esports is right in the front line, and that's a great nade from action to open the fray up against Lit. Pika's right outside the compound, looking to capitalize onto it. Another nade goes in. Emperor falls down. Pika, what's going on? Lit, they're just crumbling apart.
And look who's coming to spoil the party. It's the boys from DRS, as Action will, of course, be lobbing another beautiful grenade. And boom!
Oh my god!
Goes the whole squad of Lit into dust. And there you have it. Stalwart still establishing their domination over here. As KHK, they want to take this fight against Enigma Galaxy. Freak has to be the first person to contact over there as we say, but Abuse in the meanwhile, and a visitor goes after Cryptics. Now I8, look at them just surviving by the whiskers. Lazy Boy just crawling, trying to process all that information towards his teammates, but Abuse. The big question over here, Necro, can he get the res in time?
I feel like he can at least get the res back up onto one, man. He has enough time for that. He has got himself, or at least he has patched himself back up. Enigma Galaxy, though, they're holding this dip over here. KHK in so much trouble. They make the push happen. One knock has been found. Another nade goes in. Freaks down low. And now it's all down to those final two men alive from both these sides. It's a 2-on-2 situation. KHK looking to capitalize onto it. Freak down so low. Another nade flows in. But Freak, though, manages to patch himself up in the nick of time. He's not really going to be feeling damage anymore. He should get the res back up on the Hicks side. And he is going to. KHK, I do understand why they're not really making this push happen. If they do, it's a complete open ground in the front lines.
Yeah, I mean, there you go, right? They're kind of scared. If they're going to push in the open, they might just get spotted out from elsewhere. Now, the right way is going to be just lob a few smokes towards your eastern side. At least be clear of I8 as Biscay gets one more beautiful grenade right at the heads of XA. Just blows it up. Tweak not really at the best of HP. Goes falling down as Jebot does manage to get his fair share of knocks over here as I8. They are definitely going to chime in inside the fight as Team Fate, building those smoky covers, are heading inside the circle.
Enigma Galaxy as well, getting eliminated now. Team Fate, as you mentioned, not really in the best of the position, but at least they have made it inside the circle. They have one fallen man. He needs a helping hand. DRS as well, quite exposed, but AJ, look at that rotation that he's trying to make, trying to create a cheeky little angle on the Stalwart Esports, and if he's able to do so successfully, he can find success. But look at this, SUDOR. One man has fallen down. I feel like the rest should be no problem. They will probably get it, and they certainly will. Stalwart Esports, they were in a 2-2 split, but DRS is causing a lot of problem for them, and same thing goes against DRS.
Yeah, I mean, Gyaltsen knocked out right in the open. This is where, you know, had you had Nima, you could have got an extra set of hands trying to help you out because you're going against the Giants themselves. Now, it all comes down to how AJ and Mafia Ninja perform, because Mafia Ninja is making the right move. This is where Stalwart are not paying attention towards him. He's dropped a few smokes, I believe, and well, is he wide out in the open? Does he have any cover at all? Because Top, the moment he spots him out, he's done. No, finally, does have the rock to play around with. But for how long is the big question, because one good grenade and, well, he's basically done with. But still, he's surviving. He's making the move. He's, after all, going to get that res up on towards AJ. This is where SUDOR, if they manage to make a push on towards the players of Stalwart, could be a different story. But no! Stalwart deciding to go on the aggressive, not just get the bear out of DRS and send them back home.
Stalwart, exactly. Yeah, Top is still down, though. I feel like the rest should be back up on me there with no time. But over here, Fate being peppered down by bullets. They're being focused by SUDOR. They need to do something. They don't really have a lot of good cover to work with. All they have is broken buggy, and that's what they're trying to use for as long as possible. And finally, one man falls down. It's going to be Ragnarok, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, he has been fallen down. There are two more teammates alive, though, but the rest, it seems quite unlikely.
Oh my goodness, now this is getting so exciting because Pika and Scurry, they really have to look out for themselves. Now Action and Top, they've got their eyes elsewhere as Top does get the better out of Laet, but Scurry, he's in the thick and thin of battle as Ashal Miri will try to enter inside the warehouse compound. Well, the barn house still vulnerable, still exposed as Seth, he's just trying to spot out the players. Now it's all gonna come down to this rumble that's kind of happening around us as Ragnarok is surviving at a sliver of HP. Well, not anymore.
Oh man, they've got some eagle eyes, gotta say that. They're spotting them through those grasses. But now again, Stalwart Esports, they have given it the site completely in the hands of SUDOR. They're like, alright guys, can have that compound. We also do have a comfortable spot to play with. You understand the reason why they fell back, but here we go. Some bullets being peppered, not really able to find any kind of connection there. Clever as well, peppering down a few bullets on Stalwart Esports. Does manage to find a knock, and that's a huge one.
Oh, that certainly is. Now, this is the kind of confidence that the players of SUDOR have desperately needed. Look at them. 11 freaking finishes up until now. And they are definitely going to eye out for that chicken dinner. Team Fate over there, however, has a different story. Venom just being the last and final player surviving. As Seth and Katan just go in with the push. It's going to be so risky for Stalwart. Can they pull this one off? No, says the players of SUDOR, as they're going to wipe them out of the existence. As now we do find SUDOR in a 4v1 situation, quite in a comfortable spot. And Venom, he's just going to try his chances. He's going to take a few shots here and there. But apart from that, well, I believe the match is pretty much over. No, holding on. Stalwart are still alive as Pika goes down. But no, Scurry. Well, Pika still alive. Still taking a few shots at him, but still Stalwart in such a dire position.
Venom's going to be playing the spoil sport over here. Still a threat. They need to watch out from this man. SUDOR, as you mentioned, they have the man advantage over here, and so they have pretty much the most land acquired in these final stages, and that's what you need as much as control. That's going to be helping you out quite a lot. Clever there. Exposing himself for a bit, trying to bait out a few shots. That's quite close. Pika, oh, bullets whizzing past right at him. Quite like he doesn't realize how lucky he is. Venom is ball. Pika spotting Venom out. He's taking a lot of shots onto him. Finally, Pika being shut down. This leaves us with only Venom alive. It's going to be fate. At least we know they have secured a second position. You talk about 12 kill fixes. Stalwart Esports went away with 19 kills.
Oh my lord, but there you go. Venom, he knows this is pretty much done, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. SUDOR Esports are your winners over here, and they are really happy with the chicken dinner, and they pull this off in style. Now in the start of the day, Necro, I did also, just did call it out. Stalwart Esports, they're gonna start feeling themselves. They're gonna start, try to dominate the lobby, and this is where. This is where Ocean should realize who the real daddy is.
I feel like just by saying that he probably will realize Fixes is fine. He has that crystal box of carb. I don't even know what that is. I mean,
Wait,
you were there, right?
It's crap?
You saw it's a cardboard box, right? It's not a crystal, right?
Yeah, 100%. I did call it out. I mean, well, I need no crystal balls in making that prediction. But either ways, what an interesting game. SUDOR Esports stepping up, and then you have the players of Stalwart just going completely bonkers. So much for the Des to talk about and break those fights. But after this little break.
Welcome to the virtual awesomeness right here at PMPL MENA and SA Championship. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook up your fun with that. We're on day number 2. 4th game done, but that was done in style. Talk about these two teams, the top two teams, Stalwart and SUDOR. I mean, 19 kills, 13 kills, just impressive play.
It's about getting statements that yes, if we are going on the top position, we are going there in style. That's what Stalwart was doing. Just imagine,
Exactly.
right? They had an early fight against T2K in which Action was taken down, though he still survived, and Action just has so good of a exactly. This is what I'm talking about. He just has that impact from his side. 7 kills coming down, 3 assists, almost 25 minutes of survival time, and 246 healing done, out of which 100 was 75 plus was done at the first early fight as he was taken down. But he took down T2K, he started up against T2K.
Dude, one-man army, 1438 damage coming in just from his side.
One lad.
Exactly.
Just an incredible performance from Action and Stalwart Esports, but I still have to say I'm a bit disappointed because based on where they were in the game and how the circles were moving, all of us were thinking, all right, this one has to be Stalwart Esports. They need to get, they should get this chicken dinner, but SUDOR Esports, quite sneaky. They waited for the right opportunity. They were sneaking around right behind Stalwart Esports, and when they knew it was their moment to strike, they just dropped the hammer. And, well, you look at that. Action is there with 7 kills, 1438 damage. We have Top on the second with 8 kills and 1276. And then Scry on the 5th with 3 as well.
Guys, in damage marker, will we be seeing 4,000 plus damage per start?
Oh.
It seems likely.
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
It seems like
Think about it, right?
The way
1438, 1276, 800 on one lad, and there's still one more lad surviving.
Exactly.
I don't know. That's still a mystery because we have SUDOR and Fate right now, right? That's still a mystery to see what would be the damage dealt. But Fate. The first game yesterday was so brilliant. This game, I get it. They had good placement for themselves. They were in the shoes of Deadeyes. Remember, yesterday Deadeyes had just 1 kill and 12 placement points. They got 13 points for themselves. This time it's Fate with 1 kill and 12 placement point, 13 points for themselves. 231 damage dealt, probably one of the least damage dealt numbers on the second position.
Yeah, and 231 damage dealt, 1211 damage received. What?
They were like, give all the damage to us. We'll have it and we'll go to the second place. That's all we'll do.
Well, either way you look at it, they did walk away with those placement points, 12 placement points to be precise, along with that 1 kill, so it works out in their favor. But on the other front, as we move on to the match summary, well, this is just bonkers stats being showcased from the side of Stalwart Esports.
Definitely the way they have played for themselves. I mean, Johnny.
Ocean, you're the one who's good at maths. Could you add up the numbers from the players of Stalwart Esports in terms of utility? Because we have Peak on 22, Action 21, and Scry on 15. How much is that?
I mean, not just utility, just stop you right there. Not just utilities. They right now have 3,558 damage on these 3 lads as of now.
Yeah,
there's one more lad
by being good at maths.
There's just one more lad that's just there. Just think about it, right? And talking about utilities, they have 58 utilities right now with these 3 lads. Just think about it, right? 58 utilities being used. I love it. I mean, previously we used to see these numbers on season 2, season 3, right? Overall.
Yeah. Well, 30 points.
20 kills, 20 bomb. 20 bomb. Wow.
Half the lobby has been destroyed by just these 2 teams.
I love this game.
Nobody could have planned it, but what a play. What a play being showcased right here on the other front as we move on through. Fixes did mention the side of KHK Esports, and they definitely are holding their reign pretty tightly as every single game they move on along, they are getting decent points for themselves.
I think by this point, if you do somehow manage to get an average of like 7 to 8 points every single game, you should be inside of the top 16. So
guys,
if KHK Esports keep this sort of performance going, there's a possibility they might make it to the other side, to the finals, I mean.
Guys, good game by DRS. 12 points. Good game by DRS right now in this one. But Cryptics, what is happening?
They're just not able to find their footholding. I mean, we looked at them yesterday and we were talking about, well, maybe they're just trying to understand their opponents. And today also, with the opportunities that have been given to that team, it is not looking good. But along with that, it is time to move on to the zone analysis, Ocean, as these teams made those rotations. Take us through this.
Yeah, so in this one, right, just have a look where these teams are. I mean, if you just talk about it. Stalwart's here taking part against C2K, and then there's SUDOR as well. Nigma Galaxy, I mean, Johnny, we were talking about, they had a really good area for themselves inside the circle, given the fact the zone was definitely moving around the areas of Pochinki, and, well, it looked like they would love to stay at that area, and they did for a while. I mean, look at this. This shift was really crucial, and it kind of favored them till the score, and that was really good for Nigma Galaxy, right?
Yeah, it was the circle shift after this one, because this one was on Pochinki. Nigma Galaxy till now are doing really well for themselves, but then the next shift is going to happen right on top of Stalwart Esports, as Ocean is pointing this out, and SUDOR as well, because these 2 teams, look at this position. Yeah, exactly. That is the part where SUDOR SUDOR Esports used, and now this makes me wonder exactly what went down. Did Stalwart move in a little too quick, or were SUDOR the ones that were like really next level patient and waiting for them to just clean up the mess and then just finish off the game?
With Stalwart, again, that 2-2 split that Stalwart had for themselves, they were really close to each other, but they had 2 players in one compound, 2 players in the other compound. That just shows the way this team likes to play. They do charge enough with 4 people if needed. Look at this at this moment. This time, SUDOR is at such, like, they are so far away from each other. I mean, just imagine, had Clever or Hats have been taken down, the covers might not have been adequate at this moment, but still they played cleverly. I mean, if we talk about it, and well, they got good positioning. DRS on the other side, they were away from fights for a while, and they wanted to just chime in. Nigma Galaxy, this is where they kind of lost the battles for themselves as they were in the city, but now they had to move out in the open. But Stalwart, they had such a good area for themselves.
Yeah. And considering, I mean, it is quite an open position, and circles like these, either you're inside the circle or the game is already done for you, as teams like Fate, Nigma Galaxy would eventually find this out. Because exiting Pochinki when there are like 5 different teams waiting for you to peek your head and make yourselves visible, that is a tough job to pull off.
That definitely is, but just think about it, right? Such a good area for the lads of Stalwart. But SUDOR, hats off to this team. They were outside the circle for a while. They were so far away from each other for a while. Still, they managed to take those individual fights for themselves. I mean, this is the reason. One team around the circle got 20 frags. One team around the outside of the circle got 13 frags. But both of them played in their own styles.
Exactly, they most certainly did. And of course, when it comes down to the kill department, we saw that definitely worked in their favor. On the other front, talking about the kills, well, we started right off with the T2K being brought on down. Let's move on to the Oppo Franine for moments. Well, fights were all that this game was all about.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. This game brought a lot of action, I mean, based on how the circle was moving around. And this fight was actually very interesting because me and Ocean, we were watching the game and we were discussing how things could have actually gone about. T2K, they started off quite decent with action being taken out. That was this was a position already that was lost, but they could have salvaged a few extra points. And the rest of the players from Stalwart Esports, after action went down, were almost like 150 meters away from the teammates. So all they had to do was just waste their time, secure an extra point, and then possibly try and run away. But no, that did not happen. Stalwart Esports, they were confident enough, just move and finish off the entire team. We're going to see something similar from DRS. I was just going to bring this up. Nima's movement. He came here alone, by the way, and engaged on vibes.
Yeah, definitely did just get in there at that area, and so many fights did happen. But it just showcase. It just gets me to just one thing in my mind, if I will, and that is these circles. We have seen these circles. These are very rare circles, but they use utilities. Now I get it why Stalwart just had numbers. Not that they had compound for themselves, but still the numbers were coming down because they were defending those compounds. Look at this, the amount of smoke that they are using around them, and then obviously giving their teammates covers here and there as well, and as well just getting outside the areas and all. So it showcases how much vulnerable you might just be around the most famous city of Erangel, Pochinki.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, there's very little cover available here, by the way. I mean, the compound that was in control of the players of Stalwart Esports was pretty much the stronghold that you had to take control of in order for the win condition to be yours.
Yeah.
But apart from that, SUDOR Esports, they played this perfectly, countering every single move, taking care of Stalwart, taking care of Fate, and getting the chicken dinner and the points.
Absolutely. With that, let's have a look at the towers in the name of the damage graph, and we will see what sort of a graph has this been. Wow.
3,920, almost. Well, obviously, I did not know the last lad's damage, right? But I still added up pretty good. But look at that. First team and third team. And well, then there is the other competition.
Exactly. Who are nowhere. I mean, this is incredible for the side of DRS. Yes, we did see a little bit of comeback.
Yeah,
from them,
I love the effort by DRS. Yeah.
Right? I mean, but all the other teams not even reaching 1,000 marker.
So it is DRS. Are we just going to say like 14 points is good enough for them? That's my question to you guys. It's DRS. I want to see them win the game.
But hey, I mean, Crystal Ball has spoken. Today the team is going to be just experimenting and moving on along.
I'll tell you,
maybe a different showcase from them side.
Fixus was doing analysis from this desk and he cursed it. He cursed it. Fixus, you cursed this desk.
Well, with that, let's move on to the storyboard and find out how the story is looking on the overall standing, where indeed the difference that these teams are creating in terms of the points is certainly going to be leading in favor of Stalwart as they get all the way up to the 3-digit marker, 120 points to this team.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
DE did become the first team to reach, 50 placement point marker for themselves, but then there's Stalwart right now, just a jump, and they are at 62 points and 58 kills. It's looking really good. They are checking every marker, Johnny.
I mean, this is what we keep on saying, right? Like one good game, and that's all that it's going to help you out.
I mean, guys, they did check every marker, except the fact they could have had 2 chicken dinners back-to-back as well in the previous 2 games, right?
I mean, this could have been interesting because even on the previous Erangel, they were doing really well for themselves. Also, we did see SUDOR Esports break into the top 4 right there.
Yes.
So, quite an impressive performance, and as Blotter, you pointed out, one good game can change everything. Also, one more thing I would like to bring to attention for, I think Ocean would love to discuss this even further. We are talking about this. DRS have moved into the top 16. A1 Esports is still on the verge. T2K, they have taken a plunge, sitting on the 17th position right now. But what I wanted to talk about, Ocean, was the fact that look at the difference in the level of aggression from Stalwart and I8 and the rest of the lobby. These two teams have crossed 50 plus kills already, and I think the third highest is like somewhere in the 30s.
38, yeah, that's true, right? There's a bridge that's coming up, but right now, there's another thing that I would want to say.
Yeah.
Cryptics, they have had their final match of the day. Now they won't play. So just think about it, right? It hurts at this moment, to be honest.
It certainly does, mate. For the side of Cryptic, it definitely does. On the other front, as the day is not yet done, let's move on along and have a look at the schedule where one final game is remaining, and for that, we are going to be jumping on to Sanhok. What are your anticipations, guys?
I want to see a circle around water or something like you know, obviously previous Sanhok was a really good Sanhok, but this time I don't know, I want to see something around the water area, some chaos happening around water area. I want to see one team just using boat again. You know that the way you used to talk about that Sanhok, what it's infamous for, the water boat thingy that one team does and then they just blast out all those things. So yeah.
Could be a possibility. Maybe towards north, towards Hutton. Let's find out. Let's see where this PUBG gods are going to be leading these teams to when it comes down to this Sanhok. With that prediction set in stone, we are going to anticipate a good circle. Certainly, let's move on along with the show. Let's go on into the game with Banner Bros, who are going to be taking you through this. It's going to be Pain Fixes and Necro.
Well, I mean, gotta say sorry to Ocean, because, well, I did not practice or preach witchcraft, so I definitely am not the one to be cursing anything at all, but all his predictions have certainly just been thrown out the window, maybe, Necro? But now, we're heading into Sanhok, right? This means business, at least for a certain team called A1 Esports, who were just, shift deleted.
That's true. A1 Esports, yeah, they instantly got taken off from the Paradise Resort, and I feel like this time, are you going to be seeing like any improvisations from their side? Because getting eliminated like that has to be one of the most like quickest eliminations that I've witnessed.
You know, Jiffy, just like this. I mean, the game started, I was inside the green room, and the fight ended, and I was like, what? Didn't we just get started right now? Why am I looking at 15 teams? But, you know, they've got to make some adaptations, man, because A1 Esports, oh my lord, how the mighty have fallen, right? There was a time when they were referred to as the BTR Slayers, the Champion Slayers, you know, they were legends by their name, and they've been at it all, right? Representing their region in the GC to... just coming down to this, I'm starting to ponder what is wrong with this squad, because nothing seems right at all.
Exactly. That's beautifully mentioned right there. That's what I was about to say. It seems like everything is wrong right there, what they're doing. It's somehow I do understand they've been playing for a long time with each other. It just seems like the team synergy and the communication is overall lacking. But yeah, in the previous Sanhok map, it was just Rico Infinity hitting them hard and striking them down instantly in Paradise Resort. Now, what I'm really eyeing out for is, are they going to be dropping inside Paradise Resort again? And if you talk about DRS, we were having this conversation about DRS in the previous game. And, well, I mean, they have made it in the top 16 fixes. They're in
they said.
position.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly have. But, then again, I would be expecting them to be doing a little more. Because had Nima not been caught up there, this would have been a completely different case. They could have had better numbers against Stalwart. They could have gotten better out of them over there, at least reduce the numbers. And maybe could have, just gone over and won that chicken dinner. These are again possibilities, probabilities, speculations. But either ways, there you have it. Rico Infinity just dropping off onto the Paradise Resort as Stalwart Esports. I mean, they somehow hold their throne. They do drop off at boot camp, but they're going to face some slight resistance coming in from YALLA. But where on earth is A1? I see them at Cow, this time going up against K7.
Oh, man. K7 as well is one of those strong people you don't want to mess around with. And A1 Esports, I want to see how they're going to be standing tall against a team like K7. K7, yeah, they're all the way in 11th position in the overall rankings as well, but A1 Esports need to realize that they're right on the edge. They're on the 16th position. Each and every single move they make, each and every single second in the game is going to be counted upon them.
Pandar. He's already been spotted and action just one bullet shy, doing some hefty amount of damage as he's gonna push in. And Stalwart, they are pushing in from every possible direction, and it's gonna be Scurry getting that knock, and they're just gonna get the kill secured for themselves. And Stalwart, they do mark their territory.
They definitely do, but what are we seeing over here? It's A1 Esports marching against K7. One player from the side of K7 is kind of separated out, but he does have an off angle created for himself. Wanu, he's looking to find anyone in the open. Dante, utilizing his utilities just to make sure that he's clearing out some common angles. And nothing found from that frag grenade. But still, they're quite unaware of Wanu's position. If they decide to move forward a little bit more, Vanu might just strike in hard.
Oh, he certainly will. But right now, what we're witnessing is just that calm before the storm. As Vanu, I do feel his heartbeat just thumping a little bit louder by every single passing second, as he knows A1 Esports, 4 players are trying to search for him. But the biggest problem with A1 Esports, look at how clumsy they are right now. They've not got that spread. They do not have enough angle secured. They're trying to move in as a one net unit and just try to isolate one player and then just go after that. Wanu, considering how he's been moving, he's definitely given away his footsteps. Well, A1 Esports, they have a slight idea as to where he is. They're just not making the move because certainly unaware of his teammates.
Exactly. Again, A1 Esports, they just don't hear any sound cues. They just don't hear any info. How are they supposed to marching forward more? But if you talk about info, this is where bullets are being traded, and instead, I8, they're gonna be the one to get a little bit of casualty on their side. One man being knocked off. Finally, some blood being drawn in these early stages of Sanhok, and this is what we like to see. This is what Sanhok is known for, and keep this in mind. This is the final game of day 2, Fixes.
Oh, it certainly is. And finally, I mean, we're witnessing a few movements being made over here. For some Molotovs being tossed, and Zevi, he's joining the fray. Wanu is no more alone. He's got the support from his teammate. As I do see on the minimap, as K7, they're going and creating a good flank angle as Blade just dies down. I mean, the teammates just could not come in handy to help him out. But Dante, well, we've got to see as to how he's going to make those movements over here because by all means, A1 Esports, they are as steady as a rock right now. And if this sort of goes on, I'm starting to speculate where are they looking at objectively after, let's say, 5 more minutes.
You also need to understand this is the early stage of the game. That means a lot of people are lacking a lot of gear, including those helmets. That means one headshot, and that's going to be it for them if they have an AR. But over here, Vanu now on the aggressive page, but still, they are thinking twice before pushing inside. It's quite understandable. You don't just want to step inside the dark. You want to at least have a little bit of info on how teams are positioned, on what kind of crossfire the enemy lines have. And A1 Esports, I mean, yeah, they're doing a great job just making sure that they're being the silent ones. They're not really giving out a lot of info. But again, as you mentioned, but this also means even a little bit of info being leaked, that's going to be resulting into a knock, and this is exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a queue where they go in to push, right? 6-9 already are being wiped out. Now, A1 Esports, their numbers are starting to dwindle a little bit as Dante's just holding on to Wizzes, and well, S12K is the perfect weapon to be yielding at this point right now, but Jax, he goes falling down as Dante does manage to get one, but instantly gets raided right after as Shashin goes in for the kill, and there you have it, 3 kills for this man, and well, the experience does certainly speak up for him, and you know, from the moment K7 just charged in, I knew A1 Esports were done. You know, they completely surrounded them, and they started lobbing grenades. What else do you expect? As I8, they're right out in the open, have one of the players of the Liquor over there, and Reviews taking a bit of damage, but will get himself into safety, and that little bit of a watch post that we have.
I8 still taking a lot of shots onto themselves. IKER doing a good job making sure I8 is staying on the bay, keeping them on the bay. I8, even they are quite, it seems like, dismantled, at least for now. Losing out on man like Blade. Yesterday, he was doing quite a great job. And today, in the final game, you do not want to lose out on a man like Blade.
You know, yeah. Of course, I do agree with you. You know, Blade, you know, coming into the squad, and the punch is definitely visible. But look at Wizzes with Vibes. Are they aware of Action's position? They certainly are, considering the grenades being lobbed out, but they're not really following it up. That sort of raises a lot of questions. Are they really aware of Action's presence over there? Malik did toss a few grenades, but not in the right direction. And Wizzes with Vibes, not playing with fire, just deciding to back off. Now, this is where it really starts getting interesting, right? Top is well aware of their presence. He's just waiting for the right opportunistic moment to strike, which possibly could be just now. And there you go, but misses.
Oh, only a few bullets land. Reaper quite lucky to stay alive in that situation. Top, though, missing his opportunity. Reaper's going to be blessed with a little bit of luck on his side. Stalwart Esports, but it's fine. They have let their presence known. Wizzes Vibes now, they're going to be on a little bit of panic stage. On the other hand, Stalwart Esports, if you talk about their morale, they're going to be on all-time high. They're dominating this game. They're on the #1 position in the overall rankings. Action is the man who's not going to be missing any kind of opportunities like those. He hits those shots. He finds that opening on the Wizzes Vibes. Is this going to be the early stage of the game where Wizzes Vibes crumble down? Fixes?
Well,
new record.
I mean, for the first time, I'm witnessing Wizzes with Vibes, you know, trying to close in onto Wizzes center, because they always have that plan B, right? The contingency plan, have enough first aids for that heal battle, abuse the meta. That is what they've been doing all along. But right now, they find themselves just to be in a little bit of trouble. As Stalwart, they're gonna get themselves into safe haven. They've got a compound to play around with. As Pika does know that there's a smoke, and Rules is right behind it. But is he going to take his chances, right? Because at this point, I do not really feel that Stalwart would be committing in. Because I think we did have this discussion, right? They know where the limits are, right? They do not, you know, just blindfolded rush inside the compound trying to eliminate every single soul that they see. But, well, Rules apparently has been knocked out from elsewhere, and it's going to be the boys from Team YALLA doing the magic.
Oh man, a 3-man squad coming in the game now, left with just 2 players, and still putting in a lot of work. And guess what? The kill has been stolen, Fixes. Oh no, the thieves from the back. It's going to be Stalwart Esports this time. Action is the man who's hungry for kills, and we do know what he's capable of. Powerful with that UMP in the close range. We know he can be quite devastating. But also, on the other hand, Delta has whipped out an aid now. But he decides, okay, maybe holding on to it for a little bit more can be a wiser choice, can be a wiser option. And, well, that was one of those. Powerful now, being knocked off. But guess what? The trade's right there.
And look where the trade came from, Necro.
Oh my God!
This is what Star would love to do, right? They know they've got their enemies pinned down, but we've got another fight breaking down between Nasser and Team Vibes. As Jiggle from up top, he's getting the better out of Bateka as he's managed to secure a knock, and Miracle making a run for his life. He does not want to be a part of this. And Team Vibes again, off to an explosive start. But the question still remains, where do they go from around here?
Fixes, you missed one of the most biggest disrespects out there, man. YALLA just finished the knock guy with a pin. And just assault on the wounds, man. Even though they didn't really knock him out, it was Stalwart Esports who third partied it. And Delta was being finished with a pin from the side of YALLA.
Necro, I'm so sorry to cut you off. But this has been poking me right from the very start. What on earth is wrong with Vidan? Look at his position. He's away from his back. Why?
I don't know. Maybe he's just having a good time. I mean, yeah, he's a man who's on absolute kind of killing spree. We gotta say that. Fidan, he has been delivering so well inside the games, and as we talk about confidence, he definitely has one of those. But now, another fight panning out. It's gonna be Vibes versus Fate. Killer down quite low. Fate, on the other hand, looking quite healthy and looking to take down Vibes. Well, Vibes, Probeen is the man in the close lines. Assassin and Killer, they're in the back to provide that backup fire. Probeen, nades being exchanged, nothing really connecting, but still Probeen can be a massive threat, but instead Probeen now moves out in the open, deciding to back off, and I do like what he's trying to do, reuniting with the team, and he has figured out the algorithm of these games.
Oh, he certainly has. And I've been loving what Fate have been doing, right? Yesterday, after starting off really well, they were looking a little bit in, in those deep waters, right? Right now, they're starting to redeem themselves. They're looking a lot more confident. And I know how deadly these boys are. RV, Ragnarok, Leth, once they start steamrolling, there's no stopping them. And right now, maybe they just had too much on their plates because they indeed have got knocked down. But same goes with Team Vibes, with Assassin and Probeen, just the last two players. This is perfect cue for Team Fate to go in for the kill.
Exactly, and now, as Vibes on a man disadvantage, Fate, they're smelling blood. They hear that blood dripping out from Killer's body, and they want it. They want more blood, but Vibes, they do realize that they're not really going to be handing over that opportunity to Fate. Instead, Vibes backing off. They're like, all right, Killer, if you make it out alive, if you crawl out alive from that situation, we will try and get back the res upon you. If you won't, we're sorry, mate. You're just a gone case.
Oh, certainly. Killer, however, he's trying, desperately, just bleeding, crawling towards Probeen, just screaming, yelling for help. But will he get that? That's this big question. And there you go. He's just finished off, but Led, he's just wandering around with his beautiful, beautiful vehicle. And Probeen, he's got that arm. He's ready for the fight. He's starting to feel it. Any single moment, he's going to face off against Lathe, who apparently has decided to shift on towards the grenade. Now, he's heard that clip. He knows the push is coming on towards him. He goes in for a spray, goes in for the switch. Not enough, as Led makes no mistake taking him down, as Assassin does reveal his position. But look at Venom making the push from the eastern side. But that's not going to be it, as Led will just put him 6 feet under, as we do have that circle forming up. And DRS, YALLA, sitting flat in the center.
Oh, Vibes knocked off. Now it's time for Rico Infinity to get knocked out as well. Is that going to be happening, though? One man falling down. Same thing goes with iCurd. Well, Ezron is right next to him, but he's taking a lot of damage as well. And while he falls down, Rico Infinity doing a great job on capitalizing on it. And Fidan is the man who was a little separated out. And guess what? This is the entire game plan behind it. But if he gets caught off guard by the man behind him as well, then this can be things can be changing a little bit. It's DRS right behind him. He does realize they are right behind him, but his position has been revealed. So he needs to do something about it. If he's not really able to do so, if he's not able to keep his position anonymous, DRS is going to be capitalizing on him.
Oh, well, they certainly are. But right now, Honest, he's bleeding. Prestige, however, comes in handy. Gets the res on his comrade as triple occurred. I mean, I loved what they did yesterday in that game of Erangel against Stalwart. They were looking really confident until one of their players just off Stalwart, of course, wiped the existing top, if I'm not wrong. But Prestige, just gets bombarded by Ali as Fidan. Well, he's gonna go in for some help over there as Honest. He's trying to lob a grenade of his own in the right direction, though. But can he get the resurrection in time? That's the big question.
The big question is, does Ali realize that he's getting rest? Oh, but finally, the final nail has been put in the coffin. That's going to be it for iCurd. Rico Infinity coming out on top in that previous fight. That means this also gives us a confirmation that the man from Rico Infinity is going to be back up on his feet. And yes, he has. Rico Infinity now with a 3-man squad. DRS right next to them. They are still going to be a threat. But I just want to see RTR is going to be able to at least get a few kills. Oh, 30 bullets of pain with the signature M416. Only were able to land a few shots, not more.
Right now, I mean, considering the position that ERS are holding on to, they've got to be really careful, right? It's perfect. They've got a compound. They've got a few rocks to play around with. They've got some solid cover. But the question still remains, is the fights that they're deciding to pick, right? This is perfect ideal situation, right? If things go down as they want and the circle shifts, it's going to go down to where DRS is. And DRS does not really have a rich past in this particular map, right? They've got to try really hard. And they've done that in the past, They've been swimming their way to victory, at least in the last map of Sanhok. I remember them getting the chicken dinner. They did pull off some shenanigans, but this game, Necro, it's still, far from over, as Seth, he's got a big target right in front of him, and this is where the Titans are clashing, right? SUDOR managed 13 kills, Stalwart with that beautiful massive 20 bomb. This has to come down to it.
Definitely has to. Safe. Swallowing a couple of bullets on himself. Was damaged quite a lot. SUDOR. It seems like they are in a little bit of disadvantage because DRS have a quite clear line of sight. So my bad, Stalwart Esports. So now SUDOR, they do decide, okay, they do realize maybe targeting Stalwart Esports isn't really going to be that good of a choice. Maybe we should try and look around for ourselves because we're creating quite a lot of sound. This means a lot of people will be attracted towards it.
Yeah, but at the same time, finally we do witness the zone shift, and finally, I mean, T2K do have a really good position as well. But taking a look at Team SUDOR, now they've got to get inside the circle. Now that's a far way to head in, and the direction that they are going in. Once we have the map freed in front of our screens, we'll have a rather clearer picture of what's really happening in front of them, because for the audience out there, they've got Stalwart right in front of them, and even Stalwart T2K take care of the RS. Now Stalwart can just get sandwiched, and well, I think it has already begun with one of their players being taken down. I believe that's going to be Top.
Oh, unfortunate. Pika's still alive in the game, though. He has a compound for himself, but it would just take a few seconds to make sure the site's falling into disarray. Scurry backing out from that situation. Quite lucky to make it out alive from there. But again, there is a little separation, and we don't like to see that. A lot of the times when teams try to separate, at least that 3-1 split, it hasn't really been working out. It's quite rare chances. And Stalwart Esports, they're quite split out from each other. Now, only time can tell if this is going to be panning out good for them or bad, because Nasser, they have a lot of influence in Stalwart Esports, and if you're in Stalwart Esports shoes, you don't really want that because one of the man, Pika, is being pinned inside that compound. On the other half of the map, though, you see Rico Infinity as well getting a couple of kills on their hands.
I mean, you might be really good, but you can never disregard the players of Team NASA, right? They've always got to break up their sleeves. But right now, Venom just trying to incinerate himself as goes on against the players of I8 as Reviews also falls down. But there you go, the trades are happening. And from the backlines, it's a point for DRS joining the party again as Uzum gets wiped out. Well, Arif, in the meanwhile, he's just going to get himself inside some cover just behind the rock as Light is going to be spotting this bike as he's got a good position for himself right now. They're just playing from the edges, waiting for the next circle just to pan out. By taking a look at action, he's going to have to be really picky with the shots that he's going to take.
He definitely will have to be really peaky, but take a look at the circle shift fixes. Out in the open with no cover, TDK are the only team that are kind of looking good, including Rico Infinity, but one man from TDK has fallen down. Same thing goes with Stalwart Esports. The man Pico has been knocked out, and this is such an unfortunate news for them, but look at this, Deadeye Skies Fraxer, prone out in the open, DRS capitalizing onto it, Mafia Ninja of course being the man and getting that opening frag onto that guy. It's still not confirmed, though. He's just knocked out. The rest should be there. He did have the car to cover himself, at least for a while. So Deadeye Skies, they don't really have anything to worry about.
All right. I mean, DRS right now, 100% Necro. They're starting to look so confident, you know. This is where you're getting those resemblances from their past performances, right? They're looking like a well-orchestrated unit right now. But Stalwart, you know, with just action surviving. This man has got 3 kills. Now I'm going to have a little bit of wager with you. Do you think he's going to get a few more?
Of course he will. He can't steal. I mean, this is what Sanhok is known for, and up till now, he has done a good job keeping his identity anonymous. But if you talk about trying to kill, though, third-partying this entire side, it's going to be Fate. Taking a lot of shots. Ragnarok, though, barely alive with sliver of health, going to be patching himself back up to 70%. And now, trying to kill. Trying to find another one. Oh, Ragnarok again, just down low. What's going on? So much damage being chipped onto Ragnarok. He needs to stop exposing his body, but at the same time, he doesn't really have a lot of choices left in the position that he has, and TDK doing a good job capitalizing onto it. They realize, and well, they're just rubbing that salt on their wounds, and Fate now finally do realize that they need to get a safe rotation inside. But guess what? Enigma Galaxy being eliminated on 8th position, that's a huge knockout.
Oh, that certainly is. But look at Team Fate. They've already racked up 9 kills, and they still have 3 players alive, and they possibly have chances to get even more, as I believe CB has fallen down from the play zone, and Led makes no mistake in securing that kill, increasing the numbers to double digits now. We're talking about the 10s, baby, as Team Fate. Look at Led. He's starting to shine right now with 5 kills already in the bag. But taking a look at how the circle has shifted, well, nobody is inside of it.
Well, circle shifting out in the no man's land. DRS right on the edge, including a couple teams, but DRS looking quite confident inside this one. Rico Infinity, they have a little bit of compound for themselves. They're trying to make it work. Turulov is the man who has knocked off right outside that one. There's no way Deadeye's guys are going to be able to save Turulov because the final man is right outside the zone. Even to make it inside, it's going to be so tough. But guess what? He has 17 first aids on his name with 16 bandages. That means on top, hey, surprise fixes. It's something we have never seen before. It's going to be healing battle.
Yeah, exactly. And in Sanhok,
oh my God,
that's preposterous. Yeah, a completely rare sight. And even Deadeye's on top of that. I mean, they've been doing it for the first time. Wow, I'm surprised. But, you know, getting back into reality where DRS are still surviving over here. Ema and Ragnarok just a rock apart from each other as Gyalzin will be lobbing that smoke grenade just to get that revive onto its Mafia Ninja. As Ragnarok has finally met his maker, and it's going to be Legend who gets the kill over there. But again, all these teams, they have to make a move inside the circle. In the meanwhile, on top, just chilling.
Oh, DRS going full ham in the final zones. Easy there, soldiers. I do understand you're feeling yourself and you want to make your mark. No, this is why I was saying take it easy, because you're exposing yourself a little bit too much. And while the man of Rico Infinity finds the right moment to strike, and he's going to deliver. 2-man knocked right in front of him. 2 points can be confirmed over here, but still is not trying to expose himself. He does realize if he exposes, he can be shut down instantly, but no, kills being stolen away. And Fate are going to be doing a good job with that. It's going to be Lathe.
Yeah, I mean, typical Sanhok in it, considering the way, of course, Anas is definitely not going to be happy about it, but he's going to live with it as Let does increase his tally to 7 kills right now. And Anas, his position had purely been compromised, and Nima was in no contention of providing that cover fire as Let falls down. So does Fate, but they go down all high and mighty as Nima. All right. He's also opting for that first aid battle.
Oh, another one. But all right, now TDK inside the zone, looking pretty strong. Half the man advantage against 3 points Infinity, the final man alive. Though, but the difference is they try to push out in the open. Nothing Nade locked in his location, down quite low. Legend making that push happen out in the open. He's bobbing and weaving, making sure even if he does peek out, he's going to be missing quite a lot of shots, but the final man reveals his position. And Vol TDK strike in at the right time they needed to on the second day, actually, on the final game, getting that chicken dinner. Oh, man, you talk about capitalizing on opportunities. TDK, they have no mastery in that.
A much-needed one, This is a sign of relief. Now, they did manage to get a chicken dinner, which sort of propelled themselves, rather to the 13th position. Now, they're going to have a really good hearty sleep as Train to Kill. They're finally back in action. Considering, if we take a look at how the PMPL League stages were, they definitely were one of the teams that, were absolutely dominating. But then we sort of witnessed their downfall, which was continuing. And, well, this just could be the game where it all ends.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, TDK, for example, they were kind of really on the bottom 4, right? I mean, they really needed this one. They finally did. On the final game, man, they just striked in hard.
Oh, they certainly did, and much needed chicken dinner for that. But this game was just so much more than just about T2K. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally done with all our games for the evening, and we are going to be heading for a short little break, but you do not go anywhere because the desk is there. They're going to break the fights down.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League, MENA and SA Championship. This is the second day, final game done, and that was certainly done in style. The teams that we had been talking about, well, they are on the resurgence, sort of.
Yeah, definitely.
Sort of. Sort of. Just
I'll give them this one. I mean, this was actually a really good game from DRS Gaming.
Johnny,
all things
they
considered.
gave them this one, so yeah, you can give them this one. I mean, they had a good performance overall. But DRS, I would say, that was a brilliant move by the last lad surviving, right? Going on to the heal battle at the right time, sees the last man of Rico Infinity just surviving and knows that T2K would be just coming down. So he takes that one lad, he's like, yeah, I get an extra kill point, I get 2 extra placement points, which would have been like 10 placement points either way. He got 12. That was just so good. And Lath doing really good from Fate.
Oh yeah, and
5 assists.
Yeah, I believe he was the last player surviving for his team when he was able to secure a few extra points by picking off one player from DRS Gaming, if I'm not wrong. So quite an important job as well. He was all alone, had to deal with T2K. DRS had a line of fire available to him, so under a lot of pressure. And yes, as you said, 5 assists over there, 7 kills secured by himself with 894 damage. An impressive performance from Lath. And Fate Esports, well, since the day we saw them, we have been saying like this is one of those teams that is definitely going to be the top contender.
Yeah, and they did do good today, I would say. Here and there, right, they had decent games for themselves. 7 kills by this lad we just talked about. And Mafia Ninja coming down with the 4 kills, 23 plus points of survival time. And K7, well, I don't know if we can be harsh on them. I mean, they had a really good game for the starters. And then right now, obviously, they have their lad in the top players as well. But action, this lad knows back and forth, how he can just be there. And well, G.I. Jane is back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. The G.I. Jane is definitely back. With that, moving on to the head-to-head coming in between Train to Kill and DRS. Well, just that 1 point shy between these two teams. But again, you talk about the damaging factor, right, from the side of DRS. They are on the rise. They are, I mean, they're trying to, I guess. I mean, 1658 damage dished out.
I mean, experiments are working now. The way they were experimenting, right? It's working in their favor. Look at this. The team was second, but still they have a higher survival time as compared to T2K right now. It was all thanks to this, one lad just going for the heals and all those things as well. And T2K just trying to take up their own fights here and there. They did do good, but all right. Fate, Lath just coming up with those stats as we were talking about it. On top, so most heals 1258. We have Rob with 781. Nice stats.
Yeah, I mean, the stats are wonderful, but I'm just looking at Anas over there with his 11 utilities used in the map of Sanhok, and he definitely converts with those grenades. I mean, his performance has been impressive throughout the day, has definitely been a key player for Rico Infinity team, and even in this game, he was the man responsible for shutting down the players of DRS.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on through to the match ranking, we do know who got the chicken dinner. But talking about those kills, look at Fate Esports on the 3rd spot. 12 kills to this team along with 6 placement points, giving them 18 in total. Definitely a good outing for their side.
This team is, I would still say, it's a pendulum. They have their highs, they have their lows. It's all about turning, I don't know if it fits out here correctly, the potential and the kinetics that they just deliver for themselves. That's exactly like a pendulum. They have a really, really good off point and then a really bad just set point that just sets them to the off point once again. So I would still love to see what this team delivers for ourselves. And well,
not only that though, not only that, as we move on to the second page right there that we saw on that 16th position, right? We're talking about A1 Esports on that 15th position. Yeah, there's still a lot many teams that we do need to see resurgence from.
Johnny, MGH equals half MV squared.
That's too much physics for me, man. I thought I was done with school.
Well, with that, what a play, what a day this is turning out to be. With that, Ocean, let's take us through the zone analysis as we move on through with these rotations.
See, I've been a good teacher, I just want to talk about that overall. But right now, look at where DRS is, if we just talk about it. Look at where Fate is, if we just talk about it. And just around and look at where T2K is. So this entire area, these teams were really deadly overall. If we just, talk about all these teams, to be honest. And they had really good area. But look at this one person. Look at this one individual. Why? I just have this question, why? I mean, his entire team is on Paradise Resort, and he has his own paradise somewhere else. I don't know, why?
I think there's a lot of people asking the same questions at this point.
You know, I wanna sit with him. I wanna have a talk. Like, what is going on with the life, mate?
Apart from that, how does he make it though? That is another question that we need to ask. First of all, he's all alone, and then somehow he just manages to sneak past everyone like a sneaky ninja on this map.
Yeah.
And then.
And look at this entire area where no one is, and only T2K. It's kind of like, you know, they have 33% of the land for themselves in the circle and outside of the circle. So one player can just, you know, look forward to the backstabs. One player is just out here to see these entire open areas if someone just rushes out. And then obviously there are two people who are just aggressing out just in case if the fight happens or something like that. So they had these lads for themselves, which is really good. Meanwhile, DRS, yeah, they had good area, but slowly and slowly the circle was just not their friend when it mattered the most, to be honest. And on the other side, look at this. This, I thought it would be really chaotic. Well, it was, though.
Yeah.
It took its time, but these teams did go really chaotic at the end, for their good, for their bad. It just happened.
I mean, definitely, because again, it comes down to the question of how you play around the terrain that you are given with where the circle is headed. And all of these are sort of mountains and valleys that are leading to the center of the position. And T2K as well, you see Jane, you see Legend, all of those are high grounds that these players did manage to hold for themselves. And this is the shift that changed everything. So at this point, the circle is at a low ground position. DRS, they have no hopes of making it to the other side, because Anas, well, he took down, I believe it was 2 players that were taken out, and the kills were taken up by the last player from, I believe it was Fate. So it got really, really intense in those positions, and you have to be extremely careful. Also, as Ocean pointed out, DRS and T2K, they did a phenomenal job in the mid-game stages as well, from mid-game transitioning to the late game up until the 22-23 minute marker, where they had to deal with a lot of pressure, specifically DRS, because a lot of the teams were closing in from the south and the southwest.
Absolutely, and in that, well, a few of these teams, they stood their ground and definitely took the fight head on, and thus was able to get a convincing victory for themselves. But on the other front, there were so many fights that took place from the start of the game itself. Let's move on through the Oppo F19 performance.
I mean, nowadays, if you talk about the league that we witness, Johnny and Plotter, as compared to that league, this current league, it just you know, has different meta of Sanhok overall. It's not like that you know, South Asian teams have changed anything for that. They would still want to play in their own comfort zone, given if they get that comfort zone. It's all the impact that this MENA region is just bringing out. And it looks like it's playing against the mind of South Asian teams a lot. I would say this again and again, because in Miramar, it's different because these teams like to play the edge side for themselves. In Sanhok, it's different because these teams keep the edge, and if they get chance, you saw that, right? T2K was trying to get to the center whilst the other teams were still playing their edge. It did work out in their favor, but in Sanhok, well, I saw today we saw these teams even go for the heal battles as well, if the circle's not favoring them for like that was a rare sight for MENA region. For our region, well,
it's a normal thing, it's kind of the norm in Sanhok, and that is actually a very wonderful point that Ocean actually brought up, because usually you would expect, I mean, we've seen it on Erangel, we've seen it on Miramar, sort of the level of aggression that the South Asian teams like to play with during those team fights, sort of put an impact and throw a little bit of the game plan off for the MENA and HTM teams, but not on Sanhok. On Sanhok, it's quite the opposite. The teams from MENA and HTM and KHK, these guys, they play with the same level of aggression and they stick to their game plan. I mean, which for the South Asian teams is a bit of a surprise, because they usually expect, alright, you're going to keep one guy safe for the heal battle, but the teams from MENA are just like, no, it's all about the team fight still.
Just think about it, right? Because those teams from that region, they came here and they in their own ways, they have also experienced the same competition in the hardcore mode. They have seen that competition of Amos, Histoff and all those things, and it shows how the same thing, how the same settings can change one region's mentality versus the other region's mentality, and if you amalgamate those two regions together, it just changes the entire competition.
Exactly, it changes the way you're going to be playing the game when it comes down to these teams that are now going to be part of your lobby, and that does imply and move on to the damage that is being dished out. Again, I mean, from the side of Sanhok, right? We do know that these teams have taken up a lot of fights, but let's see what the damage graph has to say. Look at Fate, wow. 2370 damage coming in from the side of Fate Esports. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely a very wonderful performance from them. But as Ocean said, I mean, we do have seen them be a little inconsistent. I would just say like a little inconsistent, because even the bad games that they've had, they do walk away with the decent points. But it is a very well-known team from the MENA region, Fade Esports, and just like I said for DRS, we expect them to do a lot more, and they have been putting up a wonderful performance, so nothing to complain about. It is a good performance. I'm looking forward to seeing them and what they bring to the finals now.
Just like you talked about being consistent and inconsistent, right? Yeah. That's where I have one thing in my mind, and that is Stalwart. They have been amazingly consistent today with their gameplay. In this game, they completed their 50 kill markers, I guess, or 60 kill markers for themselves. That's just impressive for that team, and I'm pretty sure they are increasing the gap of first, second, third, like the position for themselves.
In fact, I mean, that's the norm that Stalwart has created for themselves, right? You talk about the kills, they're definitely going to be there from Action to Pika, but move that conversation towards the storyboard altogether. Let's have a look at the overall ranking that's going to be dictating what sort of a lead has this team been able to create thus far.
Alrighty, perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Yeah, 26-point difference.
Absolutely.
And the standings are looking really good. Yeah.
63-63, just perfectly balanced coming down for Stalwart. Come on, Johnny. I mean, I was talking about that.
I know. I mean, but still, I mean, it is a wonderful performance from Stalwart Esports. 126, I8, just getting left a little bit behind on 100 points, but then there's Deadeye Skies with 89 points on the third. Yeah.
The placement point and or kill point that Stalwart has is equivalent to the 7th position's overall points, total points. Just think about it, right? 63 or 65, just here and there difference. But it's just so good. Just think about it, right? The competition is evolving. You feel like you're in top 8, you feel like you're still good. I mean, obviously top 16, you're still good, right? But in top 8 still, like top 8, top 9, top 10, there's still a lot of competition. And for a few teams, well, if you want to crack the code till top 3, you'll have to be consistent the entirety of the day. That's what Stalwart did today.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart, they have been good. They have been good yesterday, they were good today as well. Same goes for I8 and Deadeye Guys and Fade Esports. But I have to say, if apart from these usual suspects, if I found someone to be really impressive, that was SUDOR Esports. They did really well, and Rico Infinity team. So these two teams, they had wonderful climbs today. They put up a really wonderful performance, and that's the reason we see them in the top 6, top 7 over there. But DRS, look at them on the 11th, slowly and steadily moving up the ladder.
Slowly and steadily does win a race as well. So
yeah,
this race is not that long, but this race is still long, and there are days for this race to just end down to the finish line. So maybe, maybe.
With 2 more days remaining of the league plays. I mean, we're looking at the top 16 that are going to be moving into the finals. And as of now, on that 16th position, we do have A1 Esports points tied with KHK Esports. So if A1 Esports is not able to bring up their play from tomorrow onwards, it is looking like a slippery slope that they might be trying to climb upon. But with that, let's move on along. Let's have a look at the team that has been performing wonderfully for themselves. It is going to be none other than Stalwart Esports.
So this kind of just gets me to a conversation as well. Remember when we were talking about Johnny and Blotter yesterday about what top players and all? We saw I8's players in that list. Crypto. I would want to see where, Crypto and all the other lads. You remember out of top 5, there were 3 lads of I8, right? So I would want to see by the end of the day, because that was like start of the day as well. And I want to see where the end of the day actually just brings all those lads and what's the climb of Stalwart's players.
Well,
I think it's going to be quite nice.
Happened, exactly.
Yeah.
Action top would be there as well. I don't know.
Actually, if I remember correctly, I think Scry already was doing pretty well for himself yesterday. So 5 more kills,
So there would be quite a lot of changes. But think about it, right? Obviously, 4 matches for today. Action 3.25 KPM. This was yesterday's Crypto's KPM. I remember that.
Absolutely. With that, as you move on to the way Stalwart has played on Erangel with average damage of 1679. And moving on 4th to Sanhok, because of course there was no Miramar played today, and that is the map stats that this team has been able to accumulate for today.
Alright, so
there's no stopping this team.
There's absolutely no stopping. Look at those average kills on Erangel, 7.83. It's 6 games, by the way. So
Wow.
All right.
Wow is what Stalwart is showcasing to the entire lobby.
Yesterday there was Miramar, but they never played that Miramar. So we still have to see what actually they might just bring on Miramar, because you remember Pika is really good with those bolt actions.
True. Oh yes, with that, let's have a look at the day summary for the entire day 2 right here at PMPL MENA and South Asia Championship, where the day started off with KHK Esports taking a chicken dinner on that Erangel, moving on fourth to Deadeye's guys, continuing their dominating streak kind of that they started off yesterday, and thus were able to get a chicken on Sanhok. And then from there on fourth, we had an interesting turn of events from Nigma Galaxy. They showcased that they are still part of the fight, and then they just backed down. They're just chilling, I think, for now.
Again, it's the same conversation, right? DRS and Nigma Galaxy, they've already made it to the Global Championship. Their objective right now is to, number one, scout out the competition, the other 4 teams that will be moving forward, and also try and get as much prize money as possible for themselves and prep up and experiment, as Ocean has been saying throughout the day. So these 2 teams are definitely going to be focused on this. But again, SUDOR Esports, a wonderful day for this team. They have put up a really good performance, and I want to see this tomorrow, the day after, and also in the finals.
Indeed, I mean, that one chicken dinner certainly led them all the way up to the 5th position, I believe, in the storyboard. But with that, of course, Train to Kill finishing the day off with their chicken dinner, moving up the ladder, their team is certainly doing proud for themselves. On the other front, as you move on to the kill leaders, as you guys were just mentioning, we do have both the teams that you had mentioned. We've got Action right there on top with 22 kills, 5,315 damage, and very, well, not very closely, but following in is going to be Wizzes from I8.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Just think about it, right? 8 matches have happened for these lads individually. Still 22 plus minutes of survival time on Action. 22 plus minutes of survival time on Scree. Today's day, the way they have been just in back-to-back games, they have had like what, top three finishes for themselves. That just is impressive. In Action, this lad is at another level. He is at a different level right now. He's ready for the global competition, I would say, if the team just gets it. Just think about it, right? The lad, he is just getting those numbers, and he's doing it in style.
I agree with what Ocean said, but I have to say we have to give props to the players of I8 as well, because while we might not have witnessed the same level of action from the team as much as yesterday, but they still did make sure that they were in a position of contention of Stalwart Esports, and that is something that is going to make this entire tournament a lot more exciting if the same thing keeps happening in the finals as well. That's what I hope for.
I mean, I told you, right? I would want to see them in top 3 back by the end of this tournament, right? Because that team is out there. Crypto, again, we talked about it, right? One of the best players that this region has seen. So,
most certainly. Most certainly, but with that, day number 2 comes to an end. We've got 2 more days of league play remaining, so we've kind of reached the middle grounds right here, and this is where, starting tomorrow onwards, the teams are going to have to really showcase that performance, that they are here to be a part of the top 16 to move into the finals for the weekends. But with all of that, do not forget to follow our social medias, from Instagram, Twitter to Facebook, and of course on YouTube. And since you are already tuning in from YouTube, do not forget to go down to that page right there, PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page, and subscribe and click the bell icon, because that is where all the redeem codes are going to be shared in the chat. So once again, do not forget to go down to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page, and while you're at it, you can very well look up these 2 dudes right here on Instagram as well as on YouTube, and of course give them a follow. With that, a huge thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro for making this all happen. It has been an interesting day, and tomorrow is going to be an exhilarating ride. But until then, take care. Bye-bye.